So here we go, taking on UXWU. Yeah, Bob Brown, if you want to post a code, play against the Warsaken, have some fun with that. So here I am, let me get my notes updated. Again, it's like I blink and time flies by. That's just in general, but in particular, the Warsaken Blitz. I mean, it tells me I've been live for more than 3 hours. It sure doesn't feel like it. That's, again, why I have to take those breaks, because, like, time flies by, and if I didn't get up and stretch, I'll be feeling it in a bad way later. Feeling it in a good way as far as the pair of force cards keep. Roll of 6 for UXWU to start things off. Got the Blood Fungus game mat with this deck today. An intel match. Oh no, poor Flaw. They're making you work. Ugh. Poor Flaw. Poor me having to discard 3. This is a different kind of It's again, discarding building cards. It's not a fun time. We'll get the Force with Jameson Haller. Bella Ivanova. Ooh. Even weather. Shattered ground. All right, my turn. It's a good play if you can do it early against the post. See, I have like so little to work with even after rolling a 4. Meanwhile, it's a pair of WMDs out there with that infected water supply. And then a force card opposite me. So we'll go with the G1 Foxbusters, 2 of those. Now, okay, building card here, but there's no way I'm just throwing out a building card. Nothing else even makes a pair. Again, this is the added benefit of doing this to your opponent, forcing them to discard. Because early, you may have actions that, with a more normal hand, you might have plays that can be made, but here, no luck. So pass up the actions in the turn. Taking on UXWU, rolled a 2. So a pair of force cards. UXWU, my turn. Let's see what that card is. 2. Got a pair of T15 Jameson Haulers I can play. Here's some Savage Escalation Force. I didn't recognize this one. The 4FS Red Wolf in green. The chopper. For the purposes of Blitz, it's just a pair of force cards out there. I love seeing the new stuff. Sometimes I get those surprises that I haven't run across yet, or if I have, I've forgotten, because there's a lot of great new stuff in the game with Savage Escalation. Speaking of which, send the Navy, T15 Jameson Hauler. We'll have 2 sets of 2 force, and that will end my turn. 3. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. So I'm down to 3. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent. Somebody I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz Live Player vs. Player competition. Pair of force cards next to the pair of WMDs. My turn. 6. So the Warsaken with an update. Bob Prime receiving some brutal punishment. Well, you'll have that. I dropped the cap to my bottle of water. I'm going to use the cap from the empty bottle. Have a real resourceful like. Yeah, that is me trying to dig under the couch live on stream. That's not going to test well with the market. Let's go with a G1 Foxbuster. It's going to test well on eliminating one of the territories opposite me. There's the force match. I'll take my opponent down to 3 territories. Get rid of the scrapyard. So 5 actions here, 3 spots open in my war zone. We're both down to 3 territories. Put some intel out there. Clever hijack. Okay. Let's try this again. The clicking wasn't working. Clever hijack. There we go. Pair of intel. Pair of force. Fire in the fields. Pair of weather cards. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. UXWU, roll a 4. Bob Prime saying get some bad draws over in that game. There's a force match. This will eliminate a second territory. Take me down to 2 remaining. 3 actions to go for the turn. If there's a third infected water supply, it's going to give me a compromised leader. Instead, a pair of intel cards. I was forced to have that discard early on. Really put me in a bad spot starting things off. And then a force card to end the turn. All right, my turn. 2. Remember, I sent one of those Shattered Grounds to my discard pile already. Although nothing makes a match here, I'm not going to put anything in that 4th spot, my war zone. So I'll pass up the actions in the turn. Taking on UXOOU and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. Roll a 2. Intel. That's Suit X. Savage Escalation. Intel. That ends the turn. My turn. 3. And now I'm really regretting having the weather that I discarded before. But it's tough choices when you have to discard right away like that. Meanwhile, nothing makes a match anyway, so it's not like I had a ton of room for it as it is. If anything, I wish I had one more action to maybe pull back on the force and put more weather out there, but I think that'd be almost counterproductive to do that, just to put 1 out there. Especially because that 1 is already in my discard pile to begin with, so it's just, it's not good. Pass up the actions in the turn. Taking on UXOOU. Rolled a 4. This could be it. A WMD match would give me a compromise later. Instead, there's Intel. Probably going to take 1 off the top of each out there in my war zone. Could force me to discard. Could mill 6 cards from my arsenal, but nope. As expected. And that's the risk. You put it out there in your war zone. Well-timed Intel. Could bounce it right on out. There's weather. So weather match extra turn, roll a 4. Grandman, hello. Greetings and welcome. 4 actions to go for the turn. A pullback on the force. Weather. Savage Escalation weather. That ends the turn. My turn. 5. Man, you can really see how that early discard and the bounce. I'm just, ugh. It's not like I've got a building pair or trio, more importantly. I've got a pair, but not the trio part, which is important. I say this is Savage Escalation, weather, Storm Surge. I mean, this is just not good. All right, we'll do a pullback on the Jameson Hauler. Do a pullback on the Clever Hijack. Play a pair of Blinding Sandstorms. And we'll leave it at that. End the turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv, taking on UXOOU. Rolled a 2. There's a weather match. That means an extra turn. Oh, that's a +3 actions. +4 here. There's a WMD. It's going to give me a compromised leader. Now, by taking the +3 actions, that means there's not an extra turn here, but I've got the compromised leader nonetheless. 1 action to go for the turn. So I'll get another roll is my point, but not exactly in an ideal spot here. But yeah, you never know. Because now my opponent needs a force match to bait me. Those WMDs out there are just in the way at this point for UXOOU. My turn. 3. Hey, building cards. Although really the play is to go rummage. Much as being flippant about it there, it really... I'm not going to touch the WMDs because, again, they're just in the way for my opponent. I mean, it's 2 intels and a force, so just one more force match would beat me, but I have to do something here. It's both of these time detonations, as well as the, what is this, the 262Z Inferno? Savage Escalation. Yeah, let's bounce that right on out of there. Nice card, though. And that's it for my turn. And after all of that, it's just going to take one more force match to beat me. Roll a 4. UXOOU with 13 cards. Is there a force match up there? Remember, WMD doesn't help you at this point. You need a force match to beat me. A weather match can mean an extra turn. Maybe I'll get another turn. We'll see. Uh-oh. Building cards. Going with a ghost training facility. Going back for force, of course. Wasn't trying to rhyme there. One action to go for the turn. Force card in the turn. Well, let's see what I can pull off here. 4. Well. Play a blinding sandstorm. Take the extra turn in a moment. 3 actions to go for this turn. Let's go force, Jax Nash. The Courier. So this will eliminate a second territory for my opponent. What is this? Oh, Abandoned Wasteland. Just didn't recognize it there in the green. Really nice cards in here. Port of Carmersani. Eliminated. Let's see what we get here with the extra turn. 2. That's just taunting me. Well. Weather cards here. Ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. It just takes one more force match to beat me. It's a roll of 3. 15 cards. Is there a force match or a weather match to get an extra turn? So those building cards used, and that should do it. That's the match. All right, good game. Congratulations. UXOOU victorious.
Warsaken.
So here we go, taking on Carlos CGTV. Carlos CGTV, who won. Piotreku, thank you. Well, this is the Warsaken giving them out, so thank you for the subscriptions, the gift subscriptions given out there by the Warsaken to Piotreku, the Crayon Man Can, and Markelar. Well, many thanks for the gift subscriptions given out. Thank you, thank you. Be sure to thank the Warsaken if you received one of those gift subscriptions. Thank you. I'm hoping to get the official Warsaken streamer notification setup. I just need to make sure the sound's not going to be too loud before I bring it live on stream. I didn't have enough time to work on it. Many thanks to Soul the Cat who helped get me connected with that. Meanwhile, I'll go ahead and start the match here. I got a triple intel. Okay. I mean, I like having it's kind of a unique way I've got of doing it, but it looks smoother when you have the official Warsaken notifications. I just got to make sure it can look and sound great, but if it's going to make somebody have their ears blasted out, that's not going to make for a good experience. Or if it's muted. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you, thank you. That was actually the first one I tested, was the cheer one, so we'll have that for next time. But nevertheless, thank you so much, the Warsaken, for supporting your live streamers, official or otherwise. I really appreciate that designation as an official Warsaken streamer. A pair of weather cards and then a standalone weather. My turn. 6. All right. Could bounce the weather. I could force my opponent to discard 3. That really threw me off in the last hand, having that early discard, and it had me off balance the Balance of the match. Flaw, thank you for the cheer. All right, we'll go ahead and bounce the weather. The discard's tempting, but the weather's already out there. It's already, my opponent's taking the actions to put them out there, so go ahead and take the action to bounce those right on over to the discard pile. Fire in the field. Terrifying Storm. Bounce. Oh, thank you, Flaw. I appreciate it. Reactions to go for the turn. All right, here's some Savage Escalation weather. Volcanic Eruption. Volcano. I really need to use that weather on the Dusk Magma game mat. This is the base entrance game mat. One action for the turn. And I'll play a Tranquil Sunlight weather. Savage Escalation. A little more on the smooth side weather-wise. If you'd like the Volcano, we got a nice sunset for you there. Or sunlight. It could be sunrise or sunset. But it's the end of the turn either way. Roll a 4. I was saying, Flaw, about the official Warsaken streamers. Like, I appreciate the support that the Legion has shown. Again, both for the official, there's a certain list of official streamers, but everybody that streams this game. It's a very supportive, very positive community. And I think of all the negative interactions I've had with video games and anything online, like League of Legends, that chat. Oh my goodness. This is the opposite of that. It's wonderful. Good people, great conversation, passionate about this wonderful game. My turn. So I rolled a 2. It's nice to have that WMD trio, but I'm not going to put that out there right now. A pair of WMDs for my opponent, a pair of building cards. But the move here, I think, is just going to be to play that second Tranquil Sunlight. So I've got 2 sets of 2 weather. I'll pass it the last action and on the turn. Yes. I've been an official streamer for a little while, but it wasn't like it was almost like I initially didn't apply because you had to have 500 followers. Streaming this helped me to get to 500. But yeah, but it's so I'm hoping we can find some way to have like a designation for the official streamers. I've got it in my title and everything. I've just been thinking of ideas, possibilities, but that's the great thing with the official Warsaken streamers. If you watch people that watch us do this, have a chance to earn loot, chatting and whatnot as well. My turn. 3. We'll see if my voice will hold up. I'll take the Volcanic Eruption. Play the weather first. So I'll get the extra turn. And I'll play 2 of the WMDs. So even if I roll a 1 with the extra turn, I'll still be able to play the WMD this round, which is important. Get that match. Do not want that to get bounced. Extra turn. 6. All right. Normally I say play the weather first. In this case, I will go ahead and play the WMD. So a WMD match eliminates 2 of your opponent's 4 territories. Five actions to go for the turn. Oh yeah, I got that. That was the thing. I got Soul the Cat sent me the zip file last night. So I've got a lot to go through with that. I had limited time between then and now, but I tried to incorporate what I could. More than anything, just getting ready for this broadcast today. Had so much fun with it. Back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. Weather match, freezing rainstorm. Extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play 2 of these Max Harper Dealer Force cards. Extra turn. 4. We'll play the 3rd Max Harper. So we'll eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. I have 3 actions to go for the turn. Since I don't have anything to make a match that I can play here, we'll go instead with a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation, Geomagnetic Disturbance. 2 sets of 2 weather, 1 action to go for the turn. We'll put some intel out there. Stolen blueprints. And green. And that's it for my turn. So it's a roll of 5 here for Carlos CGTV. There's a link to Blue Mint. Blue Mint has a pair of tournaments coming up later this week for Warsaken Blitz. I plan on live streaming both. I'll have more details on that tomorrow. Building cards, so going back for weather. The weather that I bounced, you might recall. So I'm guessing we're going to see possibly fire in the fields here. 4 actions. There's a terrifying storm. That'll be an extra turn. There's another weather match. There'll be 2 extra turns. Carlos CGTV stacking them up. Here's the first of 2. So the first extra turn is a roll of 2. I have all of my territories, but that could change very quickly. A pair of WMDs still looming out there. Now a pair of force cards, extra turn 2 of 2. 3. So there's a WMD match that's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Just like that, I'm going to drop from 4 to 2. Carlos CGTV with 2 actions to go for the turn. There's a force match. We're both going to be down to just 1 territory left. Efficient gameplay there. Carlos CGTV. So weather is the play, and that's it for the turn. Okay, my turn. 4. I'll play the second Stolen Blueprints. Oh, come on. So I've got 2 sets of 2 weather and a pair of intel cards. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Nothing else is a match. I'll be making a guess if I put a pair of force cards out at this point. Plus putting a target on them, no less. So with all that in mind, pass up those last 3 actions and end the turn. To John J, hello. Pair of weather cards for Carlos CGTV. We're both down to 1 territory left on either side. H5 dropship, 2 of them. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. 1 action for the turn. And a building card. That ends the turn. My turn. 2. You can only wait so long in this game. B6 Rabid Beast. We'll play 2 of them. That's it for my turn. I might not get another roll. So my opponent is Carlos CGTV. Okay, let me do the copy paste of that. And if for some reason, if you ever have trouble getting it linked here, you can go to the Warsaken, the official page. There's not any issue with links there. Roll of 5. Some of my auto mod stuff has caused issue. I'm going to have to take, as much as I put it off, I really do need to take a look at that. Because that's about to become very important very soon as this really starts to pick up. We'll see if business picks up here for Carlos CGTV. He just needs 2 more force matches to bait me. There's a building card match going back. We got a lot of choices. Say weather or force. The V-Type X. How many drop ships in here? Yep, the V-Type X. 3 actions to go for the turn. I bet you that's what we see, and they'll give me a compromise later. Maybe not, but that's what I expect to see after building cards and with 3 actions still to go, indeed. There's a force match. Well, give me a compromise later. Yeah, they do it automatically. It's the way that's handled. So my last territory's been eliminated. But it's my turn. If I can play 2 more force matches and I've got 1 ready to go here, then I'll get the win. Let's see. 3. All right. So I can play the B6 Rabid Beast. A third of those. That'll be a force match. This will give my opponent a compromise leader. We'll both have a compromise leader. If I had a force match in hand, like if I had a trio of Ken shows, I could play the weather and go +3 actions and win. That's not going to cut it here because I don't have it. Instead, got to do this one a little bit differently. Geomagnetic disturbance, extra turn. Now I have 1 action, 2 spots open, so I can take a chance on one of these. I mentioned Ken show. Maybe Ken show will come through for me. You never know. Here's the extra turn. 1. Won't be here. Play a second Ken show. I can do that. That's it for the turn. Carlos CGTV just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Already has 2 H5 drop ships. Roll to 4. There it is. Force match for the win. All right, Carlos CGTV victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Zeal, Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, your first chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin in this broadcast. Coming up later in the hour. Okay, so the starting 8, nothing is even a pair. So I'll use a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards again. That'll play. Definitely don't want a second mulligan, but you've got a match you can go with right away, especially one like that. Keep. This is the Slate Lux game mat that I'm using here with this particular deck today. So my plan for the rest of the week, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, back with more Warsaken Blitz. On Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, with Brawlers and the new Brawl for All game. I'm going to have a kind of a recap video of whatever they do on Wednesday tomorrow. I'm not sure how that's going to... They're keeping that very close to the vest. And man, I get asked a lot of questions that I don't have answers to. But then back with more Warsaken Blitz that night. It'll be a doubleheader. I'll have the tournament, that Blue Mints tournament, which starts just before 8 p.m. Eastern time, 0000 UTC. And then Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, Warsaken Blitz. So I rolled a 2, so I actually don't want to play... Don't put 2 of these out here, potentially have them get bounced by intel from an opponent. So instead, let's play a pair of X3 Black Dogs. Savage Escalation Force. Hello, Meowsy. Hello, Nathaka. Hello. Hola. All right. We're taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. Remember, with Blitz, you start with a leader card, 4 territories, and your arsenal, your deck of 60. This particular overlay I use here, the categories, this is here for a good reason. This helps you, especially for new players, to learn the different categories, because that's what matters in Warsaken Blitz when it comes to the cards in your arsenal. Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken. You might notice that these cards have a lot of detail to them here. And not just the high yield. I like to joke about that because it's kind of fun to say. But some of them, well, we'll go over the cards later. A pair of force cards played by Zeal to end the turn. My turn. All right, so I can play the WMD match that I got after taking that first mulligan. So that'll work. A WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Moonbaz Marty, hi. Yeah, I hope so, Meow. I hope everybody's having a good day. Now, the building cards, that's a foe of me, as they might say in French, a false friend. That's not going to help you out right there with the building cards, for me at least. When I say you, I mean me, because all I have in my discard pile are WMDs. And remember, you can make at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. So don't be fooled there by the building cards. All right, so I have a pair of Force joined now by a pair of Intel cards out in my war zone. I'll pass it the last action in the turn. So I'm taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer, looking for another opponent. So a roll of 6 for Zeal. Intel. Pair of Intel cards. Again, well, it may be very different things as far as the cards go. It's the category that matters. So for the purpose of how they function within Blitz, you can have a scout be as effective as a tank. 4, as far as what it does for you in the game. All right, so there's the third assassination attempt. That's Intel, so I can do some bouncing. Let's bounce. Force your opponent to bounce 3 cards from their war zone to their discard pile. And that's actually misleading slightly because they don't get to choose. You get to choose.
Select target.
So let's bounce. Sure to say hello there to Moonbaz Marty. Well, let's see. Let's bounce. We'll bounce both of the Tigers.
Select target.
And one of the Intel cards there. The diversionary tactic. But again, don't be completely drawn in by the image on the card. Because the emblem, that insignia, is what really matters in Warsaken Blitz. 3 actions to go for the turn. Obviously, these WMDs in here are of no value to me. But they're just in the way. I mean, there's just extra space there. That's why they're darkened out like that, because you can only make 1 WMD match per side in a given game. I can play the building cards here and go back for Intel. And because I don't have any other way to, like, if I don't do that, would I feel like a one-off weather out there? No, I don't think so. Let's go get the Intel. This has a certain extra effect, too. And that now my opponent's going to know that I've got these 3 assassination attempt cards back in my hand, if Zeal's looking there. I'm not sure how much or how often opponents pay attention to that, but it's part of the game. You can look in your opponent's discard pile and your own. It would be cumbersome to do that in a traditional card game. So it's fun with this, like, okay, how do you take advantage of things within the medium that avail themselves better to gameplay? And that's whether we're talking about the power meter in Brawlers, or you're talking about being able to look in your opponent's discard pile here with Warsaken Blitz. It's easy when you have a computer computing things quickly, as far as numbers go, or being able to make it so you don't have to reach across the table, look into somebody's discard pile, and possibly agitate things a bit. With this, there's no such worry. 2 actions here for Zeal. So a Force card and an Intel card out there, and that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. I'll be well served to not just put 2 of the assassination attempts back out. There might be more Intel up there. Luckily, this is a rarity where I have some, like this Monsoon Storm. These 2 look a lot different. I tried to have too many cards in my deck that was like where I have a 4 of a given title. I want them to look alike usually, so they don't trick me like this. But in this case, these 2 are a pair. So they're both Monsoon Storms. They're both weather cards. That's it for my turn. If I can play a third, that would be a match. That's the way it works in Warsaken Blitz. Taking on Zeal. First match of the broadcast. Roll of 6 for Zeal. 19 cards and 6 actions. Zeal's down to 2 territories. I have all 4 of mine intact, but that might change here very soon. WMD. There's 2. There's a WMD match with a third. So that will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. We'll both be down to 2. Three actions to go for the turn. There's a force match. That force match will eliminate another territory. I'll have only 1 remaining. One action to go for the turn. Weather card. Tornado. My turn. 4. All right, a bit trickier for me now. I can't really play an intel here because there's only 2 cards out there I could hit. My opponent's already played a WMD. I really don't like playing intel to force a discard after your opponent has played a WMD. I think if I've had one played on me, but don't threaten me with a good time. I'll dump out these EMP discharges that I can't use. But in this case, that's not really what we're looking at. So we'll use 2 of the 4 actions here with Ray and the Insider. Pass it the last 2 actions in the turn. It is a deterrent having the intel cards where your opponent knows that. Again, there's a reason Zeal only has those 2 out there, I imagine. And at some point, you can't just sit back forever and wait as far as hoping your opponent's going to not use intel against you. But it makes for an interesting back and forth, and this is part of the nuance to the gameplay that I think new players won't necessarily pick up immediately. But I've played this so many times, you start to see things, okay, this works, this maybe not as much, and especially for players who do very well against me. There's a lot of talent in the Warsaken community. There's a second weather card with a tornado that ends the turn. My turn. Carlos CGTV, hello. Prawn, hi. Greetings and welcome, everybody. Taking on Zeal. This is the first match of the broadcast, so you're just in time. Roll to 2. All right, so building an intel, but neither that I can actually make a match with this turn. Ooh, bit of a spot here, isn't it? I mean, I can put it out there. It's just, that's how intel is being used against you in a most inopportune way. But not do with the building cards anyway. I mean, the intel, what am I going to... I mean, problem is, that's the 4th spot by Warzone. So, pass up the actions in the turn. I'm down to 1 territory remaining. Zeal has 2 remaining. We both used our respective WMD matches for the broadcast. I get more than 1 per broadcast, I hope. It's going to be a long broadcast otherwise. I have a 1 per game in Warsaken Blitz. It's Zeal's turn. Gabix, hello. Hi. So it's Zeal's turn. I'm down to 1 territory. It's a roll of 3. Force. GR Viper. That's a force match. That's going to give me a compromised leader. Eliminate my final territory.
Compromised.
So 1 more force match would give Zeal the victory, but it's my turn. 6. All right, I can play a Monsoon Storm to get an extra turn. And bounce what's out there with the assassination attempt. I can go back. Well, I can't go back for force, though, because I haven't played a force yet. So with the weather. Monsoon Storm. Give me that extra turn. 5 actions to go here. With an extra turn to come. I could play the intel, go back for weather. I don't know how much of that I want to do, but how long do you wait? I can play... I mean, I could bounce those 2 weathers and the intel out there, but the reality is that Zeal just needs a force match to beat me. So I don't know if going after that route's going to be the better play versus I think it's going to go for weather. Let's see what I can do here. Monsoon storm back again. I'll play 2 of the 3 monsoon storms here with this extra turn coming now. Extra turn. I need 3 force matches to get the win. 4. All right, so I play a weather. I'll get the extra turn. Don't have a force match. Got plenty of intel, but that's not really of much help for me at the moment. Because again, it's not really what's out there that worries me. It's a possible match with 3 force cards to beat me. Play the monsoon. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic disturbance. Pass up the last action. Let's get that other extra turn. Let's see. 1. Well, here's where the party ends, I think. I'll go ahead and play a double EL force, but I only have the 1 to play here, and that's it for my turn. You can only chase with weather for so long. There's a roll of 5 for Zeal. Has 18 cards now. Just needs a force match to beat me. I've got a compromised leader. There it is. There's a force match for the victory for Zeal. All right, good game, Zeal. Now live on headset with you here, NashvilleLou Liv. Last night's show ended abruptly because of some technical issues. My internet went out for maybe 90 seconds, 2 minutes, just enough to knock the feed off after more than 12 hours on. So I got it back up and going and thought, okay, we'll do this for a bit longer. Then I realized that it never reconnected with Kick. So I tried to do that within OBS Studio to get them to connect. And that did not work. It was weird because it kept streaming, but I couldn't. It was like not responding from OBS Studio. But on the monitor I used to make sure the stream was working properly, where I was logged in, I noticed it kept playing. Like, okay. So it's working. I just can't cut to anything else or turn it off directly or do anything smooth with it. Then I went to finally, okay, well, it was late enough. I went ahead and raided out Ben's SW Pop Lover, who, unbeknownst to me, had just raided out right before then. I was trying to do 3 things at once with my system wasn't cooperating. So it goes with live broadcasting. All right, so we've got 15 players in for this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. If you want to get in, last chance for this first game with exclamation mark play in chat. For the winner, the prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to second place. And remember, players, you're looking for a top 10 finish here. That'll mean leaderboard points for that monthly competition. We've got 15 players in. And this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Overlay's still up. That's a problem. Oh, I didn't take that down. Meanwhile, Cannonball. Never mind the overlay. Zach Bonifer, Anti-Killa, and Pennybags Jr. all get taken out. And early on, we're down to 12. Cannonball. Man, that Cannonball's been doing some damage. We've got Kyoshinobu out. Finest HM, Parrot, Viper Czar. We're down to 8. Man, this has been a fast one. You never know how a given game of Twitchy Tides is going to transpire. Boar Slayer gets zapped by Pink Felicia, as does Jungle Banana. We're down to 6. So plenty of top 10 finishes to be had. 2/3 of the field's going to get it. And of course, the higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you get. Krabby Mike, up top doing the wall crawl, takes out Fonny T and Chucky. Fonny T tried with that flare command. About a half second too late. Sometimes a little difference like that can make all the difference. Down to the final 4. Nado 6, Nashja, Autumn's Toys, and me, NashvilleLou. Cannonball. There goes my Soul the Catfish. We're down to 3. Autumn's Toys, Nastia, and Nadu 6, the final 3. Big Worm, the hook on that left side, takes out Nastia, and it's down to this, the final 2. Nadu 6, Autumn's Toys, the last 2. There was a cannonball warning, but if one showed up, I sure didn't see it. Autumn's Toys, Nadu 6, the final 2, and it's Debo the Shark. Up top going right to left, it appears Debo's going to miss both remaining players. And the battle continues. Autumn's Toys and Nadu 6. Depth charge. Autumn's Toys hits the depth charge, and that's the game. So congratulations, Nadu 6, the winner of this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. And so for Parrot 314 on up, a top 10 finish, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Nadu 6, victorious. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll go ahead and get in here with exclamation point play. I'll go with the Gloria Glowfish. So I'm in, Finest HM is in. If you'd like to join, Parrot is in. If you want to join for that next Twitchy Tides game coming up, you can get in right now and secure your spot. All you have to do is type exclamation point play in chat. We've got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Nash Cash is not legal tender, but you can use Nash Cash to dig from the Scurvybot dig pool. Costs 10 Nash Cash to dig. There's a 15-minute cooldown between digs, but it's a 100% success rate, and there's no dig pass required. So for now, we're going to get back into it with more Warsaken Blitz Classic. Plenty of Warsaken coming up, plenty of Twitchy Tides coming up. Scurvybot's giving out Nash Cash. Warbot is giving out Warsaken loot. Now for that, you have to be a little bit active in chat, show you're really there, etc. But there have been some very nice payouts, because Warbot, at least as it is now, is giving out 20 times the normal amount of loot. 1x, the normal amount, 1,000 loot is generous. 20,000? Man, that's nice. I've been thrilled to have that. Good times. Join me this Tuesday of next week, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC for my portion of Tides Tuesday. It's my #1 show here on Twitch. MockDraftNFL.com. I'm working right now on a brand new mock. We're 1 week away from the NFL draft, so this is definitely busy season for me. Also have a men's lacrosse broadcast on Saturday. Swanee Tigers against the Center Colonels. I'll have that over on SwaneeTigers.com. Ever want to hear what I sound like calling a real-life sports event? They've got stuff on demand as well if you miss it and really do want to hear it. Or any of the, if you watch any men's lacrosse they have from 2023 to now, you'll find me or hear me. All right, there's the link, SwaneeTigers.com/watch. Keep in mind for Saturday, it's a 1 p.m. Eastern start time. That's 17 UTC, so 1 p.m. Eastern. Swanee versus Center this Saturday. For now, we get back into more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Carlos CGTV. With the rank of High Justice. It's the game title I'm using here with this deck today. Alright, well. Nothing here makes even a pair. So I'll use a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards again. That's more like it. When I have a pair of force cards, I realize I keep it. Helps to have a pair of WMDs, especially if you get a third one that shows up early. You only want to use that second mulligan if you absolutely... Like, if I would have had nothing to match here, okay, that's the case where you'd use it. But I've got something to work with, keep. So my opponent will go first, taking on Carlos CGTV. This is the code incoming game mat that I'm using today, thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat. Roll 4. Pair of weather cards for Carlos. And then a pair of force cards played. My turn. 4. Alright, so I've got a force match with Azar Cyrus, the Fabricator.
Select target.
Force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Blah, hello. One action to go for the turn. But with nothing that I want to play this turn matching except for these. Here's where I can trick you sometimes. I like using the Abdul Hafiz, the supplier, because I've got Savage Escalation version, and I've got the Genesis of Conflict version, sets 1 and 2. There aren't that many cards that fall into that category of being in multiple sets, but Abdul Hafiz is one of them. So I'll play that here, and that'll end my turn. Hello, the Warsaken, thank you. Blood foil, yeah, I'm happy with that. Roll of 2 here for my opponent. That's the white phosphorus bomb WMD. I've had that for a long time. Those blood foils have a way of standing out, don't they? 2. I don't have very many of them, and I treasure the ones that I have, so it's good times with that. All right, so we'll play a second Abdul Hafiz. So we got both Genesis of Conflict and Savage Escalation repped here with a supplier. 1 action to go for the turn. 3 spots open by Warzone. Pass the last action in the turn. My prize wallet is Fulfillments with an S on the end. I'm typing in chat. Delvis in. Hello. Hi, Delvis. All right, so look at all that out there in my opponent's wars. I'm taking on Carlos CGTV. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards, another pair of force cards, another pair of weather. 4 wide, 2 deep with weather and force. My turn, roll of 1. But that 1 is at least a match for me here. A third, Abdul Hafiz. Came through with a supply. Got the hookup. That force match will eliminate a second territory for my opponent. It's worth mentioning, because I mentioned my prize wallet, the name of it's Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you ever receive anything for that, you're looking through your inventory saying, where did I get this from? What is Fulfillments? It's probably a prize that you won here on NashvilleLou Liv. Roll of 4 here for Carlos CGTV. That would be great. That'd be great. As far as loot to give out to viewers. I was actually thinking about that last night because I had a couple of those smaller loot cards that I got in one of those. And to buy another loot pack. People are looking for that that owner. All right, roll of 5 here. Of course, the new Savage Escalation cards available in the Warsaken store. And great artwork in this game. It's visually compelling, and yet it never strays from being serious. It's a game about war, so it has to be serious for this to work properly. And it certainly does. It treats everything seriously. It's a lot of fun to play and live stream. What's not so much fun is I've got 3 action, building cards and WMDs. Either of those being out there is oof. It's a little bit dicey as far as what your opponent might do. Now, granted, there's not any intel out there opposite me, but Just because it's not showing doesn't mean it won't show up, possibly. So I'll pass up the 3 actions in the turn. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the Warsaken give me 500,000 loot for prizes to give out. So we'll have some fun figuring out how to do this. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Many thanks. I think people will get a little more interested in that than the, maybe the 50 loot cards. Although those 50 loot, I've got some ideas, cross-promotion stuff outside of Warsaken that'll get people's attention possibly. But I want to give the good stuff with Warsaken out here for sure. Already had 1 prize won. Zeal beat me in the open. I'm taking on Carlo CGTV. I believe there's a roll of 6. It was a pullback of 2 cards from the war zone, opening up a spot. That's a WMD trio about to happen. There's 2. A third would be a match. If there's a WMD match, that will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Only 2 of them? Wow. Now that's interesting. I'm just so averse to putting out. I've seen, but there are people that will play this way and have maybe 3 sets of 4 WMDs. I'm not saying that's what Carlos has necessarily, but thinking out loud here with that. 3. I was just expecting a third to drop in there. It didn't happen. Well, I can go back for force. But I don't think that's the move at the moment, because if I can get a WMD match, I'll only need 1 more force match to get the win, so I'd rather maybe wait a turn on that. And yeah, I've got very little out there in my war zone. I play the Foxbusters. Let's put these 2 Foxbusters out there. They could get attacked, but again, you can't worry too much about that at this point in the match. Pass the last action in the turn. Say it's a risk, but it can pay off, yeah. But I've seen it before where people will intentionally, like, almost they'll put them out there as, like, to intentionally as bait. But I'm sure there's a way that, you know, technique-wise that they have it planned out. I've just never, that hasn't worked for me as much. I'm not sure what's bait and what's not, because that depends on what the next roll the die brings. 4. All right. So I've got a force match, but in this particular spot in a game of Warsaken Blitz, when I have 2 force matches that have my opponent down to 2 territories. If I play a force match now, and then the next turn I get a WMD, this force match here is all but wasted as far as the effectiveness, because a WMD, if there's only 1 territory left, it just takes out that last territory, and then I burn through this force match. But how long do you wait? That's the question. If I had a weather, I would love to go back for weather, but I don't have it available, so that's a tough spot, isn't it? But you know what? Let's go ahead and play it. I mean, I can't wait forever. ZS Wolf.
Select target.
I mean, maybe this will prove right, maybe not. We'll see. Let's take my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. Still have 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put just a building card out there. Pass up the action in the turn. Because now I'm in a spot where if I can get a G1 Foxbuster match and I've got another force match up here, and I roll like a 4 or 5 or something, then I'd be able to take out that last territory, eliminate it, and then give my opponent's compromised leader a force match to get the win. So that's what I'm thinking with that. But there's the unknown. I might not get, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? My opponent could have like 3 or 4 weathers in a row and it could get crazy. As long as you still have cards in your arsenal, in Warsaken Blitz, you've got a legitimate opportunity to fight your way back into a given game. The only time when you're legitimately lost is when you have nothing left in your arsenal and you don't have enough force matches to get the win no matter what, and you're out of building cards. That situation, okay, bleak. But otherwise, I've seen it's happened against me too. Where I've had a huge lead, but I just can't get that last force match to save my life, and then my opponent comes roaring back and gets the win, or vice versa. It makes for exciting moments with Blitz. You never feel like you're just playing out the stretch, with the exception being if you don't have any cards left in your arsenal. But more often than not, that won't be an issue. Against an Intel heavy deck, have to plan it out a little bit differently. Meanwhile, see, I was talking about with the WMDs. 2 sets of 2 now for Carlo CGTV with a weather card in between, 1 action to go for the turn. Later in this hour, we're giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Building card, extra turn. 3. Yeah, it does. It does take you a while to get milled down to nothing. You're right. Although it's happened against me plenty of times when it can be frustrating when an opponent gets on a roll. There's a WMD match. Carlo CGTV is going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. So I'll be down to 2. There's 2 actions still to go for the turn. There's building cards. You're not going back for WMDs, so it's weather or weather. Either the cloud cover or the terrifying storm. You wouldn't go back for WMD since you only play 1 per game. So, the storm was taken. Roll 3 here for the extra turn, so you figure those weather cards that were just brought back will be played here, get another extra turn. So at this point, Carlo CGTV's looking to line up 3 more force matches. We both played a WMD match. Well, there's the, this could be multiple weathers here, because you got blinding sandstorm weather match right here. So an extra turn, I'm guessing that that storm card will be the first. We'll get the extra turn. Let's see. Maybe not. 25 cards. I mean, this is where it really gets... When you have an opponent that's got more than 20 cards, 25 is like, oof. There's that weather card, that storm. Here's the extra turn. Yeah, I agree, Kron. Normally, you do have a pretty decent fight when it comes to Blitz. It's fun to play. It's fun to live stream. It's even more fun to live stream than just playing it, not streaming it, in my experience. Like, I was trying to let my voice rest up over the weekend. Even then, it was still scratchy for what I needed it to be, but I played the Blue Mint tournament this past Sunday, and it was a lot of fun. I had 3 really good games against Ivanov 007. Ivanov got the win as far as advancing, but it would have been more fun if I had streamed it. So, something I'm keeping in mind. I do intend to stream the Blue Mint tournament this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC start time. So there's a roll of 1 there for the extra turn, 2nd weather card. So if I had an intel match, I could bounce that weather, knowing that Carlo CGTV already has a 3rd in hand. 5. Let's see what we have here. Okay, well, cloud cover will be an extra turn. I need 2 more force matches, so I don't have that just yet. Got 2 sets. Let's see, building cards. Think about this for a second. Okay, now the problem is I'm going to play like 2 sets of 3 building cards. So that's not going to be something I can just take a +3 turns and be good with. All right, we'll go cloud cover. Want the extra turn. Building cards. Advanced weather station. This will be a building match. Turning 3 cards to my hand. ZS Wolf. Play 1 Wolf. Extra turn. I need 2 force matches to get the win. 5. I'll have weather I can use here. And I'll be able to get the win, but I have to do this. Let's see. Okay, yeah. 5 actions. 2 of them here with the ZS Wolf. That force match will give my opponent a compromised leader. Eliminate that last territory.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. That's Roman's prototype. Force match for the win. All right, good game, Carlos CGTV.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Moonbaz Marty. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for more opponents that I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz. All right, so they're the 8 cards that I was dealt. Unfortunately for me, nothing even makes a pair, so take a mulligan here. So this mulligan, it'll shuffle my arsenal, and then it deals you 8 cards again. This is more like it. 3 and 2. It was very, even like the clear look there with the night vision, and then the blue there, the hammerheads. Keep. And lucky me, I get to go first. This is the blood fungus game method I'm using here, and you'll notice with the cosmetics, I'm using red as opposed to my normal brand color of purple, just to show off some of the other elements in the game here and how they can add to the fun, as far as you can make the board look how you want it to, your die, game method, card backs, all that. A lot of fun. Let's see. Let's play A9 Hammerhead. Put one of those out there. That's it for my turn. All right. Now, for whatever reason, sometimes it won't let you click. Like, it just locks up that part of it. So all you have to do is hit F5. It takes like 2 seconds. It'll pop right back into place, and then another 2 seconds or so. Well, Moonbaz Marty was fast. That was a roll of 2. You see why I wait when the game locks up like that? To see what the roll is, so I know what happened. So it was a roll of 2. Moonbaz Marty plays a pair of weather cards. Speedy one, which I appreciate. My turn, 5. It's tough with intel cards against Moonbaz Marty. Tends to play very close to the vest with the cards. But I could force, you know what I'm going to do here. I mean, I know as much as it is nice to be able to bounce cards, in this case, it's tough with Moonbaz Marty. And once Moonbaz plays a WMD, intel becomes even more difficult to use. So I'm going to force Moonbaz to discard 3, but only 8 cards in hand. The earlier you can do that, the better if you're going to do that in a given match of Warsaken Blitz. We'll play a second A9 Hammerhead. I mean, I've got the haulers here, but I don't want to just throw one out there. Pass it the last action in the turn. So Moonbaz Marty, and part of the fun of this, you get to see what your opponent discards in what order. Who gets voted out of the house. Of course, the workaround this happens to you, having building cards helps as far as bringing cards back to your hand from your discard pile. And that's not a roll of 1 for Moonbaz Marty. It just sets the die there while the decision process is made. You know, it's Moonbaz Marty with that black die and that 24K gold look to it there. Really nice looking die. All right, so Private Sarah Vet, she got voted out. Too much of a threat to the head of household. And then a pair of these tanks. Roll of 6. But again, Moonbaz Marty started this after choosing the 3 that he had to discard. Only had 5 cards, so even that roll of 6, it's only 11 cards. So a pair of weather, now a pair of force cards in the war zone for Moonbaz Marty. Passing up the last actions there. So you see how you can really mess up an opponent doing that when it works out that way. Roll of 1. I'll chance it. T15, Jameson Holland. Going for the all-blue Warzone look. Roll of 1 for Moonbaz Marty. Weather card. My turn. 2. All right, well, I can play those other 2 Jameson Haulers. I'm glad I went ahead and played that first one before the end of the last turn for me. This will be a force match.
Select target.
Force match allows you to eliminate one of your opponent's 4 territories. That's it for my turn. Roll of 6 for Moonbaz Marty. Now this could change things quite a bit. 15 cards, 6 actions here. There's that WMD match. Typically, Moonbaz Marty won't put WMDs out until he's got 3 lined up. That WMD match takes me from 4 territories down to 2. 3 actions to go for the turn. So a second tornado. 2 sets of 2 weather. And a pair of force cards out there, but that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, the weather will give me an extra turn. Jax Nash can eliminate a second territory for my opponent. Ideal conditions. So 3 of them. I'll take the extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 3 spots open by war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. And that's misleading on the Jax Nash. I'm at F5 because I think somehow it got thrown off slightly there. Let's see how quickly it puts everything back into place. It's not exactly a difficult thing to do. Jax Nash, there's 3 of them. Found the one that fell on the floor.
Select target.
That force match will allow me to eliminate a second territory for my opponent. Extra turn. 4. Three spots open in my war zone. We'll go 2 sets of 2 weather. Fire in the fields. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. With a savage escalation weather here. The geomagnetic disturbance. It's magnetic. But that's it for my turn. So both Moonbaz Marty and I have 2 sets of 2 weather and a pair of force cards in the war zone. Moonbaz Marty's turn, roll of 1. No match. I was afraid Moonbaz might catch a 3rd weather there because sometimes that's where like that roll of 1 extra turn, then it's a 6 or a 5 and it's off to the races. Instead, it's my turn 2. Well, what was I saying about getting that weather on a low roll? We got that here with the geomagnetic disturbance. Weather. Extra turn. Super enthusiastic. Still have 1 action for this turn. I could put Bella Ivanova out there. I don't think that's the move, though. I already have 1 force pair out there. I only need, if I can get a WMD match, big if at the moment, but if I can, then I wouldn't need 2 sets of force cards. So the risk reward isn't worth it. Pass it the last action for this turn. Extra turn. 6. All right, so I've got weather. Bella Ivanova. Again, this is the scenario from before. How long do you wait to play that? When you have 2 sets of 2 force matches already. How long do you wait on those WMDs when you only have 1 and 1? Hard to know. Fire in the fields. Give me that extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. You can't wait forever in this game. Play a pair of blinding sandstorms. I think I'm going to do here is I'm play. You have to be careful when you do this. That green part right there, that'd be playing all of them. And actually don't want to do that at the moment. So I'll play 2 of them. Keep the 4th spot, my war zone open. Pass up that last action in the turn. Extra turn. 6. It was worth the wait. I'm going to get the win right here. White Phosphorus Bomb. WMD match.
Select target.
The WMD match will eliminate the final 2 territories remaining for Moonbaz Marty.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. Bella Ivanova for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Moonbaz Marty. Moonbaz Marty has probably, if not the best, one of the best win-loss percentages against me of people I play regularly. So when I beat Moonbaz Marty, it's an accomplishment. Good game, Moonbaz Marty. Got the win there, but fun as usual playing against you.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Nathaka. So back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC with Warsaken Blitz. And a reminder, the next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz is on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. All right, so a pair of weather cards And you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8 in Warsaken Blitz. If you got something you can work with, and this qualifies, keep. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using here. You have all sorts of options. There's a roll of 6 to start things off for Nathaka. You see, like, where Nathaka has that pinkish-looking die for the numbers, and then the white die. Pair of force cards. The card backs I have for this particular deck today, black with the Warsaken logo in purple. Smaller versions of it, bunch of them. Like one of those H5 dropships, bunch of them flying through. My turn. Roll of 6. All right, so a weather match, I'll be able to get an extra turn. Nathaka with a pair of force cards, then 1H with the weather out the war zone. A weather match will give me an extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Wide open war zone. With weather. Fire in the fields. On fire. Tarsa. Tarsa OP, hello. One action to go for the turn. Here's another example with the H5 dropship. This is the Genesis of Conflict version of the H5 dropship. This is the Savage Escalation version. With a few non-fire cards out of the fire deck. I did that for the purposes of the demonstration. They work together, though, as a tandem. However, I only have one action here, so one ship at a time, please. Extra turn. 1. Well. Okay, fine. Second H5 dropship. So that'll make a pair, but that's it for my turn. So I've got a pair of weather cards and a pair of force cards there with the dropships. Taking on Nathaka. Later in this hour, have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. Your chance to win's coming up. Roll of 1. No play. My turn. 5. All right, nothing makes a match. Got 2 spots open in my war zone. Well, I'm not particularly... At least I have 1 pair of weather cards out there already. Normally I like to have at least... If I'm going to fill up a 3rd spot, I like to have 2 sets of 2 weather if I'm going to do that, but that's not always an option, like in this case. So instead, let's go with some intel. Burn notice. On fire. Unfortunately for me, those last 3 actions are going to have to go unused. Sometimes in Blitz, it really does work better for your game in certain situations, just pass up actions. So anything in that war zone of yours can potentially be attacked. Your opponent plays an intel match. I'll pass the last 3 actions in the turn. Also, stuff that you play that's in your war zone can get in the way if you're not careful. Think long and hard before you fill up that 4th spot in your war zone, particularly for new players. People have been playing for a while, they know the score, but there's a pro tip for you. So a second weather card out there with a tsunami. Hi, Anik. We'll be going back to the randomizer after the match. So a second Bella Ivanova. 2 sets of 2 force. Pair of weather cards. A pullback on the other weather, interestingly. That's it for the turn. Those last 2 actions passed up. You see what Nathaka did there with that pullback? That opens up that 4th spot in your war zone. I think that's really good gameplay. I don't know what Nathaka has card-wise, obviously, but in general, if you can open up that 4th spot in your war zone, you'll be in a good position. DKRN 007, hello. Randomizer's closed at the moment. We'll be going to that after this match is over. Taking on Nathaka. I rolled a 3, but nothing makes a match. Oof. So I'll pass at the actions and in the turn. That happens sometimes in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 1. Nathaka. 2 sets of 2 force and a pair of weather cards out there in the war zone. Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one. Force card. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, it's nice having these 2 match up. Going back for weather actually isn't a bad idea. But there's some risk to doing it this way. But here we go. Underwater mines on fire. Special waterproof fire. We'll play 2 of them here. 4 wide and 2 deep for me. Sometimes you got to, at some point in Warsaken Blitz, you got to take a chance. Roll of 2 for Nathaka. There's a second Agent Nika Devon, so 3 sets of 2 force out there for Nathaka, along with a pair of weather cards and that tsunami. Weather. Third tsunami means an extra turn for Nathaka. It'll be bad news for me. 6. Uh-oh. 21 cards for Nathaka. Or no, 15. No, it is 21. Sometimes I'm not sure when they update that number. So, here we go. WMD. WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Thanks to Carl Casey at Whitebad Audio for making such great music that I get to use for my background music here on NashvilleLou Liv and Warsaken Blitz. Another force match. Or I should say a force match after that WMD match. So see how quickly I went from 4 territories down to 1? It can happen just like that. We may not be done. I mean, Nathaka has... Okay, that's not going to happen here. If there had been a match for the Agent Zera and for Bella Ivanova, that could have been the match right there. But luckily for me, it wasn't. Time is running short. 4. All right. So I'll go ahead and let's see. So I'll have... I'll play the 3rd building card. I can go back for weather. I'll probably hold on to the weather for a turn. I'll play the WMD. Triggered Meltdown. That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. The Scrapyard. And the Port. But that's it for my turn. 4. 19 cards for Nathaka and 4 actions. There's a force match. This will give me a compromised leader. If there's one more force match up there for Nathaka, that's going to be it.
Compromised.
Building cards. Yes, and Nathaka's going back for force. I mean, it could be weather, but I'm guessing force. That way, yep. So if Nathaka gets another roll and rolls a 3 or higher, that's going to be the match for sure. So 2. Uh-oh. Well, it doesn't do me any good to play the intel here to cause the bounce. I mean, maybe it would. But actually, let me think about this. Actually, it would work to a degree in that if there's a roll of 1 or 2 and there's a weather match for Nathaka, this would block that. If there's a 3 or higher, I'm dead anyway because Nathaka's sitting on a force match. I know it. She just brought it back from her discard pile. Burn notice. Let's do it.
Select target.
I mean, getting rid of the Agent Zera, there's extra benefit because that could potentially beat me as well.
Select target.
But I already know that Nathaka is sitting on 3 Bella Ivanovas. That would be a game-winning force match.
Select target.
That's what we're looking at here. And I'll play 1 weather card. Cloud cover. That's it for the turn. Uh-oh, it's not let me click. Really wish it wouldn't do that. Let's wait and see when Nathaka rolls here before I F5 it. 2. So I may get another roll here. Inopportune time to have to reload it, but there we go.
Leader compromised.
There are the 2 Bella Ivanovas. I know there's a 3rd up there. Let's see. Remember, I've got that weather match potentially. 6. All right, let's think this through. I can give Nathaka a compromised leader. Gotta go for the extra turn. All right, 4 actions here because I could potentially get another weather on that extra turn. So there's that as well. Let's get in with it. Agent Zera, force match.
Select target.
This will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent. Go ahead and play this A7 axe. Get that out there. Extra turn. 4. Fire in the fields. All right. Let's think this through. I may not have to play that, though. I have 4 actions. Got the axe out there. I got the drop ships. I think I'm going to get the win right here doing it this way. H5 drop ship. So I'll give my opponent a compromise later.
Select target.
I got lucky there at the end, didn't I?
Compromised.
3 actions to go. I only need 2. A7 axe for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game to Thaka.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Jack the Ripper. All right, look, I could tell in my peripheral vision that I had some cards dancing. So it's kind of weird because that's a lot of WMDs to have, but I'm not going to take a mulligan when I've got a WMD match sitting here. Keep. This is unusual. This is very unusual. You expect the unexpected with Warsaken Blitz. You never know for sure what's going to happen in a given match. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Goes first, rolls a 2. Pair of force cards. My turn. Well, with 6, that's easy enough. Go ahead and play the EMP discharge, WMD match.
Select target.
That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Three actions to go for the turn. I've got a wide open war zone. A pair of 00 black blades. Force cards. Play those now. I'll pass up that last action on the turn. This is the rustic wall game mat that I'm using today with these. It's not entirely night vision. It's actually helpful to not have it be entirely, but there's primarily night vision. Roll of 6. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper says, I am dead. Well, that roll of 6 might revive you. Remember with Warsaken Blitz, you can have furious rallies. It can also look a lot worse than it is when you've been hit with a WMD early. Because yes, that is bad, but you can only play 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. And so it may look like you're a lot further down, whereas you're just 1 WMD match away from getting even with me as far as the territories go. 3 wide, 2 deep, my opponent's war zone. With force, weather, and force. I rolled a 1. Nothing's a really good fit to put out there. You wouldn't play the WMDs, even, once you play 1, you can't make another match. They would just be in the way. You wouldn't want to do that. So pass it the action, and the turn. Two. A force card. A lot of firepower out there in my opponent's war zone. It's my turn. 2. I mean, I do have the building cards here, but I really think that would be a bad idea to play those right now, so I won't. Pass up the 2 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 6. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Later in this hour, a Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. And more live player versus player competition. There's a weather match for Jack the Ripper. So that'll be an extra turn after this, with 5 actions still to go for this turn. There's another weather match, so 2 extra turns pending. And still 2 actions to go for this turn. 3 sets of 2 force. There's that RR5 pulse. Now that's a set 1 card, but it kind of stands out. And then Agent Nika Devon there, another force. Extra turn number 1 of 2, I think. roll a 4. It really does get difficult to keep track of that when I'm also watching chat, making sure the broadcast is going well. But that's part of the game. And more importantly, the game itself keeps track. So it's not like I have to audit it or anything. Roll of 1 on that, I believe that second extra turn. Taking on Jack the Ripper. 4 wide, 2 deep in that war zone. It's all force. Just staring me down. And a pullback on Agent Nika Devon. Wow. My turn. 5. All right. Well, I have building cards, but they don't really help me at the moment because the only match I've made thus far is WMD. And you can only have one WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz, so it does me no good to go back at this point for them. So those cards dancing around are just being a bit misleading. So instead, let's play some Intel, pair of stolen blueprints. All right, so a pair of force cards, pair of Intel cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I could put more force out there potentially, but I don't know. I'll do it. Max Harper. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, pass at the last action in the turn. To roll 2. Taking on Jack the Ripper in Warsaken Blitz. There's a force match. This will eliminate one of my 4 territories. Another force match. I'm down to 2 territories. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. All right, so I can play Intel and bounce the 3 cards in my opponent's war zone. Because again, there's no use at the moment for playing any building cards because the only thing in my discard pile has WMD written on it, which is not going to help me. Stolen blueprints. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Agent Nika Devon.
Select target.
And both of the S21Rs. Bounce. 2 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of B6 Rabid Beasts. And that'll do it for my turn. Taking on Jack the Ripper, who rolled a 4. Intel, look out. That's an Intel match. That could bounce those force cards of mine. That's 1 off the top of each. That haircut taking me from 3 sets of 2 to 3 1-offs out there. Well-timed Intel can really shift the flow of a given match. Force card to end the turn. My turn. 4. Luckily, I've got building cards. The 00 Black Blade. Play the Advanced Weather Station. Building cards. Play a weather card. A little bit different. Play it this way a little bit differently. That's it for my turn. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Five. 21 cards. Anytime your opponent has 20 cards or higher, beware. WMD. That's a WMD match. I'm going to have a compromised leader. All that Jack the Ripper needs
Compromised.
is a force match to beat me. There's 2. There's 3. My goodness, that's going to do it.
Defeated.
All right, good game. Jack the Ripper victorious. Go taking on Gabbix. The only pair that I have are WMDs. I really can't lead with that very well. At least that's not my usual move. So I'll take a mulligan. I'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. Not the best starting 8 I'll ever have, but at least something to work with. That's really all I'm looking for. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely just have nothing. So I'll keep it. And I get to go first. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using. Got some of the red cosmetics as far as the die and the card backs go. Roll of 6. Nothing makes a match, but obviously a wide open war zone since we just started here. Start with some weather. Pair of ideal conditions. Weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Put some intel out there. Clever hijack. Could put more intel, but I'm going to hold off. Pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Remember, anything you put out there in your war zone could potentially be targeted by an opponent with intel. Of course, I have no way to know what kind of deck that Gabbix has here. And that's part of the game as well, trying to identify the cards, as far as the categories go, the direction it might appear that your opponent's going. I mean, for all Gabbix knows, I have an intel-heavy deck here. No, I don't, but there's no way to know that initially. And so that's where even things like forcing your opponent to discard 3 will sometimes reveal information. So it's not just like laughing it up about people getting voted out of the deck or whatever, or out of somebody's hand, like it's Big Brother or Survivor. But I mean, there's actual value in seeing that information, saying, okay, those are the categories. All right, roll a 6. Now, Gabbix will probably play a lot of, well, there's weather. I think a lot of like force cards, like really cool looking, like the jets and the tanks, a lot of like the machinery. Gabbix tends to use that, but you never know. See the jet right there, that's what I'm talking about. And there's so much great artwork in this game. And Warsaken, they do a fantastic job. It's the X32 Hive. So, a pair of force cards, and then a second pair of force cards there with the A4 Revenge Super Carrier. So it was the extra turn for Gabbix with that weather match, but only that leaves a roll of 1. My turn. Quadrill's Arc, thank you for the raid. Greetings and welcome, everybody. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. Many thanks, Quadrill, for the raid. Quadrill does some amazing stuff. Plays 4 people at once and makes it look easy. I watch in amazement. It's impressive. If you don't follow Quadrill, you're missing out. Give Quadrill's art a follow here on Twitch if you don't already. 1 action to go for the turn. I could play intel, I could play force, but only putting 1 out there. And again, anything you put out there in your war zone could get targeted. So I'll pass up the action in the turn. You're welcome, Quadrill. Thank you for the raid. Greatly appreciated. I was watching early. I've got this 2 p.m. Eastern start time. I'm pretty firm to this because it really works out well, typically. Really appreciate the raid. Thanks to everybody for coming in. Greetings and welcome. Playing Gabbix here in Warsaken Blitz. There's a force match. I'm down to 3 territories. And then a weather card to end the turn for Gabbix. My turn. 6. All right, so I've got a weather match with this 3rd ideal conditions card. Take that extra turn in a moment. 5 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. I can use building cards here to go back if I were so inclined to get weather, but I couldn't do that and play the weather in this turn. So there's that consideration. I can put hammerheads out there, put intel out here. But I think the move is to go back for weather that I won't play right away. But I have to make sure I remember not to put it out there in partial form. Put a giant target on it for Gabbix, who have already seen it be played, and thus will know. There's only 3 cards there. It doesn't take a lot of sleuthing to figure out what's coming back. So I'm going to hold on to the ideal conditions, though, for the moment. 3 spots open for demonstrative purposes. Bring my hand down for a moment. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. And not putting the weather out there at the moment. Go ahead and play Force. Pair of A9 Hammerheads. Love the A9 Hammerhead. Great card. Very blue. Except for the night vision one I have, which is very green. Extra turn. 6. All right, so I'll be able to play the weather here to get an extra turn. The ideal conditions. Back again. 3 actions to go for the turn. This will be a WMD match. Captured leader. This will eliminate 2 of Gabix's territories.
Select target.
Morose Swamp. And this new Savage Escalation, Zim Manufacturing. Eliminated. So now the extra turn. 1. All right, luckily I've got this A9 Hammerhead. I mentioned I had the Hammerheads out there in blue. Here's the green version. This will be a match.
Select target.
That force match will allow me to eliminate a 3rd territory for Gabix, so we'll have only 1 remaining. So that's it for my turn. Gabix's turn. Roll of 2 for Gabix. We'll have a Warsaken wheel spin giveaway coming up in our next hour here on NashvilleLou Liv. After this match, I'll be going back to the randomizer and looking for more live player versus player competition and Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions here for Gabix, 10 cards. Now that's very interesting. Pullback there on the pair of force cards from the war zone. Intel can influence your opponent. Now that might not help you like you think it will, though, because sometimes playing a little closer to the vest actually works out, but you never know in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. Roll 2. Okay, so nothing that I can match with what's out there. I mean, I could put the rummage, 2 of those out there, but instead, I really like putting weather out there. So we'll go a pair of weather cards, fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. Taking on Gabix and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. My next broadcast tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. I told you I love 2 p.m. Eastern. 1800 UTC. When daylight saving time goes away later in the year, I'm going to figure things out a bit. Get used to screaming about 1800 UTC. Be screaming about this WMD match. It's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. We're both going to be down to 1. Soul the Cat, how you doing? Shout out Soul the Cat. She does some great stuff with live streaming Warsaken Blitz. And much like Quadrell's art, if you like Warsaken and you don't follow Soul the Cat, you're missing out. Her streams are a lot of fun. We have some great music in there too. Roll a 4. So I can play a trio of Bella Ivanovas here, get a force match, give Gabix a compromised leader. I could play Intel. I could go with a rummage, but I don't think so. Bella Ivanova.
Select target.
Very fun. Yeah, music. Sometimes it depends on what music she's playing. Sometimes it gets a little bit louder, and sometimes a little more tranquil. So we'll eliminate the last territory here. Give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Well, I'm thinking about it. Shout out to Flaw as well. She has a lot of fun with her Warsaken live streams. I'll have to wait 1 minute before giving another shout out. But it's my channel. Well, we'll just have to wait on that. Okay, 1 action to go for the turn. Be cutting it up here. Gonna be paying attention. An important part of the match. But let's see. I mean, I could put a force card out there. I mean, there's Intel opposite me. I can't get too caught up in that. Like, I could put a Foxbuster or a Jax Nash. But I think the better move, put an Intel out there with a rummage, because I know I could possibly use it. If I have a force match for the win, then I'll have to worry about it. So, we'll see if we get to that point. I only have 1 territory left, so I might not get another roll. We'll see. Big play right here for Gabix on this roll. I have to wait 13 seconds to give a shout out. My goodness, they're really strict on that. Roll a 4. Gabix needs 2 more force matches to get the win. There's one of them right there. So we're both going to have a compromised leader. Next force match wins. One action to go for the turn. My concern is that Gavix will have a third cloud cover. Instead, a second intel. Waiting for the music to kick in. Here we go. 5. And I'm going to get the win right here with a G1 Foxbuster. Great value in keeping that 4th spot in your war zone open. Even at the end, G1 Foxbuster for the win. All right, good game, Gavix. And now live once again back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Liv. We got 25 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Been putting in some work today, getting my new mock draft ready to post later today over on mockdraftnfl.com. The NFL draft starts 1 week from tonight. Hey, no pressure. All right, let's take the overlay down. If you went in for this next game and you're not in yet, last chance, !play, and chat will get you in. And for the second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And the second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's NashvilleLou Liv. It's a depth charge. Finest HM, Nado 6, and Mortal Wombats all got taken out. Normally that's capped at 2, but when you get a simultaneous kill like that, sometimes it gets to 3. A cannonball up top missed everybody, barely even appeared on screen. Got 6 King Claws up in the mix there. Those legendary tier fish, very powerful. That special immunity that can't be killed by Krabby Mike. Big Worm of the Hook, I'm out. So is Fonny T, and we're down to 20. Remember, players, you're looking for a top 10 finish here to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Cannonball. That takes out Swim Dodge Vince, Jungle Banano, and Mortez. And we're down to 17. Debo the Shark going right to left, chomps away. Takes out Jeff 0079 and Flantality, and we're down to 15 remaining. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up, but right now, it's Twitchy Tides with 15 players still in the mix. Make that 14. Zach Bonifer gets hooked by Big Worm. A Cannonball takes out Tree Frog Nada, Master Halo, and Brazen Blake. More than half the field is out. We're down to 11. And here comes Debo the Shark. Debo takes out OP Influencer and Parrots. We're down to 9. Remaining players, you've earned a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points. Got 9 fish in there. 4 of them are King Claws. Here comes Debo. Debo the Shark. Bottom part of the screen going left to right. There goes Tatitro. There goes Viperzar. And we're down to 7. Big Worm of the Hook. There goes Wax Tails. We're down to 6. The Hook, Big Worm strikes again, this time taking out Antikilla and RCP ADG. Down to the final 4. Chucky, Liquid Chill, Bo Reddington, and Autumn's Toys. The last 4. And a slider of a Cannonball. Takes out the last 2 King Claws. There goes Bo Reddington, along with Autumn's Toys. And it's down to this, the final 2. Chucky and Liquid Chill. Krabby Mike. Comes Krabby Mike getting ready to do the wall crawl. Won't have to go up the wall this time. Liquid Chill gets taken out, and that's the game. So congratulations, Chucky, repping Team No Hands. And there with that Day Fish, getting the victory here. And as for the leaderboard points, top 10 finish, prepare it on up, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Chucky0644, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play will get you in for that next Twitchy Tides game coming up in the next hour. I'll join here. Let's see, I forgot about I switched in at the 5 spot. Did it actually work for me? No, let's look at the orange fish for that one. There was one that had Lance in the name. I think it was. So I'll switch to the one that I know will work. Lulu. Of course, it'll take a moment. Maybe when the orange... I wonder if it'll regenerate with Lulu, or if it'll be stuck with the orange fish in the lobby until the game starts. I haven't really tested that part. I'll have to wait a minute for it to reappear. We got Tides Tuesday coming up. Tuesday of next week. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 0200 UTC. My number 1 show here on Twitch. It'll be a fun 3 hours. Well, I'll show back up there eventually. Don't worry about me. For now, we've got more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
Taking on Delvis N, who's at the lowest of low. Game title up at the High Justice. The only pair that I have are building cards. And so I'll take a mulligan. They'll shuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards once again. All right, that's more like it. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. Keep. Again, you only want to take that second mulligan if you really need to. If this had been a nothing here, nothing matched up, then I would have taken it. Otherwise, they'll keep, especially with that. And I get to go first, which happens just by random choice by the computer. Roll 6 to start things off. Nice time to get the scout out there early. Send the specialist, Chloe Moore.
Select target.
So that force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Three actions to go for the turn. Thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this code incoming game mat. 3 actions here for the turn. Go with a pair of cloud cover cards, weather cards. See the 2 that pops up there. 1 action to go for the turn. I mean, I could play an Abdul Hafiz. I guess where I have the set 1 and set 2 versions of Abdul Hafiz. One of those few cards that that are in both sets in this game, and you can use them together in game. So I'll go and do that since we're talking about it. This is the Genesis of Conflict Set 1 version. A little more abstract there. More compact weaponry there as well. But that's it for the turn. Roll 3. Delvis N using this particular cosmetic for the die that has the dark die color and then like black for the number. Kind of tough to read when you end up with it on the code incoming screen, but you can see the number. I mean, it's not that tough to tell. And if you wonder what it means when the Warsaken logo is up, that's 1. It's actually a pretty clever way that they do that. So a pair of weather cards to end the turn for Delvis. My turn. 1. All right, well, again, as noted, that's the set 1 version of Abdul Hafiz out there right now. Savage Escalation set 2. A little more clearly defined. Got that really nice. That outfit's nice. First thing that's just drawn. You know? He's staring you down, though. Meanwhile, I'm more worried about the business end of whatever that weapon is there. I'll play a second Abdul Hafiz. That ends the turn. And while I point all these little details on there, the important part is the category it falls into. That's for the purposes of Blitz. Those purposes. Roll 5 here for Delvis. So there is a force match for Delvis, which will eliminate one of my territories. We'll both be down to 3. Andrew H, hello. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. 2 actions to go for the turn. Second set of 2 weather cards for Delvis. That ends the turn. My turn. 5. All right, nothing makes a match, but a few different options here. All that weather out there, I'm thinking, not sure how much intel that Delvis might have. So I might get all anxious to put another pair of force cards out there. That could be troublesome if you're running to... If intel gets played, get the one of each sent to the discard pile. That could be problematic. But I'll chance it. So I got 5 actions here. I gotta do something. So we'll play at least these 2 Azar Cyrus Fabricators. And while I have 3 actions remaining, I really value keeping that 4th spot in my war zone open. Pass up the last 3 actions in the turn. And of course, you can always bring cards back to your hand when it's your turn, but that requires actions to do. Just like it takes actions to put them out there. 6. Those 6 cards, 6 actions. Or 15 cards, 6 cards that were drawn. There's a weather match, extra turn for Delvis. 5 actions to go for the turn. There's a force match. That second force match for Delvis has me down to 2 territories remaining. Pair of force cards for Delvis. Extra turn, roll of 3. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards in the war zone for Delvis. There's a force match. It's going to eliminate a 3rd territory. I'm down to 1. My turn. 1. See, here's the problem when you put extra force, whatever, in that 3rd spot in your war zone. Weather comes along, maybe you'll have a change of heart as far as what you want out there. But with only the 1 action, I'll just leave it alone. Pass up the action in the turn. Taking on Delvis here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. So past 4 p.m. Eastern now, I can say later in the hour. Your chance to win coming up. Another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway later in the hour. Delvis trying to get a victory over me. So if you beat me live on stream here in Warsaken Blitz, you get a prize for my prize wheel. 2 actions here for Delvis. Building cards. My turn. 5. All right, so I've got a match with these 3 geomagnetic disturbances. Weather. That weather match will give me an extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. And you see right here, because I've got that force pair out there with the Azar Cyrus, I don't have enough actions to pull those back and put the weather out there with the Violent Tornado. If I played the Violent Tornado cards there, that would block that. You see the trouble I would have with the extra turn. What if I roll a 3 and get a WMD? And I've got that 4th spot in my war zone. Because that happens sometimes. We'll pass up the 2 actions to end the turn. Extra turn. 3. Well, you never know for sure how it's going to play out. So I'll go with the Azar Cyrus. This will be a force match. The Fabricator, Azar Cyrus. Eliminates the 2nd territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. So Delvis is down to 2. I only have 1 left. 2 actions to go for the turn. And now with 2 spots open in my war zone, I go and play that pair of Violent Tornado cards. Weather. That's it for my turn. Roll of 4 for Delvis. Those building cards out there. Wonder if a 3rd might be incoming. It sure is. Either force or weather. It's weather. So we're probably going to see those 3 weather cards played here, get an extra turn. That would be my guess. Maybe not. A different weather for an extra turn. We'll probably see the first 2 of the other weathers then. Knowing that this extra turn roll at worst will be a 1. And you can roll it. If it's a roll of 1, you can play the 3rd storm and get yet another extra turn. What'd I tell you? A roll of 1. And watch this next one be like, you see it sometimes. Here's where the big 5 or 6 comes in. And this is where things can change in a hurry. Well, 2. Modified announcer's jinx. Or was it? There's a third. Those force cards make a match. Gotta compromise later.
Compromised.
So Delvis just needs one more force match to beat me. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. Building cards. Here's the problem. Even if I go back for weather, I can't play it in this turn. I can play a pair of Blinding Sandstorm, but just built the 4th spot in my war zone. See, I could go building cards and go back for force. Actually, I think I'm going to do that because my best hope is that somehow Delvis doesn't make a force match on the next turn. I get one more shot at it, but I don't know. Actually, let's do this. Let's go back to advanced weather station. I'm going for weather. This isn't the time to be like thinking it, I don't know, too aggressively or too cautiously, I should say, because I just need Delvis just needs one more force match to beat me, so I can't play back. In other words, here's the time where I'll say, okay, desperation time. We'll fill up that 4th spot in the war zone. Pair of weather cards will end the turn, though. And insult to injury won't let me click, so I have to wait. Well, I don't have to. I'm going to wait to see what the roll is before I F5 it. Taking on Delvis. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. Later this hour, a chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin coming up. There's a roll of 6. I'm going to F5 to it wouldn't let me click, and you have to F5 when that happens here. So Delvis just needs a force match to beat me. There it is. That's the match. All right, good game. Delvis victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Morbid Angel. Oh, you're spacing out, Saul? Hey, get some coffee. We're talking, wasn't that a point of discussion on the stream the other night about coffee? But yes, get the coffee. All right, so 2 sets of 2 force. That works for me, keep. And I get to go first. Roll 3. Okay, this is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using for this deck today. All right, well, I have a pair of G1 Foxbusters I can play, force cards. 1 action to go for the turn. But I'm not going to put a building card out there right now. So I'll pass it the last action in turn. Taking on Morbid Angel. Warsaken Blitz. Morbid Angel, roll 3. Pair of force cards and an intel card for Morbid Angel. My turn. 4. Remember, you need 3 of a given card to make a match in Warsaken Blitz. So, I have the pair of force cards out there already. Let's go with the Geomagnetic Disturbance. Savage Escalation Weather. 2 of those. So a pair of force cards, pair of weather cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Intel. Rummage. And at a glance, you might think a tank is a force, but now you got to look for the emblem, that insignia, on the bottom left of the card. Applies to one of those 6 categories up there on that overlay that I have up there for this very reason. Point that out. So roll a 5 for Morbid Angel. Interesting, a weather card. Is that Blinding Sandstorm? But only 1. My turn. 5. All right. Well, I'm going to do a pullback on the Fox Busters to make room for weather. We'll go Blinding Sandstorm. Play 2 of these. I'll pass it the last action in the turn. Morbid Angel with a roll 3. We both have a pair of Blinding Sandstorms out in our respective war zones. So that's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Luckily for me, that 1 is a rummage. There'll be an intel match. Let's bounce. We'll bounce 1 of each. Force.
Select target.
Intel.
Select target.
Weather. Bounce. That's it for my turn. Taking on Morbid Angel and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. Roll a 4 for Morbid Angel. There's a force match. Down to 3 territories. 1 action to go for the turn. Second weather card played. My turn. 5. All right. So I have a possibility of a building match. WMD. I'll play that weather here in a moment. Blinding Sandstorm. Weather match. Extra turn. Still have 4 actions to go for this turn. White Phosphorus Bomb. WMD. That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. I have 1 action to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a weather card. Ideal conditions. Extra turn. 2. All right, we'll play a second weather card. 2 sets of 2 weather for me out there in the war zone. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Could play an intel here. I mean, I could play a building card, but I don't think that's the move. Okay. Play a clever hijack intel card, and that'll end my turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv, taking on Morbid Angel. Roll 3 for Morbid Angel. That's a WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Down to 1 territory. But it's my turn. 1. Okay. Play a second clever hijack. Give me that. That'll end my turn. It's a roll of 4 for Morbid Angel. There's a weather match for an extra turn. Another weather card, Tsunami. Extra turn, roll of 5. Morbid Angel just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. There's a Tsunami match, so another extra turn at weather match. Trio of Tsunamis. There's a force match that will eliminate my final remaining territory. Give me a compromised leader.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. 1 more force match would beat me. Agent Nika Devon for the win. All right, good game. Morbid Angel 74 victorious. Here we go. Flaw saying you close very fast. Maybe I could have waited a little longer there, but I was like, Kron's been waiting. And I'm glad it worked out where we can play Kron here. Yeah, I hope it's for as many people as possible to play. I mean, there's inherent limits to how long I can go. I mean, you already hear the vocal strain. You know how that is for me. Okay, I've got a pair of intel cards. Keep it. When you have something to work with, it's really in your best interest to not take a mulligan. Roll a 6. So Kron, my opponent here, rolled a 6 to start things off. This is the Rustic Wall game map that I'm using for this night vision deck today, or mostly night vision. Not all. So an intel card and a pair of force cards. Kron, my turn. 6. All right, well, it's a wide open war zone since we're just underway. I play a trio of stolen blueprints, intels. There's 3 options when you've got the intel match. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Los Angeles stream at night. Well, may have some opportunities too. I'll be streaming this Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 00 UTC with the Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. Anyway, let's go ahead and bounce. Everything out. Cause production strike out.
Select target.
2 of the Goliath 65s out. So that intel match bounced 3 cards from my opponent's war zone to the discard pile. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of weather cards. Terrifying Storm. 3 spots open my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I could put a Kensho out there, but I won't. Wait and see what Kron has in this next roll. You don't have to use all of your actions, and sometimes you're better off not using all of your actions in a given round in Warsaken Blitz. I'll pass up the last action in the turn. Roll of 1. It gets tricky for me during American football season. Most nights, it's tricky. It's like, there are games on all the time. And for what I do with DraftKing.com, my NFL draft website, there's a lot that I have to keep track of. I mean, it's fun. I enjoy it, obviously, but same point, I have to do it. So it does these early afternoon, and there's always the chance there's things that can pull you away, but typically speaking, this time's going to work out great. And I know it's convenient for my schedule in a lot of ways. So, but I know there are other time slots and other people that would like to play me, but right now, in the middle of the week, in the U.S. at least, in the work day, doesn't quite work for other people. The more conventional job types. I played 1 Kensho there when I did that. Roll of 2. We'll see if I'll regret playing that Kensho. 2 actions here for Kron. A second Tsunami. A third would be a weather match and an extra turn. Instead, I think that's ideal conditions. Just the 1. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, nothing that will make a match. I'll play a second Kensho. Pair of weather cards. Pair of force cards. 5 actions to go. 2 spots open by war zone, but I'll play a pair of 00 black blades. More force. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll pass it the last 3 actions. And end the turn. It's a roll of 6. Braun is my opponent here at Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. So a trio of building cards. That building match means those cards that I bounce will be coming right back. Or more specifically, be brought back to my opponent's hand from the discard pile. That ideal conditions and gold. Nice. That's it for the turn. My turn, roll 1. Luckily for me, that's a third terrifying storm, so I'll have an extra turn. Five. Alright, so I'll have a couple of force matches here. Start with the 00 Black Blade. A force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Alright, 3 spots open by Warzone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with Max Harper Dealer. This will be a force match.
Select target.
That force match will allow me to eliminate a second territory, leaving only 2 remaining. I have 1 action to go for the turn. And I'm going to not play anything here. I'll pass it the last action in the turn. Kron with a roll of 2. Pair of force cards. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Alright, building cards. I can go back for force. I can go back for weather, which is actually probably the more appealing idea. I could go back for intel. I can't play any of this in the same turn, though, so there's also that consideration. I'm going to go back for weather. Terrifying storm. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 6. Look out here. 22 cards for Kron and 6 actions. All that weather out there in the war zone along with that pair of force cards. I have all 4 of my territories intact, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last. Kron with 22 cards. There's a WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Remember, you can play most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. 3 actions still to go for the turn. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate a 3rd territory. See how quickly things have shifted. I'm down to 1 territory. Weather. A weather match will mean an extra turn. 1 action still to go for this turn. There's a force card with that gold Romans prototype. Extra turn, roll of 1. Does Kron have a 3rd tsunami? That would mean an extra turn. So a pullback there to end the turn for Kron. My turn. 5. All right. So I can play the terrifying storm here. Get an extra turn. Two actions to go for the turn. I'm going to go weather. I know that there's options with force, but I'm going to go weather here. Geomagnetic disturbance with these 2. Extra turn. 2. I got the weather, but not the weather that I was hoping to get. Well, doesn't always work out. Oh, put more weather out there. Blinding sandstorm. Here are those. That's it for my turn. Taking on Kron and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. Roll 3. 21 cards for Kron. One more force match would give me a compromise later. A weather match would mean an extra turn. There's a weather match. There's that third tsunami I was talking about before. Finally arrived. 2 actions still to go for this turn with 1 pending. There's a pair of Krakens. Oh, roll a 4. There's a third Kraken up there. I'll have a compromise later. And then we just take 1 more force match to bait me. There's a third Kraken. Uh-oh. Have a compromise later.
Compromised.
Roman's prototype for the win. What a rally. All right, good game. Kron victorious. Brother EOF, thank you for the follow. Taking on Flaw, playing as Blackbird with a GOAT moniker. Thank you very much, Brother EOF, for the follow. Greetings and welcome to everybody here. NashvilleLou Liv. Warsaken Blitz. All right, so my 8 cards that were dealt to me to start things off here. I have a building card pair, but that's it as far as anything that matches up for me. So I'll use a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me another 8 cards. All right, that's more like it. Have a pair of forest cards. I mean, the building cards, it's nice to have those as well, but I wouldn't want to lead with that. But I want to, at least when I do it this way, it gives me something to work with for sure. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you've got nothing, because your opponent gets an extra card and you're stuck with whatever they give you. We'll keep what we have here. And Flaw gets to go first. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using here. Flaw saying, I have days waiting to play with you. I don't think my wheel hit you today. The randomizer shows you. Got the, I guess the wheel spin's a different process. I don't know. I didn't really think that went through. It doesn't hate you, Flaw. WMD out there. That's an interesting start. Because if you have a trio of WMDs, like it's almost like teasing me to say, okay, would you really use an intel to take out one? Which in some ways might be where some people could use WMDs as a bit of a red herring. Make it look like that's what you're setting up, and it's just bait to get somebody to play intel early. Okay, wide open war zone. Let's go weather. Pair of freezing rainstorms. On fire. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll go force. Z27 Tiger. Also on fire. Oh, you're talking about the Warsaken wheel spin, hating you as far as the game mats. Hopefully you'll get one soon. Get a custom, get a 1-of-1 Flaw game mat. I have no idea if they're ever going to do any of that sort of thing here in Warsaken Blitz. Warsaken in general, but Blitz is the game. The simplified version of Warsaken. Taking on Flaw. We're talking about those blood foils. He's got that very nice St. Purcell Harbor. And only 4 of these exist. Flaw with roll 5. So that graffiti kind of look with the Warsaken written there on the card back that Flaw's using. And I like that because it allows you to let your opponent see what your different cosmetics are. You won't see what their game mat looks like, but between the die and the card backs, you can see that. So a pair of WMDs, then 2 sets of 2 force for Flaw. My turn. 2. All right. Nothing makes a match for me here, unfortunately. Tough here, because there are times where I think it makes sense to go ahead and put force out there in that third spot. I do have weather out there already, so at least it's represented. I mean, I would just be passing up the actions otherwise, but maybe I'll want to fill that spot with something else in the next turn. So I'll wait. Pass up the actions in the turn. We'll see if this works out for me. Anything you put out there could get potentially bounced. I'm not sure how much intel, if any, Flaw has in this deck. But I know she's got a lot of firepower out there in her Warzone. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer, looking for another opponent in Warsaken Blitz. We at 5 p.m. Eastern. This is NashvilleLou Liv. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having a blast playing Warsaken Blitz. Live on stream here on Twitch, taking on Flaw. So Flaw with roll 3. Private Sarah Vet. Force cards. 3 sets of 2 force cards out there for Flaw, along with a pair of WMDs. So even if I were to get a Intel trio, not exactly an easy choice. A lot out there. That's a loaded war zone for Flaw. My turn. 1. To John J. Hi, hello. Yeah, it is fun to flex a little bit with the card. That's part of the fun of this. Like, it doesn't give you a tactical advantage, so it's not like it's an endless chase for that. Instead, it just lets you have some nice variety and some unique stuff to show off. I think that's where Warsaken and streaming, whether it's on Twitch or other platforms, it's such a great combo with the excellent artwork as well. I mean, it's something you'd be proud to show off. Okay, only 1 action here, so I'll show off my ability to pass up an action in the turn. And I really do believe there are some times in Warsaken Blitz where you're better off not using actions in a given turn. Meanwhile, Flaw loaded up there with a force along with a pair of WMDs. Yeah, people do like the cosmetics, but it's a cool look. It adds to the fun factor. I'm perpetually concerned about burnout, and yet I haven't experienced it at all. Like, if my voice could go and I could be coherent longer with the broadcast, maybe I could do longer, but 3.5 hours works out pretty well, at least with what I've got going on for now. So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll have another match after this one, so it's not like I'm winding up for the goodbye. Have at least one more match here live on stream. But I love that 2 p.m. Eastern 1800 UTC time slot. I love it. It works so well. I'm such a night owl. People are like, what are you doing up at 3 in the morning? Well, people leave me alone right about now. I can get some work done. Roll 4 for Flaw. There's that third WMD. So a WMD match for Flaw will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Flaw noting 4 forces on the table. You can attack you with any of them. Or you can't attack me with any. Well, you found the WMD match there. 3 actions to go. Let's see. Azar Cyrus coming in. 4 wide and 2 deep. That quartet. Those women, they're coming ready to fight. My turn. 5. They have great characters in this game. It's like the little details with them. Just the... And they're portrayed in a serious way, because this is a very serious game, as it should be. It's a game about war. Play a freezing rainstorm. That weather match will give me an extra turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. I could go building cards here, go back for the weather, which I might do. I could go with a couple of pairs of 2, set up the extra turn. Let's go back for the weather. Because then I know I can do this right now. And with all that opposite me, I don't know how much longer I'm going to have. You know, can't get into a long defensive posture, because that's not going to last with all that force out there opposite me. Bring back the rainstorms, all of them. One action to go for the turn, with an extra turn about to come, so I'll play the first rainstorm. Here's the extra turn. It's not letting me click, so I'll hit F5. That'll refresh my app. It's like 2 seconds, it pops back into place. Another 2 seconds or so, the cosmetics back into place. Extra turn, 6. All sorts of options. First things first, weather. Yet another extra turn. 4 actions still to go for this turn. All right, we'll start with the Z27 Tiger. That'll be a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's bounce. Play a device. Intel. Prawn saying Flog went out to crush Lou. Well, it's I'm going to try and counteract here, but pick your poison. We'll bounce Saravet. Bella Ivanova. I think Azar Cyrus is the most recent one played, and so when that happens, I typically go after that most recent play, especially the 4 spot in the Warzone. Yeah, I still have Max Harper staring me down and saying, you forgot somebody. I'm still here. With a duplicate. Extra turn 3. Alright, so I can play the A7 Axe trio and have a second force match to eliminate a second territory for Flaw. Much as it pains me to do it. Beautiful card for the St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminated. And that's it for my turn. This has turned into a battle here against Flaw. We're both down to 2 territories. Roll of 1. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. That avatar for Flaw, the dog staring down the knife. It's focused. We'll play for Flaw. My turn. 2. Alright, so nothing to make a match, unfortunately for me. But it's a wide open war zone. With weather, easy enough choice there. A pair of cloud covers. That's it for my turn. Taking on Flaw. Warsaken Blitz. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'm looking for another opponent I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz. But right now in a battle with Flaw. So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC with Warsaken Blitz. The Blue Mint Tournament, I'll have that Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. The next Blue Mint Tournament for Warsaken Blitz. And then Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, at least tentatively for Friday. But pretty sure. I mean, you never know. Sometimes I get last-second calls to do sports broadcasts. But absent that, we should be good. And I'll have something with Brawlers on Thursday at 2 p.m. I've got a whole schedule lined up. And that's not going to slow down for me, I don't think. I have so much fun with Blitz as it is, just with this. But there's a lot of other interesting opportunities on the horizon. People want to know, though, about Warsaken Blitz, and it's such a fun game to play, and it's so much fun to live stream. And there's so many approaches to it. You see how Quadrell, who did many things to Quadrell's art for the raid earlier, Quadrell plays 4 people at once. It amazes me. And he makes it look easy. He's on there, he's joking around with people in chat and entertaining people at the same time while he's doing it. It's really something. Like I said, I'm not capable of doing that, making it entertaining. Quadrell is. It's fantastic stuff. So roll a 5 here for Flaws. Got 17 cards. We both have 2 territories remaining. Flaw says, so you like Intel? Ha ha ha. Oh, it's a frowny face. Oh. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Flaw. Of course, this could be like the wind-up to Intel being thrown my way. Or maybe a WMD. I don't know what Flaw's sitting on up there with those 17 cards. My hope is that we'll be able to get people that are new to live streaming Warsaken Blitz that can come on and start streaming about 5 p.m. Eastern so I can do a raid into them, and I'll play them live on their stream even. I'll do a road game. I try to limit that because I don't want to burn out. I haven't yet. Amazingly, I played this hundreds of times by now probably. So there's a third weather out there for Flaw. The weather match was at the Tranquil Sunlight. That'll be an extra turn for Flaw. Unless she takes the +3 actions, which I doubt. That would actually worry me. If she's taking the +3 actions, I'm probably ready to lose. But that'll be an extra turn in all likelihood. Still 2 actions to go here, so it's not like I'm out of the woods or anything on it. Flaw hasn't played a WMD yet. And a WMD match would give me a compromised lead. A pair of weather cards for Flaw. Extra turn. Tonight at midnight Eastern, 0400 UTC, Average Casual Gamer is going to have a live stream. He's got a bunch of, he's got some cool looking artwork. There's a force match that's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. Anyway, if you like what I do here, it's Average Casual Gamer, ACG, a little bit more low-key than me as far as, but it works better for that time slot, I think, for certain people as far as not quite the, there's a force match, give me a compromise later. ACG's great, so well worth your time to give a follow. Average Casual Gamer. So I'm down to a compromise later now. Flaw just needs 1 more force match to bait me. I'm over here giving you the weekly rundown while Flaw's lining up the victory. It looks like 2 more actions to go. There are 2 more of Azar Cyrus or Bella Ivanova. Is there a 3rd freezing rainstorm? I really hope at some point I'll get Average Casual Gamer to check out Warsaken Blitz. You really can't push people too much as far as like getting them to try games. You can tell them about it and all, but I know how it is when people approach me about it. Like, okay, well, there's some games I just can't play, and others it would not be good for me to stream this. I'm not very good at faking my opinion on things. Luckily, I love Warsaken and playing Warsaken Blitz. So 1 action here for Flaw. Is there a 3rd Azar Cyrus? That would be the match. No, there's not. I wasn't sure if I was going to get another roll, so I'll at least have 1 more here. 6. But I didn't get the WMD match. Oh my goodness. I can give Flaw a compromised leader. So that's what I'll do. Agent Zera. Force. Take out the Clementine Meyer. Eliminate. About 3 actions to go for the turn. Keep in mind, I still cognizant that I have a compromised leader and that Flaw's got force cards out there opposing me. But this is the only play I have here, so I'm going to make it. DX8, force. We'll both have a compromised leader. But this is going to end my turn. So there's that. Flaw saying lucky. No. Flaw doesn't like, haha. I don't know. I think this may be it right here. Flaw just needs one. The next one of us to make a force match will get the win. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. Looking for another opponent in live player versus player competition. Somebody I haven't played yet today in Warsaken Blitz. Elvis in saying with a lot of crush. And she might do that here. She just needs one more force match to beat me. Let's see what the roll is. The dramatics. So again, we'll have at least one more match after this with roll of 1. Oh my. But is there a third Azar Cyrus? That would be the match. A third freezing rainstorm would mean an extra turn. Wow. 1 and a bunch of exclamation points. But that 1 is going to be the match. Good game. Flaw Victoria. She says, but with a card I needed. Haha. Good game. You got what you needed there. Sometimes that's how it works out in Warsaken Blitz. Flaw victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on to John J. It's got the King game title of it. Premier. I believe that's the #1 Mint Premier. All right, so. Well, what do I always say? If I have a force, at least a pair of force cards, I'll keep it. This is a bit unusual. I don't know if this really holds up here of any weather. But I've got to try it now. Let's see how it works. I'll keep it. Using the Dusk Magma game mat. And sometimes it's fun to have unusual combinations to start off a match. Uh-oh, I'm going to hit F5 to refresh my app. It's not letting me click. So it was a roll of 6 to start things off to John J. I'm over here fumbling around with the app. Meanwhile, it's already a force match to John J. Has to be down to 3 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. Weather. Freezing rainstorm. And then a force card. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. And similar to Abdul Hafiz and the Silo, the H5 dropship is in the game in both Genesis of Conflict Set 1 and the new Savage Escalation Set 2, and you can use them together here in Blitz. So we'll go with the, we'll start with the new stuff first. The H5 dropship, the new version. Oh, it helps if you click on the button correctly, doesn't it? Yep. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1 for DeJohn J. So a second force card. 2 weather cards, 2 force cards in my opponent's war zone. My turn, 5. All right, so I point out that 1 dropship that's out there. Now we'll send the Genesis of Conflict version. Pair of dropships. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Weird spot here, and I knew I was going to run into this potentially because the building cards are just going to be targeted. I'm just begging to have those bounced by intel if you put them out there like that. WMD is going to likewise get serious consideration from an intel. Now, I don't know how much, if any, intel is in the deck that DeJohn J has. But I don't feel any compelling reason to put any of that out there. Someone to pass up all 4 actions and end the turn. To John Jay with a roll of 5. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate a second territory for me, leaving me with only 2 remaining. Pair of intel cards. And then a pair of force cards. When you see a G, well, you got a G force. That's what the category falls into. That's the only emblem or insignia that doesn't match up with the category list because it's a special kind. You have at most 1 per deck in Blitz. But for the purposes of Blitz, it acts just like a regular. It's kind of a cool extra to have in there. 6. Like, because they only let you have 1, even though it doesn't mean anything for Blitz, it's like the extra, like, oh, that's kind of cool. Little something extra. Freezing Rainstorm. This will mean an extra turn. I still have 3 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Put some intel out there. Burn notice. On fire. Pair of force cards, pair of weather, or not weather, pair of intel. I was thinking weather because I don't have any weather, like, at all. This is not good. Again, but I'd say, what was my rule? If I have a pair of force cards, I keep it. And that's not taken to the extreme, but taken to the next level. Pass that action, end the turn here, and then go extra turn. Let's see if this shakes it up a bit. Well, not much of a shake there. Pass up the action. End the turn. Taking on to John Jay here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. No play. My turn. 2. Like, it's great to have a force match, but it's not so great when I only have 2 actions to use it. Because that's, again, easy target potentially. Now, my opponent wouldn't necessarily know that I have a 3rd waiting up here, but... I'll actually go a different direction here. So I'm going to have... If I'm going to turn this around, I'm going to have to have something out there to be able to play, like, 1 more card to make a match. We'll go with a pair of DX8s. That's it for the turn. To John Jay with a roll of 6. So there's a weather match. That'll mean an extra turn. 5 actions still to go for this turn. I'm down to 2 territories. There's a force match. I'll be down to 1 territory. The DX8. Pair of weather cards. Extra turn. 3. There's another weather match and another extra turn. 4. And did John Jay get 2 more force matches to beat me? There's the intel out there. There's weather out there. Pair of force cards. 2 actions to go for the turn. Wow, that's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Well, it won't happen this turn. Pass up the action, end the turn. A roll of 2 for John Jay. No play. Wow. My turn. 6. All right. Triggered Meltdown. This will be a WMD match.
Select the target.
That WMD match will allow me to eliminate 2 of the 4 territories for my opponent. Let's leave it to John Jay with only 2 remaining. 3 actions to go for the turn. So John Jay used a DX8 force match against me now. All's fair and turnaround.
Select the target.
This will eliminate a 3rd territory, leaving only 1 remaining for my opponent. Okay, 2 actions to go for the turn. And while I could put 2 of the Tigers out there, I think the more prudent move is to go Cloud Cover on fire. We'll play a pair of Cloud Covers. A pair of Weather cards will end my turn. We're both down to 1 territory remaining. It's a roll of 6 for John Jay, who just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. 19 cards. There's a weather match. That'll be an extra turn for John Jay, who still has 5 actions to go here. Oh, that's the +2. That's going to be it. That's a sign right there. John Jay's got 2 force matches. There's the first. This will give me a compromised leader. When you see your opponent take that +3 actions, unless it's a misplay.
Compromised.
And it does happen sometimes. This isn't a misplay. Igor Bach for the win. All right, good game to John Jay, victorious. Now live back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Liv. We've got 26 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in and you're not in yet, absolute last call for this next game with !play in chat. I don't remember who I have in here. Is the ability prompts not working? Oh, I'm after the orange fish. Okay, let's switch that out for Lulu. All right, so for this next Twitchy Tides game, 3rd of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, prize goes to 2nd place. And remember, top 10 finishers, you earn leaderboard points for that monthly competition. By finishing the top 10, the higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you earn. 26 players in, and this next game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Right away, a depth charge. Viper Czar is out. So is Master Halo. Down to 24. We've got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. We've got Warbot giving out Warsaken Loot. And we've got Prince Paradox and Gabix taken out by a depth charge. We're down to 22. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. But right now, in the midst of a heated Twitchy Tides game, we got Chucky and me getting stung by Pink Felicia. We're out, and we're down to 20 players remaining. Felicia stings Otang and Jungle Banano. We're down to 18. Started this game a little later than I had originally planned. Had the finishing touches on my latest update to my 2025 NFL mock draft over on mockdraftnfl.com. We got Pink Felicia stinging Fonny T and Parrot. We're down to 16. The hook from Big Worm. There goes Naznara. Down to 15. Depth charge. There goes Jeff 0079 and Cesaro NLB. Half the field is out now. We're down to 13 players remaining. The hook. Big Worm takes out Mortal Wombats and GEX Flipper. We're down to 11. Cannonball. There goes RCP ADG, Tatitro, and RXDXPX. We're down to 8. Remaining players, you've earned leaderboard points out of this game, thanks to that top 10 finish. The higher the finish, the more of those you earn. Cannonball. A straight shot of a cannonball takes out Bowler Dan and Autumn's Toys. We're down to 6. This is NashvilleLou Liv with Twitchy Tides. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic just ahead. Big Worm with a hook takes out Finest HM. We're down to 5. Pink Felicia stings Tree Frog Nada and OP Influencer. Zach Bonifer, that ghost command with the Swimsley fish, sent Felicia back the other way, but the damage done, and we're down to the final 3. Campus 83, Nadu 6, and Zach Bonifer, the last 3 in there. Depth charge. There goes Nadu. There goes Canvas, and that's the game. So congratulations, Zach Bonifer, with that Swimsley fish. Getting the victory here in this third Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Congrats, Zach. So in addition, top 10 finishers, I'm noted, you get a leaderboard points out of this. You get that for Tatitro on up. All the way up to number 1. And your winner, Zach Bonifer, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game coming up in the next hour. You can get in right now with !play in chat. I think I switched out the 5 spot because the Lance fish was showing up as an orange, so it's not quite in there yet. There we go. I'll use the Vape 8 from Las Vegas Ape. Show off the banana. Little banana spin for you there. You can have some fun with it. Of course, the lobby area just for fun. Even if an enemy kills your fish, it'll just respawn, don't worry. And we'll have more Twitchy Tides coming up before too long. Remember, ScurvyBot is giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live on Twitch. Earn that Nash Cash. It's 10 Nash Cash to dig with a 15-minute cooldown between digs. But it's a 100% success rate and no dig pass required. In addition, Warbot's giving out loot from Warsaken, and you have to be a bit more active with that, chatting, etc., showing you're really there. And while the ways of Warbot are somewhat mysterious, there's no mistaking the fact it's been giving out 20x loot, 20 times the normal amount of loot. When it gives out 1,000 loot, that's generous. 20x, man, now we're talking. So we've got 4 players in already for that next Twitchy Tides game coming up in the next hour. For now, let's get back into it with more Warsaken Blitz Classic. Oh, thanks, Jungle Banana. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. For now, we get back into more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv. All right, here we go. Taking on Kron, my first opponent of the broadcast. All right, so you start with your arsenal of 60, and the computer deals you 8 cards. You can keep them, or you can say, no, I'll take a mulligan, and it'll reshuffle your arsenal of 60, and then deal you 8 once again. So I'll take the mulligan. The only thing I have that match are building cards, and you really can't just go out with those early. Take a second mulligan. I will. I'll give my opponent an extra card. I just think that's what I'm going to have to do here. I get to go first, at least. 4. So I do have a couple of pairs that I wouldn't have had otherwise, so a few options here. Sometimes it works out with that second mulligan, and sometimes it doesn't. But this will work. Geomagnetic Disturbance. Pair of weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Put some intel out there. Rummage. That'll end my turn. Taking on Kron here in Warsaken Blitz on NashvilleLou Liv. Kron with a roll of 5. Nathaka, hello. Greetings and welcome. Hola. Many thanks to Warsaken for giving me this 500,000 loot to give away this week here on the show. We'll have 200,000 loot we'll be giving away here later in this broadcast. 300,000 on Friday. Roll 3 here for me. And it just so happens I have 3 A9 hammerheads that'll fit quite nicely as a force match. Meowsy, hello. Greetings and welcome, everybody. If I missed you, it wasn't an intentional slight. This force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. That's it for my turn. So it's Kron with a roll of 3. So there's a force match for Kron that will eliminate one of my territories. We're both down to 3. So later this hour, I'll be giving away a Set 1 booster pack. Your chance to win coming up a little later in the hour. Pair of weather cards out there. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. All right, well, 2 set to 2 out there. Nothing that makes a match. I'm going to utilize a little bit of caution as far as not just throwing something out there into that 3rd spot in my war zone just to do it. So pass up the action and end the turn. Using the Blood Fungus game mat. Got a lot of the cosmetics, the card backs, and when it's my turn, you'll see with the die where it's got some red to it, so it matches the look of the board. 4 actions here for Kron. There's a force match that will eliminate a 2nd territory, leaving me with only 3 remaining. The Blue Mint site, you're asking me, Meowsy, about it loading with that UTC. It's a mess. I don't know how else to say it. Last time I looked at it, it didn't want to cooperate. It just insists on it being Central Time Zone, which normally would be great for me since that's the time zone where I live, but that's not what I use as far as getting information out there to people about the start time for events. Go with Eastern in the U.S. Eastern Time and then UTC. Anyway, that's the long way of saying, unfortunately, I do know what you're talking about with that, but I don't know what the workaround is. So I can play a rummage here. It'll be a 3rd intel. It's poor value to bump only 2 cards from your opponent's war zone. Because my opponent has not played a WMD yet, I actually would be okay with go ahead and forcing, no, not the clever hijack. Not you. Forcing my opponent to discard 3. You want to do that the earlier the better in a match typically, but I could mill 6 cards from my opponent's arsenal, but I don't think so. I'll force my opponent to discard 3 after my turn ends. So I have 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's put some intel out there. Pair of clever hijacks. Pair of weather cards. Pair of intel cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. T15 Jameson Holler. I could put that out there. I might be better waiting a turn, seeing if nothing makes a match. Maybe I'll get a pair of weather cards with that. Pass the last 2 actions and end the turn. The reason it turned to a 1 is because my opponent now has to pick 3 cards to discard thanks to that intel match I made. It lets you see in your opponent's discard pile in Blitz, and even sees who the cards that your opponent sends to the discard pile, and in what order as well. So intel. Weather. Other weather. Interesting. Roll 3. Any sort of longer links have been problematic for me as of late for the Blue Mint link. There's a WMD. It's going to give me a compromised leader.
Compromised.
All right, so 1 more force match would beat me, but it's my turn. 6. All right, so I've got a WMD match that will take my opponent down to 1 territory. I can play a 3rd weather card here. Start with the weather. I want that extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 5 actions to go for this turn. Captured leader WMD. Remember, it's the categories that matter in Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. A WMD match in Blitz allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories. This will leave only 1 remaining for Kron. So 2 actions to go for the turn with a 3rd. Or with another roll the die, I should say. The extra turn pending. I can't play the 3rd, 2nd. Excuse me. Can't play the 3rd Jack's Nash, like the 1st and 2nd. Extra turn. I know I can play the 3rd here, even if it's a 1, it's a 1. But at least this Jack's Nash will give my opponent a compromised leader. This will be a force match. Well, this will end my turn. Taking on Kron. We both have a compromised leader, so roll of 2. There's a chance for a 3rd ideal conditions to provide an extra turn for my opponent. Otherwise, I might get another roll the die. Pair of intel cards. If I can get a force match here, I can get the win. Let's see. What do we have? 5. Okay, let's see. I should be able to win it here if I play... Well, maybe not. Let's see. If I play the weather cards. All right. Let's think. Let's think about this here. Play the weather cards to go extra turn. I think is how I have to do that. So we'll go with the ideal conditions. I want that extra turn. 2 actions still to go for this turn. I can put the building cards out here, so if I roll a 4 or higher on my next roll, I'll be able to win the match for sure. I mean, it's either that or going with a pair of blinding sandstorms. But this at least gets me, I think, closer. Let's see. Or maybe, I mean, the weather might be the better play, but I'm going to go with the building cards here. Extra turn. If I roll a 4 or higher, I can win the match. 6. Sometimes you get lucky in this game. Sometimes you don't have to take the long road, as it turns out. T15, Jameson Hall, or force match for the win. Got lucky there at the end. All right, good game, Kron.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Mad Rhino. The Mad Rhino with the Emperor game title. Whereas I have the title of Elite for my particular deck here today with this Night Vision heavy deck. Let's see. Unfortunately for me, none of these even make a pair. Mulligan. So I'll reshuffle my arsenal. Deal me 8 cards again. That's more like it. So then I can work with there. Couple sets of 2 keep. This is the Rustic Wall game mat that I'm using for this deck today. You can set it up. You can mix and match. You can pick the card back design you want. You can pick the way that your die looks when it's your turn. It's really cool variety of options you have in this game. In Warsaken Blitz. Taking on Mad Rhino, who just rolled a 6. WMD. There's 2. Intel. So a pair of WMD cards, a pair of Intels, and then a pair of Force cards. Mad Rhino. Bringing the firepower early. My turn. 1. Alright, well, let's play an assassination attempt. Intel. Just the 1 action that ends my turn. Hello, Biscuit. How's it going? We'll be going back to the randomizer a little later here in the hour. Coming up, first chance to win a chance to win, I should say, coming up with a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack I'll be giving away later in the hour. So that's coming up. And then later on in the broadcast, 200,000 loot that I'll be giving away today. Roll of 5. So I play a second assassination attempt since nothing makes a match for me. At least have the intel pair out there. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's put some weather out there. Freezing rainstorm. And some sort of loud beeping thing on my phone from like emergency beeping thing. So stand by. You gotta be kidding me. I'm in the middle of a live broadcast and they're doing a test of the emergency wireless system. No, come on. Although, safety first. Oh, let's see. I'm completely thrown off now by that. All right. Don't play that alarm sound when it's not a true alarm. Don't scare me like that. I'm in a live broadcast here. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll pass them up in the turn. The Biscuit, thanks again for giving me that code incoming game mat. I greatly appreciate it. Roll 6 here for Mad Rhino. Let's see what 16 cards, 3 wide, 2 deep in the war zone. Pair of force cards. And that's it. Wow. Look at all that firepower. Now I can just go through and boom, 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 knock me from 4 territories down to a compromised leader in a hurry. So I'm cognizant of that. There's a 6. All right. So I've got a WMD match I can play here. That will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Look at this blood foil. Golden Farmlands. I don't think I've seen this before. A blood foil version of the Golden Farmlands. I mean, only 4 of these cards that exist, so. Nice. Of course, you know what happens when I praise an opponent's card in this game. What often happens. They'll bounce the Night Vision port as well. Oh, that's interesting, Biscuit. Saying you played your first standard game yesterday. There's a lot to it. I have a lot still to learn with that. But I hope you had fun with it. This is a brain teaser. I'm sure it gets very interesting with that. Yeah, a lot of 6, says Mad Rhino, and that's correct. I've been very lucky with that thus far, although you know the way this game has its ways of evening out eventually. This won't help things much in the short term for Mad Rhino. I'm going to bounce.
Select target.
If you have an intel match, you have a few different options. Again, with Blitz, it's the category that matters. So I'm going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone. Kind of tricky here. Which ones do you pick? Well, let's bounce a WMD.
Select target.
Some nice cards here. That's gold. 24k gold. That's Sergeant Vladimir. Which I'll bounce. I think I bounced the other one. Kept the gold. So I could bounce the other 4, so I could bounce the intel. I'll bounce this 1 intel here, the targeted sabotage. 2 actions still to go for the turn, but 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation, Geomagnetic Disturbance. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Mad Rhino here on NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Set 1 booster pack. That'll be on the other side of my hourly break. And later in the broadcast, I'll be giving away 200,000 loot. So there's a force match for Mad Rhino, who has Agent Rico in gold form. Really nice cards over there. My turn. 2. All right, so 2 spots open in my war zone. Already have 2 sets of 2 weather out there. A few different options as far as what I could go with, but I'll go Kensho, send the Ninja. Pair of force cards. And that's it for my turn. So I have 3 territories remaining. Mad Rhino's down to 2, but it's roll 5. There's a force match. Now we're both down to 2 territories remaining. Pair of weather cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, so I can play a third geomagnetic disturbance. That'll give me an extra turn. 5 actions still to go for this turn. Play a third Ken Show. Force.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a third territory for my opponent. Four actions to go for the turn. More weather. Terrifying storm. 2 actions to go for this turn. Whoa. My mouse jumped. Max Harper. Pair of force cards. Extra turn. 1. But that 1. And it's so frustrating when you're on the other end of this. You know, finally my opponent rolls a 1. And it's a third weather card to get. Guess what? Extra turn. 4. All right, so I'll give my opponent a compromised leader, play this third Max Harper force card.
Select target. Select target.
Once your opponent is a compromised leader, all you need to do is make one more force match to get the win.
Compromised.
3 actions to go for the turn. I don't have a force match in my hand, or otherwise the match would be over by now. So instead, we'll play a pair of weather cards here. Blinding Sandstorm. We'll forego that last action in the turn. Roll of 2 for Mad Rhino. So there's a weather. Oh, that's interesting. It's the +3 turns. I could be in trouble. Well, maybe not. Did I misread that? Oh, there are 4. I looked over for a second. Could rewind this. So was it a +3 actions taken, or was it an extra turn? I just wasn't. Because it was a roll of 2, though, right? So if you took the plus. Well, let's just see what happens. Building cards. Okay. Going back for what I bounced. Would be my guess. Going back for that gold Agent Rico, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Probably more the. Yeah, the Sergeant who's already out there. Going back for that WMD. But there's only 1 action left for the turn. All right, so if I can get a force match here, I'll get the win. Let's see. What do we have? 2. All right, luckily for me, both those actually weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm. Oh, it's not going to let me click. When this happens, you hit F5 if you're on a PC. If you're not, good luck. But if you're on a PC, hit F5. You like a couple seconds. It pops back up, gives you the quick game reset. I'm taking that extra turn, though. That part hasn't changed. 1 action still to go for the turn. Remember, I just need 1 more force match to get the win. So let's go ahead and put one of these Resin Davids out there. Let's see what this brings me. Extra turn. 6. All right. Well, it'll end up being the 00 Black Blade. I got so lucky in this match. Those rolls.
Select target.
Try to remember these things when they go against me in other games. Like, got very lucky with very capitalized. Good game.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Buzz King. Alright, well, unfortunately for me, nothing matches here. So I'll take a mulligan, shuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then dealing 8 cards once again. Now that's more like it. Pair of force, pair of intels. You don't want to take that second mulligan if you don't need to. Keep. And I get to go first. 6. Alright, so nothing to make a match, but Have some options to start things off. Play a pair of weather cards here. Blood Foil Tropical Cyclone. I shall play the other one so the red one will be on top out there in the board. Not that it matters, just in the cosmetics of it. 3 spots open, my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. You do want to use some caution though about how much you put out early, especially not knowing what kind of deck your opponent might have. So with that in mind, I'll play a pair of Satellite Recons, Intel cards. 2 sets of 2, I'll pass up the last 2 actions and then the turn. So it's a roll of 4 for Buzz King. Pair of force cards. 2 sets of 2 force. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Okay, well, pass up that action in the turn. Buzz King with a roll of 2. So, look at all that force out there. 3 wide, 2 deep with force. And those are 3 very different cards. They function the same way when they make a match. With Blitz, the simplified version of Warsaken. Makes it very easy to learn how to play. It's so much fun to stream this game. I know I've mentioned that a few times, but it's because I believe it worthy of emphasis. It is so much fun. Have people to chat with and play the game against live on stream. Let's go with the WMD match right here. This trio of EMP discharges.
Select target.
A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 4 territories. That takes Buzz King from 4 to 2. 3 spots, 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a trio of Sergeant Sigwalt Kleins. Soldier heavy. This will be a force match.
Select target.
Force match allows you to eliminate 1 of your opponent's territories. This will take Buzz King down to just 1 remaining. But that's it for my turn. Tomorrow, I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. So Thursday night, early Friday morning for some of you, for the next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. That's tomorrow, 8 p.m. I'm likely going to have something tomorrow in the 2 p.m. slot. Brawlers has pushed back their Brawl for All, so that won't be tomorrow. I might play some AEW Fight Forever. Who knows? We'll see about that. But for people interested in Blitz, tomorrow, 8 p.m. with the Blue Mint tournament, then back Friday, 2 p.m. 300,000 loot being given away just in time for the Set 3 loot packs to become available in the Warsaken store. Roll to 1. Well, okay, we'll go ahead. Well, I'm torn. I could put an intel out there, but I'd rather keep that 3rd spot and maybe use it for weather, if that's what it comes to in the next round. I already have intel out there anyway. Actually, okay, you know what? I will do this. Intel. That's it for my turn. Oh, it's not let me click. Come on. Let me see what Buzz King goes. A roll of 1 for Buzz King. So at F5, since it has that bug where it won't let you click sometimes. See how fast that was? You see why I waited to make sure I saw what that roll was for Buzz King? So a roll of 1 for Buzz King, and that 2 seconds to reload it. Oh, I hope they fix that bug soon. I'm sure they do as well. 2. Because it's not indicative of the UI of this game. This game has outstanding user interface. As far as the end-game components of it go. 2nd assassination attempt. I'm not going to put anything in that 4th spot in my war zone. Very color, the various colors here, the red, the green, the gold. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Buzz King in Warsaken Blitz. We'll be giving away a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack just a little bit later on here in the hour. And then later in the broadcast, I'll be giving away 200,000 loot. My plan is 100,000 in the next hour, and then a second 100,000 in the following hour. There's a force match. Buzz King eliminates 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. There's a weather match. Buzz King, that roll of 6. Two sets of 2 weather, extra turn, roll of 6. There's a force match that'll take me down to 2 territories remaining. Hey, Biscuit, yeah, the randomizer's not open when I'm playing matches. Because when I'm ready to play that next match, I want people who are actually there. And this has worked so much better doing it this way compared to the old way. My goodness, this is just stacking up here one after another for Buzz King. I'm down to 1 territory. I've lost track of how many extra turns Buzz King has over here. And yet there's even more that could come with that tsunami out there. Private Sarah Vet. That's a force match. It'll give me a compromise later. Extra turn, roll of 1 for Buzz King. So as you can see, things change there in a hurry, but luckily for me, at least I get at least 1 more roll of die. 5. I can go with weather, get an extra turn, which is what I'm going to need to do here. Two actions for this turn, but it really doesn't make sense to just pick a random. I guess look at the, like 4 different pairs of force cards in my hand. I'm not going to fill up that 4th spot by Warzone with this extra turn about to come. So pass up those 2 actions. Extra turn. 2. Well, at least I can play this 3rd assassination attempt. It's an intel match. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Clear out. The force.
Select target.
Both of these tsunamis.
Select target.
We'll have that at least. Still have 1 action to go for the turn. At this point, be bold. Rayanne the Insider. That's it for my turn. I mean, it's not really all that bold to place something in my 3rd spot by Warzone. Roll 3. This could be immaterial if Buzz King has a force match here. That's going to be the game. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. All right, good game. Buzz King victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Biscuit. And I think it's only fitting since Biscuit was kind enough to give me this game map, this code incoming game map that I use it here. I thought this was the right one that matched up with it, and it is, so that worked out. What doesn't work out so well is the starting 8, since nothing makes even a pair. So I'll use a mulligan, have it shuffle my arsenal at deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards once again. All right. Pair of force, pair of weathers, cape. You only want to use that second mulligan if you absolutely have to. So the computer randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first. And here it's Biscuit. Well, if you could, Sean, I mean, I strongly believe you would know better than me on that. Now, you're really sharp as far as picking up on certain things. Like the roll the die. Like where it's like a high number, then extra turn, and how often it's a 1. But I don't know, I'm that's just me noticing and listening and all. So a pair of force cards, you see that G? That's the one exception as far as those insignias, because it's a type of force, a G-force. Easy to remember that, right? So it's a different logo or emblem, insignia there. But it's a force nonetheless. My turn. 3. Okay, so nothing to make a match, but I play a pair of weather cards, geomagnetic disturbance. 3 spots open to my Warzone, 1 action to go for the turn. I could put force out there, but I'm not going to this turn. Pass at the last action in the turn. Oh, come on. Taking on Biscuit. Yeah, I remember hearing it from you, Sean, but I'm sure there are other people I've noticed as well. They probably pay closer attention to that than me. So roll 4 here for Biscuit. 2 sets of 2 force. Opposite me, my opponent's Warzone. Pair of weather cards. That's it for the turn. 5. 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's play a pair of weather cards here. Cloud cover. 2 sets of 2 weather. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I could put Force out there, but I'll put the Foxbusters out there. Let's do that. Pair of Force cards. I'll pass at the last action. And that'll end my turn. Taking on Biscuit here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. It's a roll of 2 for Biscuit. People that are new to Warsaken, trying to figure this game out, wanting to learn new things, want to meet some great people, check out the Warsaken Discord. Links in chat. My turn. 3. All right, so I've got a Force match here. A little bit of scout work here with a specialist, Chloe Moore. She got those binoculars. Those some big binoculars right there.
Select target.
That long distance vision. So the Force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. And that's it for the turn. Taking on Biscuit, who's got the lowest of low as the game title. For this round, I've got the High Justice game title, although normally that kind of hides under my overlay since that's the best spot on the board. This game utilizes the game space exceptionally well. There's a WMD match, which will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. So it's kind of tough to find stuff for the categories overlay and for my logo overlay. Limited options as far as not getting in the way too much. My turn. 4. So as we hit 3 p.m. Eastern, let everybody know you're watching NashvilleLou Liv playing Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Later in this hour, I'm going to give you away 100,000 loot. One lucky winner will win 100,000 loot later in the hour. If you yell about that for a moment, be very excited. Okay, so not so good here as far as nothing making a match. I'm going to actually pull back the G1 Foxbusters, and here's the argument that I make sometimes about maybe don't be so aggressive at putting something out there in that 3rd spot in your war zone because you might want it for something else, and you don't want to fill that 4th spot up if you can help it. Luckily there, since I was going to just not use those actions anyway, I'll use 2 to pull up the Foxbusters, bring them back to my hand, and the other 2 to play the pair of Violent Tornadoes. So a lot of weather out there for me, but that's it for the turn. Oh yeah, Sean, I make VODs of every one of my broadcasts here. So there's plenty of source material if you're wanting to check it out and figure out, at least from that, what you can. Like, I know my skills and my strengths and weaknesses, and trying to figure that out does not fall into the strength category. But listening comprehension for me can be helpful at times as far as that goes. Of course, the comprehension has to actually work as far as understanding it. Meanwhile, I can comprehend I'm about to have a compromised leader. Force matches aplenty. The Kraken. One more Force match would be the end of the game for me. I was afraid a 3rd Force was going to drop right there and was going to end it. But not yet. So I'm still in it. My turn. 2. 3 sets of 2 weather out there. And I get a weather that drops that I can't use. Yeah, that happens sometimes in this game. Pass up the actions, then the turn. I might not get another roll here in this game. Roll 3. All that Biscuit needs is a Force match here to get the victory. 15 cards. Also the possibility of weather. Building cards. Okay. Interesting. I mean, you're going back for Force. Going back for the Kraken. Not a bad choice for a finishing move. 1. Oh, my reward for pulling the Foxbusters back up. Sometimes that's how it goes in this game. Oh well. In turn. I could put one of them out there, I'm not going to. Roll 4. All that Biscuit needs here is a Force match to beat me. There it is. That's the game. All right, good game, Biscuit. Victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Piotrek 11. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. The only pair that I have there are WMDs, so I'll take a mulligan. Reshuffle my arsenal of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. All right, that's more like it now, isn't it? A few different options. Keep. Using the blood magma, or excuse me, the blood plasma. No, those sound actually better. Blood fungus. Let's say make it worse and worse. It's a really cool looking game map though, the blood fungus. So roll 3 for Piotrek 11 to start things off in our match here today on NashvilleLou Liv. So tomorrow, I don't know for sure. I hope to have something for the 2 p.m. spot. Maybe like an hour long, like AEW Fight Forever, something like that. I'd hope to have brawlers for tomorrow. It's not going to be ready. They pushed that back as far as the Brawl for All. So instead, maybe something brief, maybe not for tomorrow, because the big thing for tomorrow, the Blue Mitch tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. My next broadcast with Warsaken Blitz, my turn 3. All right, so I have 3 Bella Ivanovas, so I'll have a force match right away. This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
So Sean's saying the only gear you haven't burnt or given away is the blood fungus mat. Well, it's a cool look. I mean, it very much looks like the inside of a computer, only if it's like with the everything looking red. It's a unique look. So that's it for my turn. That force match eliminated a territory there for Piotrek. Rolls a 4. Yes, an electronic circuit. That's what I was trying to think of, like a circuit board. Now, there's also a Blood Fungus card in Set 2, Savage Escalation, the new set. Sometimes teases people when they have a pack openings. They see a little bit of red. They think, is that a blood foil? I say, no, it's Blood Fungus. Blood foil, of course, the name for those red cards that, or it's like there are only 4 of them that exist. Like the that white phosphorus bomb that I have in blood foil, where there's it says 4 up there in that top right corner, because that's the total that have been made of it. 4. Now, of course, those blood foils are tough to come by and cost you a premium on the secondary market if you're going to chase that. So typically, if I'm like, it's nice to open up a loot pack like I did with the what was the tropical cyclone, whatever the new weather. Where I've got the blood foil. Okay, let's talk about this match where I've got a pair of Blinding Sandstorms to play. So, a pair of weather cards out there. 2 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's play a pair of Intels. Clever Hijack. That's it for my turn. Yeah, Biscuit saying it's annoying on a pack opening. So, oh, Sean, you're saying you have 5 blood foils in total? Roll a 5 here for Piotrek. But I think this is important. It's great that they have those very hard to come by, unique cards, and yet it doesn't give you a tactical advantage as far as Blitz goes. So it's not discouraging to new players. It's not like you have to put together some sort of all-star deck to be competitive. You give a bunch of commons, and it's not going to put you at a tactical disadvantage. But there are certain things like XP and earning loot, and on top of that, just some great artwork and things that are visually compelling and fun for live streaming that make it very much a positive. All right, speaking of positives, when I can make matches with my 2 sets of 2 in the war zone, that's good times, right? Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Clever Hijack. Intel match. Oh, that's interesting, Sean, saying Blood Foil is worse than any upgraded card for Standard. Huh. The standard's an entirely different matter. And that's going to be so much fun when that gets rolled out in a way that's easier from a live streaming standpoint. Although I think post-production, I have ideas for further down the line. We have to bounce here. When I play an intel match, you get a few different choices, but more often than not, when I do that, it's going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone. I love it when my opponent's got three wide and 2 deep, and you can bounce 1 of each. The sampler platter, tsunami, A7 axe, Ken show, bounce. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Play a T15 Jameson Hauler. A lot of these Savage Escalation cards in here. Set 2. Extra turn. 3. Well, that was a lucky choice for me. Play the other 2 T15 Jameson Haulers. That'll be a force match. This force match will eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot to a lucky winner. 1 action to go for the turn, play Fire in the Fields. That's it for my turn. Also be giving away 100,000 loot in the next hour. We'll have a pair of 100,000 loot giveaways here today in the broadcast. And on Friday, we're going to have 3 of them. 300,000 loot. Just in time for the new the loot packs. I don't know what you call them. The third. We've had the for set 2. Okay, loot pack -03 with the Savage Escalation card. So for people that get that 100,000 loot today, they can go ahead and get one of the second booster the loot packs that are out there, because that's right at 100,000. It worked out pretty well from a giveaway standpoint. Of course, you could use that loot instead to buy yourself multiple wheel spins. You got options. Speaking of options, Fire in the Fields. Extra turn. Now here's where it's tricky. If I go and play a force here, and then the next turn I get a WMD match, this will feel like a wasted thing here. But I only have 1 each of the WMDs, and you can't wait forever in this game. So let's do it. Jax Nash. Very thorough. All right, extra turn. Let's see if this... All right, so I guess it worked out as far as not waiting for a WMD, but I'm still not going to be able to give my opponent a compromised leader here. However, wide open war zone, 5 actions, pair of weather cards, ideal conditions. Are you saying what? Play 1 WMD and 2 forces? I'm not putting that out there in partial form. Or maybe I could. I mean, because at this point, the WMD is actually weaker than a force because I wouldn't have to save it. This is actually the better move here. As far as if something's get targeted, better this than the Fox Busters, right? Maybe that's not what you meant there, but that made me think of it. Actually, that strangely actually will work better. Play another intel card. Rummage. That's it for the turn. Taking on Piotrek 11. Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. Roll 3 for Piotrek. Pair of weather cards. 1 action to go for the turn. Oh, you're saying before the weather respin. That probably would have been the better move. My turn. Yeah, I'm not very good at taking advice from chat, because I'll have seen something like a roll or 2 later, because I'm kind of focused on several things at once here with this. All right, so unfortunately for me, just the 1 action here. Rummage. That's it for my turn. Yeah, the better play would have been to put just 2 of them out there and wait to see what that extra turn brought. I think that's what you meant, and that's really what I should have done then. Roll of 1. Thanks to Carl Casey at White Bat Audio. Makes much of the great background music that I use here on NashvilleLou Liv. Playing Warsaken Blitz, having so much fun. Time just flies by when I play this game. Full song attribution information. Post a link there in chat. My turn. 5. Well, I can make a weather match here, play a 3rd ideal conditions. The extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll put the Foxbusters out there. I'll keep that 4th spot open. I'll pass up the last 2 actions for the turn. Extra turn. 5. Man. All right. Play a rummage. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Dropship.
Select target.
Tornado.
Select target.
Tsunami. Bounce. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play the G-Titan Missile Silo. That'll be a building match. I'm going back for force. I should have looked at my hand to see if I had a 4th for one of these, and I didn't. And once you've started the process, you can't look back out. Luckily for me, I did have a 4th with Bella Ivanova. So we'll play the 1 here. In turn. And it's not going to be click, so let's wait and see what Piotreko 11 rolls. 6. Well, F5 it now. I just want to see what the roll was. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Pair of WMDs. There's a 3rd. That's going to be a WMD match for Piotreko. We'll eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. So a lucky winner have another 100,000 loot to give away the next hour here on NashvilleLou Liv. 3 actions to go for the turn. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, the next Blue Men's tournament for Warsaken Blitz. I'll have live coverage of my matches in the tournament for as long as I last. I'm getting bounced early in the last few, so hopefully I can turn it all around like I'm Yoshihashi in there, maybe make a bit of a run, but it's tough. Level of competition is strong. The Legion represents in those tournaments over on Blue Mint, and they bring their A game. So a pair of drop ships, pair of fire in the fields for my opponent. It's my turn. Got the Inception die. That was a long way to get to a 1. But play a 3rd Foxbuster.
Select target.
That force match will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Roll of 1 for Piotreko. Is there a 3rd fire in the fields? That would be the concern I'd have, because that would give Piotreko an extra turn. Instead, it's a 3rd H5 dropship. That's a force match. Take me down to 1 territory remaining. My opponent's got a compromised leader. If I can get a force match here, I'll get the win. Or roll 2 or higher. 5. Bella Ivanova for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game. Piotrek 11. And now live once again with you here on Headset, NashvilleLou Liv. We've got 19 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you went in for this next game, last chance, with exclamation mark play in chat. We've got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. You can use to dig. The Scurvybot dig pool, 100% success rate, and no dig pass required here. The way I have it set up. We've got 19 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game, the 4th of the broadcast. For the winner, the prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to second place. I'll probably do something tomorrow with a live streaming element that isn't Warsaken. It's got Warsaken Friday coming up tomorrow, so I'll probably, if I do much streaming at all, it would be something else. I don't want to do too much with my voice tomorrow because I have a big men's lacrosse game to call on Saturday. NCAA men's lacrosse, Swanee Tigers versus the Center Colonels. Big rivalry game. Looking forward to that. So I have to make sure I have an actual voice for that. That would be helpful. So 19 players are in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. This game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. Krabby Mike, a rude welcoming. I'm out, so is Chucky. And right away, we're down to 17. Remember, we've got Warbot giving out Warsaken loot. Scurvybot's giving out Nash Cash. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. Depth Charge. Bakulio and Gabix get taken out. We're down to 15. Krabby Mike, the return of Krabby Mike, doing the wall crawl. Krabby Mike takes out Prince Paradox and Fonny T. We're down to 13. Those are 2 Neon Leons that got taken out back to back there. Here comes Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Mortez and Nadu 6. We're down to 11. Cannonball. The Liquid Chill, Cesaro NLV, and Dan Asker are all out. We're down to 8. Remaining players. That top 8 finish, you'll have some nice leaderboard points out of this for that monthly competition. Of course, the better the finish, the more leaderboard points you get. If you want to learn more, twitchytides.io is the website. I have that URL in the bottom right corner. For anyone wanting to learn more about Twitchy Tides. Includes a link to the Twitchy Tides Discord channel. If you have any questions, a bunch of people will be very helpful. Should be able to point you in the right direction, if nothing else. Here comes Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia stings Pennybags Jr. and Naznara. And we're down to 6. Cannonball. There goes Jeff 0079, Zach Bonifer, and Jungle Banano. So we're down to the final 3. Tatitro, Funkin' Crypto, and Parrot. The last 3. Here comes Pink Felicia. Stinging Funkin' Crypto and Parrot, and that's the game. So congratulations to Tatitro 17. the winner here in this fourth Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. All right, congratulations. And so for Cesaro NLV on up, it's a top 10 finish, and thus leaderboard points earned from this game, all the way up to number 1, and your winner, Titro17, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game coming up in the next hour. You can get in right now by typing !play in chat. I'll do that here. We'll try again with the Vape Ape. Didn't really get a fair shot at it. Got taken out right away in that last game. So it goes. I'll show off a banana spin real fast. Yeah, take that. Krabby Mike no-sold the banana. Well, that didn't turn out so well. Maybe you can't use your abilities against the enemies in the lobby. Krabby Mike's like, I'm going to no-sell that banana. I'm going to take you out. But if you get eliminated in the lobby area, you'll just respawn. Don't worry. You don't actually miss out on the next game. It's practice. So we've got Scurvybot giving out Nash cash that you can use to dig every 15 minutes with a 100% success rate and no dig pass required. Also, Warbot, something Warsaken does, giving out loot, Warsaken loot. It's giving it out at 20 times the normal rate, 20x, which is substantial to say the least. Something I greatly appreciate. So we've got a couple of ways for people to watch, get some Nash cash, not legal tender, but you can use it to dig and get all sorts of fun stuff from that dig pool. And of course, the loot from Warbot and Warsaken. With that in mind, let's get back to Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv. And here we go.
Warsaken.
Taking on Delvis. Pair of force cards. When I have that, I keep it. That was what I was trying to talk about a little bit earlier. The tropical cyclone is the savage escalation. Bloodfoil weather. Got that in a loot pack. Nice little pickup there, if I do say so myself. 2. All right, so wide open war zone. Just underway. Let's put some intel out there. Satellite recon. That's it for the turn. Using the Slate Lux game mat for this deck today. Taking on Delvis in Warsaken Blitz. Delvis, who won 100,000 loot just a few minutes ago. We'll have another 100,000 loot giveaway at our next hour here on NashvilleLou Liv. Also, congratulations to Soul the Cat. Past 500 followers on Twitch. Coming up tonight, Soul's going to have a 500 follower celebration stream, as I understand it. Roll a 6. And that tentative start time, 8 p.m. Eastern. For Soul the Cat, although we do want to double check on that, so I'm going to start making promises for broadcasts for other people. Just because in the middle of this, who knows what might change in the time when I went live here to the time we are right now. But that's the plan as I understand it, so it should be a lot of fun. And we'll go celebrate with Soul the Cat later on tonight. I'll be done with my broadcast before that. I really wish we had like somebody go like 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern. That'd make a bridge to keep things going with live Warsaken. We'll get to that point. 3 spots open by Warzone, 6 actions. Nothing makes a match. I don't have a weather pair that I can play here. So let's go Force. Ray Ann, the Insider. Got the scoops. Breaking news. Pair of intel, pair of force cards. Force 4 actions to go for the turn if I choose to use them. I could put force out there, but I can. You put too much force out there, it ends up sometimes not working out so well. Plus, the whole thing of that 3rd spot, my war zone. I don't have any weather out there right now. So as much as it feels counterintuitive to do it this way, Sometimes I really think the best move is to do something like this. Pass up the 4 actions that remain and end the turn. Because remember, if it's out there in your war zone, your opponent could potentially target it. Taking on Delvis. Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate you chatting and watching here live. Greatly appreciate it. Roll of 4 for Delvis. We talk about generosity. Sean IOP has shown tremendous generosity to the Warsaken community. Gave me the unreal successful mole hunt number 5 that I'll probably never forget because I've said it so many times from when it was given to me at the end of May till it finally came off the prize wheel in mid-August. That was one heck of a run. And the wild thing was that the prize that replaced it, it's like flashing some WMDs and pulling them back. But the prize that replaced it and the next broadcast ended up being 1. It's kind of funny the way that works out. My turn. 1. Well, it's just the 1 action here. So even if I put like something where I had a pair of forces out there, I just don't think that's the move here. Pass up the action in the turn. So roll of 2 for Delvis. So as noted, Delvis won 100,000 loot earlier here in the hour. We'll have another 100,000 loot giveaway. Many thanks to Warsaken for giving me that loot to give away. A lot of excitement for the next wave of loot packs. That'll be available, as I understand it, this weekend in the Warsaken store. That 3rd wave of the Savage Escalation loot packs. Extra turn, roll of 3. Delvis with a wide open war zone, but 17 cards. Building cards. Going back for weather. Not exactly a massive detective effort needed for that. When your opponent only has 3 cards in his or her discard pile, you have a pretty good idea of what they're going back for. All right. Well, this'll work. A roll of 6. I'll be able to play 3 tactical nukes. That will be a WMD match. This will allow me to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Two spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a 3rd Rayanne the Insider.
Select target.
This will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. Two actions to go for the turn. Well, I could put Charleston's out there. I think instead I'm going to go weather. I'll go with the other tropical cyclone so I can put the blood foil on top. Real braggadocious-like. A pair of weather cards. That'll end my turn. So I've got a pair of intel out there, a pair of weather cards. But Delvis with a roll of 4. No, this will be 21 cards here for Delvis. But things could change in a hurry right now. You figure that's a weather match? Indeed, a weather match. So that'll be an extra turn for Delvis. 1 action still to go for this turn. And that die, that black on dark marble look, kind of hard to, really blends in with the Slate Lux table. WMD played out there after the pair or the trio of weather cards that made a match. There's a force match that will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. Are there 2 more of these WMDs up there? Pair of forest cards with Bella Ivanova. My turn. 2. Play a pair of RCG Charlestons. That's it for the turn. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv taking on Delvis. In our next hour, we'll be giving away 100,000 loot. Roll a 3 for Delvis. There's a second WMD. There's a force match for Delvis. This will take me down to 2 territories remaining. One action to go for the turn. If I roll a 4 or higher, I'll win the match. 6. All right. Well, RCG Charleston, force. That force match will give my opponent a compromised leader. I just need one more force match to get the win. I've got 5 actions.
Compromised.
G16 mech for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated.
All right, good game, Delvis.
Warsaken.
I've had my microphone muted. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hit the cough button, forget to turn it back on. So Moonbaz Marty, a pair of weather cards there to match the pair of force cards opposite me. And a pair of force cards ends the turn. My turn. 2. Okay, I'm not even thinking clearly. Like, I'm so distracted by that microphone botch. How do I not? Oh, that makes me so angry that I didn't do that right. The technical stuff just drives me up the wall. All right, pass the 2 actions in the turn. So Moonbaz Marty rolls a 3. Yeah, it was... It wasn't any sort of like overly insightful commentary, just setting the stage. My turn. 4. All right. So I'll be able to play a 3rd Z27 Tiger. Very focused. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cause concern over the thing of the stream had frozen up. There's a force match. This will eliminate one of the 4 territories for Moonbaz Marty. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. All right, let's go weather. Cloud cover. I'll pass up that last action. End the turn. Moonbaz Marty with a roll of 4. So 20 cards for Moonbaz Marty. There's a WMD match. This will take me down to 1 territory remaining. There's a force match. Give me a compromise later. I'm up against it. But it's my turn. 2. Hey, well, if I could roll 2 there and get 2 weather matches, I'd say that works for me. So I'll have 2 extra turns lined up here. So a pair of weather matches. This is extra turn number 1 of 2. 5. All right. Still waiting on a WMD match. A7 axe.
Select target.
That's a force match. Will eliminate a 2nd territory for Moonbaz Marty, leaving only 2 remaining. We've got a 2nd extra turn waiting. We'll play this planted device, Intel. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Both of those beam tanks.
Select target.
I'll pass on the beam tank. Thank you very much. Both of them.
Select target.
And then ideal conditions. Weather. All right. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play an Agent Zera. If I roll a 5 or higher and get a WMD match, I can win the game right here. 3. All right. Well, as it turned out, the WMD match never showed up. I've got a compromised leader, so I can't just throw a bunch of pairs out there and say, okay, I'll... Or maybe I can. Let's see. What do I have out there right now? Let's see. We got Agent Zera. I can play 2 more. Okay, let's do it. Agent Zera.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a 3rd territory for Moonbaz Marty. One action to go for the turn. Play an H5 dropship. But that's it for my turn. I still have a compromised leader. That hasn't changed. Roll a 4 for Moonbaz Marty. Surely this will do it. All Moonbaz needs is a force match to beat me. Agent Zera for the win. All right, good game. Moonbaz Marty victorious.
Warsaken.
Taking on Brother of. pair of force cards. When I have that in my starting 8, I keep it. I mean, it's not bad to have the pair of building cards either, although you can't play those right away. Or you could, it's just typically not going to work out well if you do. Anyway, I'll keep it. For once, I don't use a mulligan in a match here. That's a good start. That's a nice change. The game chooses one of the two players at random to go first, and this time it's me. So it's a roll 3. All right, nothing makes a match, but play a pair of weather cards, fire in the fields. Okay, I'm making an executive decision. This is a 29, almost 30-minute game. This was one of the games where it's like, okay, we have to get a turn timer for Warsaken. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and skip past this one. We'll get to the next game. We'll have another Twitchy Tides game coming up here in just a bit.
Warsaken.
Taking on Meowsy. Look, have fun. Of course, normally I say if you have a pair of force cards, keep it no matter what. If you got 3 of them and they're dancing around, and you've got a possibility with an early WMD you can catch one more, keep. So Meowsy will go first, rolls a 6. This is the Blood Fungus game mat with the red card backs and the white Warsaken logo. Pair of force cards out there. A1 Poseidon Carrier. A nice card. 2 sets of 2 force for Meowsy. Make that 3 sets of 2 force. A lot of force out there for Meowsy. My turn. 4. Well, this works. Like I was saying, if you have that starting 8 where you've got a pair of WMDs, if you can catch that third one early, you can make a big impact like I will here with this white phosphorus bomb. This will be a WMD match.
Select target.
All right. So that bounces 2 territories, going from 4 to 2. 2 territories remain for my opponent. 1 action to go for the turn. Play a weather card, Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for my turn. Meowsy, roll 1. Three wide, 2 deep, force in my opponent's war zone. You can look for those insignias, that emblem on the bottom left of the card. If you're curious which category it falls into. 2. Play a second Geomagnetic Disturbance. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Meowsy with a roll 3. So I'm taking on Meowsy and then be taking on Flaw after that. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. Soul of the Cat. Have a live stream on her Twitch channel celebrating the 500 follower milestone she hit. All right, finally a 3. I've been getting like the 1s and 2s to death here. Finally got the T15 Jameson Hauler out there. It'd be a 4 smash.
Select target.
Abandoned Wasteland. It pairs well with the Vast Hinterland. If you got like a 21 morale leader, because those will take 1 morale off each to start a match, but either one being taken out is only a 1 morale hit. Now you'll notice that really doesn't come into play very much with Blitz because morale is more difficult to win with, I've found. But it's worth noting because sometimes you will run into it. I've lost to morale plenty of times. Yeah, I'll see the roll 4. a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. Three actions to go for the turn for Meowsy. He's got 2 sets of 2 force out there in the war zone opposite me. Building cards. Well, not a mystery what you're going back for when you've got 3 cards in your discard pile. More force. Meowsy bringing the heat with the force. My turn, roll 5. Nothing makes a match. I have 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's go with a pair of blinding sandstorm cards. Weather. 2 sets of 2 weather. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll go intel, rummage. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Meowsy the roll 5. Intel match. This may bounce 3 cards from my war zone. Maybe 1 of each from those 3 pairs out there. Indeed. 2 actions to go for the turn. More force. That ends the turn. My turn. 3. See what could have been. A well-timed intel attack can sometimes make all the difference in a match. Do a pullback on the geomagnetic disturbance. I'll play the other blinding sandstorm and the other rummage. That's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. I'm taking on Meowsy here. Just roll a 1. There's a force match that will eliminate a 2nd territory for me, leaving only 2 remaining. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Alright, well I can play intel, which will probably be my best move here since nothing else makes a match. Clever hijack. We'll bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone to the discard pile. Or get rid of one of the Sergeant Vladimirs. And we'll get rid of both of the Dark Bear 2 XPs. And look at that. That's quite the scene there. Savage escalation force. Yes, bounce. Get that monstrosity away. Ouch. 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a weather card, geomagnetic disturbance. Here we go again with that. That's it for the turn. I'm aware that I've got a geomagnetic disturbance in my discard pile, so that is working for a spot of disadvantage. But if I can able to put together like perhaps a building card match, then perhaps I'd be able to do something with that. Well, maybe not. That intel match there for Meowsy, probably going to bounce 3 more cards from my war zone. Back and forth with the bouncing. Now, will it be the weather targeted? Will it be 1 of each? You're 1 of each. Okay. 2 actions to go for the turn. To John J, hello. Greetings and welcome. Taking on Meowsy. Pair of building cards. 2. Okay. Do a pullback. Everything. Clear it out. That's it for the turn. So Meowsy with roll 3. WMD. That WMD match will give me a compromised leader. Will eliminate my final 2 territories.
Compromised.
One more force match would beat me. My turn. 1. Brutal. But you see how those well-timed intel plays by Meowsy just completely ruined my plans. That happens sometimes. All right, well, at least we'll get to play the A9 Hammerhead, the night vision version. That's it for the turn. So all Meowsy needs now is a force match to beat me. It's a roll of 4, so 19 cards. Surely, Meowsy has a force match, or at least like a weather trio, something. Maybe not. Sometimes that last force match can be elusive, but not so elusive. You got that 3rd building card. You can go back for the A1 Poseidon Carrier. Play that with your last 3 actions and win the match right here. My guess is that's what's about to happen. 3 actions. Instead, well, it wasn't the Poseidon, but it's a force match. All right, good game. Meowsy victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go. Taking on to John J. Well, Sean, if you can figure out if there's a some sort of pattern or something that I'm missing out on. I'm pretty good at spotting patterns, but in some ways, there are people far better at it than me. I know you're pretty savvy, Sean, so if anybody can figure it out, imagine you can. Yeah. Add this here. John says, after my analysis, we will know. Well, perhaps. 2 sets of 2 force keep. This is the rustic wall game method I'm using here with the night vision deck, taking on to John J. Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. I'm going to be giving away 300,000 loot. Gave away 200,000 loot on the show today. 300,000 loot, all provided by Warsaken for me to give away. That's coming up on Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC start time. Force match for John J eliminates one of my 4 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. And tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, Soul the Cat with a Warsaken Blitz stream slated. We passed the 500 follower mark here on Twitch. So that should be a lot of fun over on Soul the Cat's channel, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC tonight. Rolled a 3, so 3 actions with a wide open war zone. Let's go with a B6 Rabid Beast, play 2 of those. Could play a Ken Show, but I won't. Pass up the last action there in the turn. It's a roll of 1 for John J, who has a pair of weather cards and a force card on that opposite side war zone. So 7 non-blue mint Warsaken VODs to analyze, run some wheel spin tests. Well, I'd be interested in seeing the results on that. I'm not particularly good when it comes to compiling and crunching stats and making sure the numbers. I can analyze like crazy. Like that's really what I do with the NFL draft with DraftKing.com. Once I put my ego to the side, thinking I'd be a better evaluator than the pro evaluators, and I just figured out who they thought was best, not who I thought should go. Things really took off for me in a different way there. Play a pair of weather cards, freezing rainstorm. That's it for the turn. So a pair of force cards, pair of weather cards for me, just like my opponent has. Roll a 5. It was funny to John Jay. Kept landing on 1 on the wheel. We were talking about that. So another force match for John Jay with the drop ships. I'm down to 2 territories. 4 actions to go for the turn. A pair of weather cards, so 2 sets of 2 weather. Igor Bach, force cards. 2 of those out there. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Unfortunately for me, nothing makes a match. But, and this is where not having that 3rd spot in my war zone with something else in the way. I mean, I could have always pulled it back. But whatever the case here, I have a pair of Blinding Sandstorm weather cards to play. So I've got 2 sets of 2 weather, pair of force cards. And it's not any fun to pass up 4 actions, but in this case, that really is the best move. Pass up those last 4 actions in the turn. Taking on to John Jay. Rolls a 3. So this will be my last match of the broadcast. I normally don't go past 3:30, but we had that one longer match earlier. And we gave away 200,000 loot today, so if we go a little long with that, no biggie, just like Friday, this upcoming Friday, 300,000 loot. So a 500,000 loot between these 2 broadcasts, all made possible by Warsaken. All right, so I've got a match that could potentially happen here for me, but not this turn. But I really don't have a better option here. Normally I don't like putting things in the 4th spot in my war zone. But this constitutes as desperation time, so let's do it. Blueprints. That's it for the turn. So I'm down to 2 territories. Roll a 2. I might not get another roll. To John Jay can make a couple of weather matches. A WMD is what would worry me here, because that would give me a compromised leader. And then there's Igor Bach ready to short circuit me. Literally. Well, that's cool, Sean. So you're saying you're good at crunching numbers, specialization, advanced algorithmics, or algorithms. Very interesting. I've got some friends that are like that. Brilliant people. It impresses me that what they're able to do. And it's reliable information, too. I constantly sussed and like, okay, are these stats really right? Like in college, I took a stats class. I had to drop it at the University of Evansville. There were only 2 classes that beat me there. The hard chemistry class that I got stuck in as a freshman that I wasn't supposed to be in. My advisor was out of town that summer before I started in 1995, that August. And this guy was about to leave to go down to Alabama to teach somewhere else. Stuck me in the hard chemistry class with all of the hardcore students and the physical therapy, the PT students that had to have 4.0s and were just obsessed with it. I was in there with these hardcore, they were really good at science too. All stuff not my wheelhouse. I tried, had to tap out on that. The other, stats. I was able to get the first question on the first homework assignment right. After that, I was like, oh my goodness, what am I doing here? How am I gonna get through this? Luckily for me, there was another path I could take within the mass comm to get away from that. Had to pick a path, choose your own adventure. Anyway, maybe think of that. The point being, I'm impressed when people can put stats together reliably in a way that people can understand. I just don't trust my own crunching of the numbers. Not difficult to crunch the numbers over there opposite me. 4 wide and 2 deep, but it's my turn. 4. All right. So a 3rd Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. Yeah, my mom is great at math. She taught high school geometry for years and years. mean, some of that I do okay with, but some of it's just memorizing form. Anything that involves I have to memorize something, let me sit down and write you something for a half hour, and I'll find a way to make it make sense and get a decent grade. But if the formula doesn't add up to the right number, they don't. You can't use flowery language and I don't know, long form analysis to try and salvage a C or whatever. I mean, I'm so glad I don't have to worry about that anymore. Like when I learn things, I just get to concentrate on learning them, not having to remember them for short-term memorization. We'll play a second Freezing Rainstorm. 2 of those out there. Got the 1 force card. Max Harper. And that's it for my turn. Extra turn. 1. But there's sometimes where stats are very important. Like when it comes to calculating the draft order, it comes down to all sorts of weird tiebreakers for the NFL. To the point, like when I first started DraftKing.com in 2003, like there weren't sites that were devoted to that like you have now, that like keep track of things to minute detail, basically crunching the numbers for you. And although I did my best with the stats, I remember one time I could not get it to work. Okay, I got to outsource this. But even better, there was like Tankathon, I think is the one I usually go with. Okay, well this feels like a Tankathon here. Ugh, nothing going right for me here. Bring back the Rabid Beast. That's it for the turn. Taking on to John J, who has me down to 2 territories. Roll 2. So a pullback there from DeJohn J, who might have something ready to go next turn with a roll 3 or higher. We'll see. My turn. 6. For as many cards as I have, it's somewhat limited. But at least I can play Ken Show. Force match will eliminate 1 territory. ... 3 actions to go for the turn. Play that 3rd Max Harper. A 2nd force match. Will leave my opponent with 2 territories remaining. Flaw, your PC's broken? What happened to it? 2 actions to go here for the turn. Weather. I could go Intel, but But which weather? I mean, it's one. Make sure there's not one in here that's. So, in other words, there wasn't a geomagnetic disturbance or a terrifying storm already in my discard pile. It helps to look to be sure on that, especially as you get a lot of cards later in the match. But that's it for my turn. Uh-oh. Roll a 6 here for DeJohn J. 23 cards. This might do it. Does DeJohn J have a WMD match? There's a weather match, so it'll be an extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn for DeJohn J. We each have 2 territories remaining, but given the circumstances, DeJohn J in a position of advantage. There's a force match. That will eliminate a 3rd territory, but at least that takes the WMD concern out of play. But it might not matter. 4 actions to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova, that's a force match. Got a compromised leader. One more force match would beat me. Intel, extra turn 1. So unless there's a 3rd Igor Bach, I'll get another roll. DX8. Robot dogs with laser beams. So as bleak as it might look, I still have a chance. 1. Oh, now they're just teasing me with this. Play a weather card. It's a terrifying storm. That was my turn. This will probably do it right here. The John Jay just needs one more force match to beat me. 2. There are 2 more DX8s. That's the match. There's 2, there's 3. That's the match. All right, good game to John Jay, victorious. And now live with you once again, back on headset here. NashvilleLou Liv. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. Right now, we've got 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to get in and you're not in yet, last chance for this game with !play in chat. mockdraftnfl.com. Again, it's mockdraftnfl.com. That's my NFL draft website. My new one, I'm going to be selling off DraftKings. That domain at some point. Got a brand new mock that just went up earlier this afternoon, and streaming and working on that and working on other things. Usual multitasking. Day in the life. Trying to get ready as far as that broadcast for Saturday Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse, calling Swanee versus Center over on SwaneeTigers.com. All right, so let's take the overlay down. So for this 5th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, prize goes to second place. All right, so all set here as far as the notes go. 16 players are in, and this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. Big worm of the hook right away. Otang99 got hooked, and early on we're down to 15. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up, but right now, we've got a live Twitchy Tides game. Cannonball takes out Chucky, Coney, and the Zombie Killer. Down to 12. Let's see if I can pull off a banana spin. Bit of a wide radius, but I took out Debo. A banana beats a shark. Only in Twitchy Tides. Big worm of the hook. That takes out Fawny T, and we're down to 11. Fish I'm using is the Vape Ape from Las Vegas Ape. Got a wide variety of fish, other aquatic creatures, the consumer break turtle. And here comes Debo the Shark, taking out Nado 6 and Autumn's Toys. We're down to 9. So for Autumn's Toys and the remaining players, top 10 finish out of this game and thus leaderboard points. The better the finish, the more leaderboard points you earn. All part of that monthly competition. Krabby Mike up top takes out Naznara and OP Influencer. And we're down to 7. Remember, I have most of these enemies capped at a maximum of 2 kills per on-screen appearance. I've got it set at 3 for the Cannonball. You can customize that as a streamer. More than half the field is out. And it's Big Worm with a hook. It's going to get Jungle Banano and catch Mischief Shade on the way out. Down to 5. The hook from Big Worm underneath that Twitchy Tide sign near my logo, bottom left side. There goes Gabix. There goes Deadly's World. Tough break there. We're down to the final 3. Flantality, Prince Paradox, and me, NashvilleLou. And remember, if I win, prize goes to second place. And look out now for Pink Felicia. I'm not going to win this one. There goes my Vape Ape. We're down to 2. Flantality and Prince Paradox. Can Prince escape? Nope. The Tentacles got the Prince, and that's the game. So congratulations, Flantality, the winner here in this 5th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. All right. So for Autumn's Toys on up, it's a top 10 finish, and thus leaderboard points earned, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Flantality, victorious. Back open now for the next Twitchy Tides game coming up in a little bit. You can get in right now by typing !play in chat. !play, I'll do that as well. Or do that just myself. Get in with Lulu. The Lulu fish in there. The fish will be hanging out in the lobby. We got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live on Twitch. You can use that Nash Cash to dig the ScurvyBot dig pool. A 15-minute cooldown between digs, but it's 10 Nash Cash. You've got a 100% success rate. No dig pass required. Also, you can earn Warsaken loot from Warbot. And now, the ways of Warbot are somewhat mysterious, of course, but by watching official Warsaken streamers like me when we're live with Warsaken, we'll get back to Warsaken Blitz Classic here in just a moment. But with that, the Warbot gives out loot, and right now it's been giving out loot at 20 times and no more 8. It does require some amount of chat showing you're really there. But that's another way that players, people, viewers can earn just for watching me here live on Twitch, specifically with the Warsaken Warbot when I've got Warsaken Blitz going on here, which we have coming up here right now. We'll have another Twitchy Tides game coming up before too long, sometime in our next hour. But for now, let's get back into it with more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv. All right, here we go, taking on Brother of. Later in this hour, someone will win 100,000 loot. In total, we're giving away 300,000 loot today. Should be a lot of fun with that ahead in this broadcast. Okay, nothing matches here for my first 8. So I'll take the mulligan, have it reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 more. Well, that's more like it. You have a force match and a pair of weathers. Keep. And I get to go first. I'm using the Dusk Magma game mat today with this particular deck. We'll start with the force match that I can play right away with the 3Z27 Tigers. Good question, UXWU. Asking me the next set of loot packs drop. I don't know that answer offhand. Perhaps someone in chat can help with that information soon, as I understand it, but that doesn't really give you any specific information. You know, it's going to be relatively soon. This will eliminate the underground base. My opponent is down to 3 territories. Taking on Brother of. Newcomer to the game, sent some cards over to help out, and we ended up playing live on stream last week, so that was a lot of fun. Earlier this week, it feels like last week. 2 days ago, pal. Let's go with 2 more actions for the turn. Cloud cover. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 3 for Brother of. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. There's an intel match that could go after my weather. It could force me to discard. It could mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. One of those 3. So the weathers were targeted. With an intel match like that, you can bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone, but since I only had 2 cards out there, it wasn't quite the effectiveness it normally has. But early on, who knows, bouncing those weathers could end up playing a big role later. And so there's a question of what type of deck layout that Brother of might have here. When all you've seen thus far from an opponent is intel, you do have to use some caution. Only have 1 action, so we'll pass it up and in the turn. Roll of 1. Weather card. My turn. 5. Alright, nothing makes a match. I'm not going to put a pair of WMDs out there. At least not right now. I'll play a pair of A7 Axe Force cards. 3 spots open in my war zone, but again, not knowing how intel heavy that Brother of's deck might be here. And plus, more importantly, not having anything that's a really good fit to play out there. We'll pass up those 3 actions in the turn. So it's a roll of 5 for Brother of, my first opponent of the day here. Big day, episode 55. We're giving away 300,000 loot provided by Warsaken to me to give out. Many thanks to Warsaken for granting me official Warsaken streamer status. And I can't say enough good things about how Warsaken and the game creators and developers have fostered a wonderful community over on Discord. Wonderful people there that can help give you some tips on putting a deck together, answer any questions you have, tell you how you can get free stuff, which people like, in all sorts of different fun ways. So it's a pair of force cards out there for Brother of to go with a pair of weather cards. 2 actions to go and then intel. So a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards, pair of intel cards. My turn. 3. All right. So I can play this WMD trio here of triggered meltdowns. This will be a WMD match.
Select target.
A WMD allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 3 territories, or 2 of your opponent's territories. In this case, 3 remaining. Clementine Mire, St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminate. But that's it for my turn. Taking on Brother of, who just rolled a 1. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer, looking for more live player versus player competition. So another intel card played. That in the 4th spot of the war zone for Brother of. My turn, roll of 1. But quite advantageous that I landed this A7 Axe, the 3rd, to match the 2 out there already. This will be a force match to give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
Savage escalation territory here, the Brotherland Fields. Eliminate. Hey, Griebnick, we'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. So we're just underway here. But I only open it up like right when it's time for it. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. I'll be back Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. Episode 56. So a pullback on that intel with 4 actions to go that tells me there's probably something being pulled back there to play as a match. Weather? Yep, weather. So a weather match will be an extra turn in all likelihood for Brother of. You could take the +3 turns, but you really wouldn't want to do that here. Normally you're going to take the extra turn. So it took the +3 actions. I'm not quite sure why. I know Brother of is new to the game, and sometimes part of the game is learning how certain things work out. Who knows? Maybe there's some sort of surprise waiting for me. As it is, my opponent is a compromised leader, so I only need 1 more force match to get the win. Buenos dias. Hola, hello. Four actions to go here for Brother of. WMD pair. 1 more would be a match and eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. I just need 1 more force match to get the victory. Keep in mind we played in the last broadcast. Brother of got the victory over me. And it's been evidenced many times here on NashvilleLou Liv and Warsaken Blitz. As long as you have cards in your arsenal, you still legitimately have a chance to win in a given match of Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions to go for the turn. Bob Prime, hello. Thank you for checking out the stream. Hello. Greetings and welcome. So that's the end of the turn. We're just underway. First match of the broadcast. Roll of 6. I need one more force match to win. I've got it right here. Agent Zera for the win.
Select target.
All right, that's the match.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, brother of.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Griebnick. All right, notes updated real quick here. I forgot to make a note of that here before the match of the prior match I had against Brother of. So taking on Griebnick here in Warsaken Blitz. Well, you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. If you got something you can work with, at least as a pair, right away, generally speaking, I suggest you keep it. So I'll do that here. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using here. In that computer mainframe kind of look. As if it were bright red. Rolled a 1. So I've got a couple of options for intel. We'll go with the Rummage, which at a glance might look like a force card, but as always, look for that emblem, that insignia on the bottom left of a card to tell you which of the 6 categories it falls into if it's a card from your arsenal. Roll of 2 for Griebnick to start things off. Griebnick with the Emperor game title for this round. So, standalone weather cards in 2 spots in the war zone for Griebnick. My turn, too. All right. Well, when I have a pair of weather cards, that generally will be what I'll go with if I roll a 2. So even though I have a Rummage out there, I'll ignore that for now. I have the weather out there at the moment. That's it for the turn. Roll of 6. Griebnick with some nice territory cards over here. Look at Dryden oil fields, blood foils. Only 4 of these exist. Morale. I always enjoy seeing morale when it shows up in a game here live on stream because I don't get to talk about it as much as I'd like. From time to time, I need to start dropping in some surprise morale decks with it takes it. You know, it's going through there. It does take some time to switch things up, so I don't want to do it just all the time, but from time to time it'd be fun to switch things around a bit with that, with morale. Anyway, so 4 actions here. Nothing makes a match. Got another weather card pair. Ideal conditions. We'll play 2 of those. 2 sets of 2 weather, 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll play that second Rummage from before. So it's 3 wide and 2 deep in my war zone. I'm definitely going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, at least for this turn. So I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Wah. Hello, hello. So a roll of 1 for Griebnick. All right, that's it for the turn. As I was scrolling up, having to try to do a copy paste real fast. Anyway, I can roll the dice. 2. So I can play an Ideal Conditions card. Okay, here we go. It's just tucked away in this other part here. So I've got a bounty block that's going to go, I think, for another 2 hours. Giving away a Hex Tech Delphine Bay card. I'll play the extra, or actually I'll play the 3rd Ideal Conditions. That'll give me an extra turn. The intention with the bounty block was to be used for the tournament last night, but then plans changed for me, so again, pick some people on there that have some other people follow and a couple other things, just testing it out, because it's more for ideas for when I stream other games and for giving away Warsaken cards to just the way that I found out how to play it, like with Battle Miners. My first exposure to it, I was like, wow, this is a quality card right here. This one just slapped together. I could play a Force card here. I've got Intel out there already. I could just play nothing, though, and keep that third spot, my Warzone, open. That's probably the better play. So on the turn. Extra turn. 3. Okay. So it's really my preference. If I'm going to fill up that third spot in my Warzone, I'd really rather it be weather cards. Unless I have a really pressing reason otherwise. Because yes, this can potentially get bounced, but you can also use those and really turn the match around in a hurry. Only one action to go. I keep that fourth spot, my Warzone, open, so I'll end the turn. Yeah, I'm doing great, Flaw. Thank you. Roll of 6. Well, maybe not so great after this roll here by Reebnick, who has 18 cards. I've got the red card back with the white Warsaken logo that kind of matches with the Blood Fungus game mat. The seasonal, very Halloween type, pumpkin-like orange card backs there for Reebnick with the black Warsaken logo. So a lot out there for Reebnick. 2 sets of 2 morale. A pair of Force cards there, and then a pair of WMDs. A lot out there. 4. The numbers on the players' respective shields represent your morale. If your morale hits 0, it's like if your arsenal hit 0 cards, your deck 60 hit 0, or if all of your territories are eliminated. Any of those 3 things happen. At that point, you got a compromised leader. First things first, play the weather. See, I was talking about how I value that a weather pair in that third spot in your Warzone, if you can do that. Especially if you got a choice between a few. Extra turn. No doubt about that. So I can play building. Oh, no, not the captured leader. I can go back for weather or weather. I have the option as well of putting something else out there in my Warzone, but I don't have another weather pair certainly to play. So in lieu of that, we'll go with a trio of G-Titan missile silos, building cards. We'll bring back the sandstorms. Extra turn. 5. Lots of extra turns in play here. Bob Prime saying, have to go get that playmat now. Love it. Yeah, that Blood Fungus, I mean, it's a terrible sounding name, but it's a really cool looking game mat. All right, so we'll go. A lot of weather here. Geomagnetic disturbance. They'll give me an extra turn. 3 spots open in my Warzone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Could wait. Well, let's just go ahead and do it now. Blinding Sandstorm. Second extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Could go building cards. Although, how much weather do you want to keep going back for? Would be the question as well. Let's see. Extra turn. Number 1 of 2. 2. Okay, I'll play 2 Jameson Haulers here. T-15 Jameson Hauler to be precise. The second extra turn. 3. Alright. So I'll play this Jameson Hauler.
Select target.
Eliminate the Drighton oil fields. 2 actions to go for the turn. Garrison structure. It's either force or weather. More weather. But that's it for my turn. And yet, despite all of that, there's a roll of 6. Griebnick. With 21 cards and all that out there in the Warzone opposite me. Now, luckily, I've got 19 morale right now, so 3 morale. Actually, well, let's see what happens. WMD, never mind morale at the moment. The WMD match will take out 2 of my 4 territories. So eliminates 2. 2 remain. 5 actions to go for the turn. 20 cards. There's a force match. Eliminates a 3rd territory. I'm down to 1. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. You'll want to be here for that a little later in the hour. In total today, in this broadcast, I'll be giving away 300,000 loot. 100,000 each of the 3 hours coming up. So roll of 4. I've got the WMD match to get my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. I can play weather cards here as well. But then there's a risk. I don't think that's necessarily the move because I have to play all 3 of them right here. I think instead I'll go with the 3 capture leaders.
Select the target.
Gold right here. Anoptania production. Eliminate. Oh, I've got 1 more, don't I? Don't forget about Banker Island. Eliminate. 1 action to go for the turn. Since I have 4 of them, I'll play 1 Blinding Sandstorm. Even if it were to get bounced somehow, that would not deter me with the other 3. That's it for the turn. So both Griebnick and I are down to 1 territory remaining. Roll of 2 for Griebnick. I have 12 morale left. So 2 morale matches would be -6 and -6 and give me a compromise leader. Instead, there's a building match. Going back for force. Intel, which is interesting. My turn. 5. Alright, so I think I'm going to win it right here. This is the time where you would use a +3 actions, though, because I can play 2 of the Blinding Sandstorms. That would drop me to 3 actions remaining for the turn. But I take the +3 actions here, it adds together to 6. Very important, because I need 2 more force matches to win. 3 and 3. Foxbuster, Hammerhead. Here we go. Gotta do it in the right order, though. Blinding Sandstorm. You'd only play the 2, since that makes a match. Careful here to go with the... it's inopportune time. So sometimes it locks up here, or it doesn't lock up, it just won't let you click. And so the workaround for me is to hit F5, and it takes all of 2 seconds for it to pop back into place. Another like 2 seconds or so for the cosmetics to pop in. But I'm not going to be distracted from here. +3 actions. Just enough I need to win right there. If you go with the extra turn, maybe you roll a 1 or a 2, then you end up having regrets. A9 Hammerhead, Force. You might put a compromise later. Bob Prime, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Force match gives my opponent a compromise leader.
Compromised.
G1 Foxbuster for the win.
Select the target.
I got lucky there at the very end.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Griebnick.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Moonbaz Marty. Moonbaz Marty with the game title of Warlord. For this one, I've got High Justice. So remember, in our next hour, we'll be giving away another 100,000 loot. I have a pair of Force cards in my rule. In Warsaken Blitz, my starting 8 if I have a Force match. Or not match, that would be nice, but at least a pair of Force cards, keep it. And that's usually the case with weather and often intel as well, if you have intel in your hand. That tends to be what I go for. Now, there are always going to be exceptions. Here's an exception I can go for. An exceptional draw here. That roll of 4 is going to give me a chance to play a white phosphorus bomb trio. It's going to be a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select the target.
Get that early strike in on Moonbaz Marty. Thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat. This is the code incoming game mat here. 1 action to go for the turn. And I'll put a Czar Cyrus out there. Go ahead and do that. That's it for my turn. So Moonbaz Marty's down to 2 territories. It's a roll of 1. So just 1 card and 1 action for the turn for Moonbaz Marty. It's going to hold back and not play anything there. So now it's my turn again. 2. All right, well, I'll play a second Czar Cyrus. Fabricator. Let me turn the in-game audio down just a bit. Had it turned up from AEW Fight Forever when I streamed that yesterday. 1 action to go for the turn. But there's the WMDs I have in hand are worthless at this point to me, since you can only play at most 1 WMD match in a given game per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. I could play a building card, but that'd probably be a bad idea. So I'll just leave it as is, pass it the last action in the turn. It's a roll of 3 for Moonbaz Marty, who has that 24 karat gold die there, that cosmetic. Pair of weather cards. The black background, and then for mine, it's the white die with the purple to match with a branding, pal. My turn. 6. All right, so unfortunately for me, nothing makes a match, but you have some options. Play a pair of weather cards, Violent Tornado. Play a pair of ZS Wolves. And some players might choose to be aggressive and put Foxbusters out there, but I'd prefer to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. So I'll pass it the last 2 actions in the turn. Taking on Moonbaz Marty. Here in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 4. So there's a weather match for Moonbaz Marty. Thus an extra turn with 3 actions still to go for this turn. Here are Private Sarah Yvette cards out there, Force cards. Weather card, extra turn, roll of 5 for Moonbaz Marty. That's a Force match, a 3rd Private Sarah Yvette. Force match eliminates 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. 4 actions to go for the turn. 2nd Tsunami, so a pair of weather cards. 3 actions to go for the turn. Force. Some tanks out there. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Alright, so I'll have a 3rd Violent Tornado. It's the beam tank. You don't want that thing staring you down. Anyway. Violent Tornado. So that 3rd Violent Tornado means a weather match. I'll take the extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Now I'll go ahead and play a Foxbuster. I could have played an Abdul Hafiz, but we'll go Foxbuster. Extra turn. 3. Alright, so the ZS Wolf will be a Force match and eliminate a 3rd territory for Moonbaz Marty, leaving only 1 remaining.
Select target.
Hello, Kron. Hello. Alright, Bob Prime says, okay, cool, you figured it out? Alright, cool. Oh, Flaw, I missed what you were saying before. I'm going to have to improve on my ability with chat. Flaw, we're going to have to play today. That was something we talked about yesterday. So... Oh, that's something. So you got a foil prime Giga Crawler out of a regular pack. Nice. I love the artwork in this game. And of course, like any sort of game with great artwork, there'll be some that people will especially like. I mean, it's high quality. And to me, that's where I see the possibility for helping other people learn about Warsaken. Again, That's what drew me to this game initially. I mentioned it a few times, but I think it bears repeating. Played a game called Battle Miners, and one day I got a prize or whatever the extra was, and it was a card for Warsaken, and it's like, whoa, what is this? It's high quality, and I looked into it more like, wow, this is really something. And then to find out this is going to be so much fun. It's still my turn. I'm over here telling you unabridged stories, and it's still my turn. Sorry, Moonbaz Marty, at all. Last action for the turn. I'll pass it up in the turn. I agree, Kron. The high production value very much shows. Yeah, the sound is on point. I use different music because I'm very paranoid about the copyright monsters with music. But there's great music in the game. That's not a reflection of my opinion on that. So that's a weather match for Moonbaz Marty. He'll have an extra turn after this. Pair of forest cards. Both have a pair of Azar Cyrus fabricators out there. The Battle of the Fabricators. Extra turn, roll of 1. That's it for the turn. Roll to 5. Oh, that's interesting, Bob Prime. So, used to be an artillery unit. United States Marine Corps. Well, thank you for your service. Greatly appreciated. 5 actions. Again, I never want to belittle or trivialize war. It is very serious. But this game treats it with a proper seriousness. Meanwhile, I've got the win right here. Over here. I love interacting with chat, but it's just a matter of me conditioning myself to remember to look back. Pay attention, picnic.
Compromised.
4 actions to go for the turn. Only need 1 more. Czar Cyrus for the win.
Select the target.
Good game, Moonbaz Marty.
Leader eliminated.
All right, good game, Moonbaz Marty.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Delvis. Was victorious over Delvis when we played 2 days ago, but it's fun. Delvis and I have had some great matches, some really back and forth, fun battles. All right, well, a couple of pairs and force to go with early keep. And today for this deck, I've got the Urban Warzone game mat. I get to go first. So it's a roll of 2. And when given the opportunity, in a case like this where you roll a 2 and nothing will make a match for you as it stands now anyway, weather is the way to go typically, at least usually. What are they? Tropical Cyclone. 2 of those, that ends the turn. So roll of 2 for Delvis, who has that dark die with even darker numbers on it. Pair of weather cards. Weather against weather. My turn. 6. Ooh. All right, so nothing makes a match. I don't know what type of deck Delvis might have. You have to use some caution as far as the force that you put out there, especially early. But passing up 6 actions out of caution or fear or whatever, just ain't gonna cut it. So we'll pick one. If you're gonna clear it out, I gotta clear a heavy soldier. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. So, as strange as it might seem, I'm gonna pass up those last 4 actions and end the turn. Just remember, if something's out there in your war zone, an opponent with intel could potentially bounce it to your discard pile. Well, thank you, Brother of. Roll of 6 for Delvis. Although there are a lot of great people that live stream Warsaken Blitz, and the Tabletopia version of the regular game. I still have a lot to learn with that, but it's interesting the opportunities when I've had to tune in with that. So a pair of weather cards, and now 2 sets of 2 force. For Delvis, that ends the turn. My turn. 1. All right, well, same as the position I was in at the end of the last turn. Really doesn't make sense to put anything in that third spot in my war zone, especially with just one action here. At least if I could play a pair, it'd be a little bit of a better argument, but I passed that up in the last turn, so I'm not going to go with the one action here in the turn. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Roll of 2 for Delvis. All right, well, good luck with the grocery shopping, brother of. Well, it's not really a sign-up. I have people. I'm looking for people to play there in the moment. I have to keep the proverbial trains running on time. I've got a certain amount of time, and I love playing. It's tremendous fun to play and live stream this game, but anyway, that's the idea with it. I assure you, it's better than how it used to be. Okay, well, I could put two of those G16 mechs out there, but I think the smarter move is to go weather here, because if 2 of those are out there and they get bounced, then I'm in a bit of a lurch there. As for the weather, perhaps a different matter. If it gets balanced, I'll still have that trio of G16 mechs I can play. So it wouldn't be split up, in other words. Roll 6. Later today, no, I'm going to go until at least 3 hours with it. So at least until 5 p.m. Eastern. But no, I play, like, I'm usually, if you throw in tournaments, sometimes up to 50 matches just with the live streaming element. And I really want to avoid burnout. I feel remarkably lucky that I haven't hit burnout. But to get burned by this intel, I'm going to bounce 1 each. And there you see why I didn't put that G16 mech out there. But Monday, at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, I'll be back with the next opportunity for that. My turn. 4. But I tell you, the support of the Legion, I can't stress enough how valuable that has been. Because I can come in here with a certain confidence, knowing that in all likelihood there'll be at least somebody, at least one person wanting to play me. Sometimes the first half hour of a live stream can be the most, not daunting, but challenging when you're having to rely on finding other people. But again, I can't stress enough how valuable and how wonderful the Warsaken community has been. They support their streamers. G16 mech. That force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Like this week, for example. Like 10, let's say 10 matches per broadcast, give or take. So that's 40. Now, if the tournament stuff, if that doesn't work out, then only 40. That my fear is burnout with anything. And I try to be cautious with that. Say, okay, make sure, but I haven't experienced that yet. And there's a number of different reasons. Like I mentioned, the Legion being so great and so supporting. This being a fun game to play where I can be at a leisurely pace and chat and everything. It's still my turn, though. I can't get too leisurely with it. Paying attention. I gotta blame myself for things running slower. Play a second Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. That's it for my turn. Now, I realize there's also a Sergeant in my discard pile now, but maybe there'll be building cards. Maybe there'll be a 4th one that'll pop up. We'll see. Taking on Delvis. Go ahead. That Hex Tech Delphine Bay. NashvilleLou.com/contest takes you to that bounty block. I like it to, not asking for your money or anything, just like a chance to follow a few people. And testing it out more than anything so that I can basically to make sure this is going to work the way I think it will. Because I see potential with it with other games that promote a number of different things, particularly though Warsaken. 2 actions to go for the turn. I don't want to put the Charlestons out there in partial form. I'll play a second geomagnetic disturbance. I'll actually do a pullback on the tornado. It's out there by itself. That's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis, who rolls a 2. Later this hour, I'll be giving away another 100,000 loot. and 100,000 loot to be given away in the next hour as well. So 2 more opportunities to win, which would be just enough loot to buy yourself one of those the third wave of Savage Escalation loot packs coming out this weekend. Roll a 6. All right, so I've got the cards I need to get the win, but not quite enough actions yet. Although with 6, I'm going to be pretty close. I'll give my opponent a compromised leader. Play the WMD trio here, Tactical Nuke. The WMD match. A WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. Reactions to go for the turn. I know I could play building cards and go back, but I think the better move here is instead we'll just go Rayanne the Insider. Get the scoops. Developing story. Opponents would have a compromised later. But that's it for my turn. I don't want to get too flippant about it because look at all out there in Delvis's war zone. 4 wide and 2 deep. Let's roll 4. Of particular interest are the 2 sets of 2 weather, as those could provide an extra turn for Delvis. No play. Wow. Okay, so if I roll, let's see, if I roll a 3 or higher, I should get the win right here, right? 1, well. And this is a tough one because if I just put one of these out here, it's... I think I need to hold on to the Charlestons. So, okay, next best thing, play a resource silo. Do it this way. Elvis saying. Didn't have anything. Not have nothing. Roll of 2. Let's see if this turns into something here for Delvis. With 19 cards. No play. My goodness. Will this do it for me? 3. Yes, it will. RCG Charleston for the win. All right, good game, Delvis. All right, here we go, taking on Cammy Reaper and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. That's a tough one. Only 1 weather card, all those buildings. Mulligan. So the computer will reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. I'm going to have to take a second mulligan, I think. And there's risk to this. My opponent gets an extra card, and I'm stuck with whatever they give me, but we'll see. At least I get to go first. 5. Okay, well... Play a pair of Terrifying Storms. We'll have that. A pair of weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. But in this case, I'm going to pass up those last 3 actions in the turn. That's a good question, Bob Prime, asking about channel points. I've never really done anything with them. That's, to be determined. Roll of 6. I've seen a lot of creativity from other live streamers, and this is an area where I don't have my years of experience with television news and sports broadcasting and live play-by-play. All of that really doesn't help me when it comes to things like channel points where I don't have that level of experience. So I've always found I can learn from other people, even relatively new streamers. They may know things I don't. There's so many new fun things to learn in this world of live streaming. At least to me, it's fascinating. Just the fact that I can do this from my own home, to play this game with people around the world who love this game, it's wonderful. The novelty still hasn't worn off and hopefully never will. It's so much fun. So a pair of intel cards with the stolen Blueprints to go with a pair of weather cards will pass up the last action in the turn. Nothing yet to be determined for the channel points. So it's a roll of 1 here for Cammy Reaper, my opponent, Warsaken Blitz. Despite those 3 sets of 2 force cards in that opposite war zone, no play. My turn, 2. All right. Well, with 2 spots open in my war zone, I go with a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation, Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for the turn. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of other streamers do some really creative things. There's a force match, so Cammy Reaper will eliminate one of my 4 territories. Four actions to go for the turn. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Wow. All these cards and nothing to make a match. Brutal. Just brutal. I could do a pullback on the intel and go just all weather. I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough when this particular situation happens in a game of Warsaken Blitz. Because as great as rolling that 6 is, that's oof. Okay, I'm going to do a pullback on the intels. Do something here with these tournaments. Put away the stolen blueprints. We've got a freezing rainstorm coming through. 3 wide, 2 deep of weather. Pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. It's a roll of 1. My opponent is Cammy Reaper. Later in this hour, give me away another 100,000 loot. Your chance to win's coming up. Also another 100,000 loot to be given away the next hour here on NashvilleLou Liv. You can find my all-time most popular clips. NashvilleLou.com/clips is the link to get you there. So I have 2 Geomagnetic Disturbance weather cards out there. You see why I value the weather out there in my war zone when I can pull it off like that? Here's the 3rd extra turn. 2. Okay. Resident of Ede, Air Defense. Pair of force cards. That ends the turn. Taking on Cammy Reaper. So there's a weather match. Extra turn. 6. My goodness. There'll be 19 cards. 2 sets of 2 force. A pair of intels. A pair of weather cards out there for Cammy Reaper. This does not bode well for me here right about now. There's a pullback with a pair of force cards making room for something. Intel. Intel match. Guess it'll bounce 1 of each. That's the risk I took putting it out there. 1 action to go for the turn. My turn. 4. All right. So I know I have the EMP discharges, doing the victory dance, but the better play here is to use the building cards, go back for what got bounced, I think. Although, you know, with only 4, oh, that's a little tougher. I was thinking 5 for some reason. That's not right. I was thinking I had 2, because I originally did have 2 of those Resident Beads out there. The one here, but from an action standpoint, I'd be one shot. Okay, well, we'll play the WMD. Do it.
Select target.
That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. No, you don't have to be present to win with a Hex Tech. That's a bounty block. That's something that it'll do the drawing afterward. That was the idea to like appeal to people out. It was a bit eye-opening as far as how little actual exposure I think I actually have over on X, formerly Twitter. Those halcyon days of summer 2021, a lot of those people I think have disappeared from that particular scene as far as those sorts of giveaways go. Okay, let's think for a second. The weather's out there, those got bounced. I don't think playing anything here would help with that as much. I'll play a second Resident Evil. If it gets bounced, then, well, we'll adjust. I guess that's the play. That ends the turn. You don't have to be present to win the Hex Tech. So originally it was going to run until like an hour before this broadcast, but again, when plans had to change yesterday and not having that tournament broadcast. But okay, even though I really don't want to do that sort of giveaway here as much, because that's more something you can utilize when somebody's hearing you on a 5-minute delay. 2. Wow. It's been that kind of match for me. Again, when you run into somebody that's playing Intel at the right time. Kron, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. 2 actions to go for the turn. Well, let's go ahead and put these back out there at least. Not back out there, we'll play the one each of these weathers to at least make a match. Not make a match, make a pair out there. Ugh. That's how discombobulated I am at the moment. The Intel has me rattled. Taking on Cammy Reaper, who just rolled a 6. This could be serious trouble right here. That's 25 cards and 6 actions. Hang on. WMD match. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. That's interesting, Kron. Yeah, I don't know as far as the follower. Maybe that's just the... I don't know why it would activate that if you already were. Sometimes strange things happen here on Twitch. I understand that that's not necessarily indicative or reflective of how that goes. Anyway, appreciate the follow either way. There's a force match. We have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
But you see how quickly things changed there. And yet, 6. Okay. I can play a Terrifying Storm to get an extra turn. Let's think. Okay, so I can go back for 1 of each. Really, that's the play, first and foremost. I've got 4 of the Advanced Weather Station, so I'll go with the one where I only have 3 with the Laser Air Defense Station. The other station. Bring back what got bounced. Freezing Rainstorm. Terrifying Storm. Resident Evil. If I do this right, I think I'll be able to get the win. I need 3 more force matches. The weathers, though, have to be the considered the most pressing issue. I guess I need to go back for the other storm, but I did. Freezing Rainstorm. Actually, before I do that, let's think about this for a second. With the Resident Evil, Max Harper, I'm going to need 1 more thing to match up here, or use building cards to go back. Play the weather first, right? Freezing Rainstorm. Extra turn. I'm going to play 2 Max Harpers here. Remember, I need 3 force matches. If I need to take the +3 turns, I want to know it before it's too late. The extra turn, but I'll be able to See a 1, but I can play another Terrifying Storm. Okay. Another +1 turn. That's I think the way to go with it here. Let's see. 5. All right. Okay, I should be able to get the win, if I'm thinking correctly. Max Harper, Resin David. Those will each be a force match to eliminate a territory.
Select target.
4 actions to go for the turn. I should get it here. Resin David. This will give my opponent a compromised leader. So it's an ill-opportune time for this to not let me click. But hit F5, it'll reload.
Select target.
Now I can go ahead and bounce the Vast Hinterland. Oh, it reminded me to have a compromised leader as well.
Compromised.
B6 Rabid Beast for the win.
Select target.
All right. Well, good game, Cammy Reaper. I got very lucky with that late rally. Able to get the win. Good game. All right, back on headset with you here. It's always something when it comes to live broadcasting to throw off what you might have planned. We've got 21 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to get in as well and you're not in yet, last chance for this game with !play in chat. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up in a few minutes. Let's take this overlay down. 21 players are in. I'm in there with my Lulu fish, which I've gotten the number 2 spot in my Twitchy team. Remember that within Twitchy Tides, you can set 5 different fish. Your starting lineup, as it were, numbers 1 through 5. That allows you to switch between fish. If you're watching multiple streamers with Twitchy Tides, you can play one fish in one game, a different fish in a different one. You got some options. It's a good thing. All right, 22 players are in. So for the 6th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Let's say Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to 2nd place. And also players, you're looking for a top 10 finish, looking for leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Twitchy Tides. 22 players are in, and this next game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. Krabby Mike, the welcoming committee, takes out DeBoer JS and Cesaro NLV. Early on, we're down to 20. I did that dream command, did I? That was my chance. Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike took out Gabix. Got neutralized temporarily with that Misfit command, but I think that might turn off at some point. Maybe not. Beerman, thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Greetings and welcome. Joined in progress. I'd like to welcome a new audience. It's like the late NFL games on a Sunday late afternoon. I'd like to welcome our new audience. No, shout isn't a command. It's shout out. There we go. There's the shout out. Thank you for the raid, Beerman. Greetings and welcome. So Jamie Penguins and Misty Rios are out. We're down to 17. This is Twitchy Tides, and that's a depth charge that takes out Silent One and I-420 Spit. We're down to 15. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. There's more Twitchy Tides coming up as well. Right now in this game, we're down to 13. As Pink Felicia zaps Chucky and Autumn's Toys. Down to 13 remaining. You got the Flare command and the Ghost command and the Misfit command all going on at the same time. The fish are fighting back. It's kind of tough for the enemies to get through that kind of line of defense. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. More Warsaken Blitz Classic to come. And it's Debo the Shark creeping in by the coral on that bottom right side. Debo takes out 4 Slayer and Nadu 6 before being sent back in the other direction, but the damage done. Half the field is out now. We're down to 11. Depth charge. This doesn't look good for Lulu. There goes my Lulu fish. Mischief Shade got taken out as well, although Mischief gets a top 10 finish out of it, as do the remaining players. These leaderboard points. The hook from Big Worm takes out Azile. We're down to 8. Stubborn Twitch drops that wouldn't finish. Oh no. Not any good when it won't finish what you try to start. Sofani T and Zach Bonifer are out. We're down to 6. The hook from Big Worm takes out Jeff 0079. We're down to 5. We've got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live on stream. Warbot giving out that Warsaken loot. And look at that bubble command with Flo. Jungle Bananas fish. That sent Big Worm and that hook back in the other direction. So again, we got Scurvybot, we got Warbot. Got prizes. Billy XBT hit the depth charge. We're down to the final 4. Parrot, Brazen Blake, OP Influencer, and Jungle Banano, the last 4. Cannonball takes out OP Influencer. We're down to 3. Jungle Banano, Brazen Blake, and Parrot hiding over there by the coral. Hide behind the URL, pal. Here comes Pink Felicia going left to right. Parrot used that Misfit command, but got zapped right as it happened. Tough break there. We're down to the final 2 now. It's Brazen Blake and Jungle Banano. Here comes Debo. Debo takes out Jungle Banano, and that's the game. So congratulations, Brazen Blake. Victorious here. We've had 6 games thus far of Twitchy Tides and 6 different winners. Keep in mind that prizes will be sent out after the conclusion of the broadcast. Those will be sent from my fulfillment wallets on Wax. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, you've got leaderboard points. For Mischief Shade. I have to say that name carefully. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Because Mischief and Shade. I can say those separately. Mischief Shade. From you on up as a top 10 finish, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Brazen Blake. Victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game coming up in our next hour. You can get in right now with !play in chat. I'll get in with the Inferno Nessie this time. Alright, so players can hang out here in the lobby for a bit. The fish. There's a broad brush when it comes to fish. When you got the Love Bug car in there. I got my dragon in there. All sorts of other fun aquatic life. But for the purposes of, even a sheep, but for the purposes of Twitchy Tides, they're fish. So we'll have that coming up here in our next hour. This next Twitchy Tides game. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Remember, you can dig every 15 minutes. You have the Nash Cash to do it. It's only 10 Nash Cash to dig. 100% success rates. No dig pass required. And remember, even if you don't have a wax wallet, if you don't want one, you don't care about that, but you'd like to play, have a fish, somebody to cheer for, a fish with your name underneath it, the game will give you a fish, assign you a fish really to play for a given game, and you can play for fun. So everybody that wants to participate gets to, which is a huge positive. And I think a vastly underrated element of Twitchy Tides, which has been such a success as far as bringing in new people and engaging the audience. Everybody gets to play. It's like the opposite of the madness. We've been going through a lot of these Warsaken Blitz games here. Some of those from 2023, but it got absolutely crazy with that queue system. People were waiting I never found out what the limit was, how long people would actually wait, because people would wait so long. I would have a 5-hour show done and then another 3 hours just to finish the queue, and nearly everybody would stick around. And that got to be problematic, so. When we get Game Reward XP mode, which hopefully will be soon, along with that, we're going to have a turn timer, which is vital, because when you're live, you're vulnerable. If your opponent can just walk away and mess with you like that and just, leave you hanging potentially, that's no good. So, looking forward to seeing it with the turn timer, looking forward to having it with the auto matchmaker. Part of why I think this draws more viewers than the original live broadcast in some cases, because the reality is, with Twitchy Tides, everybody gets to play. It's great. That brings people in that weren't necessarily there before, because if you're playing people in Blitz, you're playing them one at a time. So it's a different dynamic. I think there's ways you can kind of balance the two. Have the competitive games, but also have something where everybody gets to play. Those are my thoughts on it. So 7 players are in. Enough pontificating from me. I've got more HTML work to do. Website stuff, coding. For you, more Warsaken Blitz Classic. With that next Twitchy Tides game coming up in our next hour. Remember, Scurvybot's giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here. And you've got Warbot from Warsaken giving out 20 times the normal loot. 20x loot. For now, we head back to Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Nathaka. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. In our next hour, we're giving away another 100,000 loot. Before the broadcast is over, I'll let you know who ended up winning that Hex Tech at Delphine Bay. Part of that NashvilleLou.com/contest link over to Bounty Block. Get my notes up to speed here. I started plugging things. All right, so taking on Nathaka, I've got a pair of force cards I can start with. So let's keep it. This is the Dusk Magma game map that I'm using here. Nathaka starts things off with a roll 4. And again, notice when it's your opponent's turn, whatever the die cosmetic is that's being used, you get to see. And when it's your turn, it switches over to match what you have. 2 sets of 2 force for Nathaka. My turn. 2. A pair of Ancient Zeras. On fire. And that's it for the turn. So looking over, trying to do the tech stuff there in a split second. I think it was that roll of 2. No play there from Nathaka, whatever the case. My turn. 3. Alright, so I have a pair of force cards in my war zone. I'll go with a pair of intel cards now with the planted device on fire. And while I have 1 action to go for the turn, I'm not in a strong spot as far as weather goes. And so, with that in mind, pass up that last action in the turn. Attack it with a roll of 4. Another pair of force cards, even though it has a G on it. That emblem is a G force. And then another 2 force cards. 4 wide, 2 deep, and it's all force. My goodness, my turn. 4. All right. The Cheetah Z series. Wasn't quite sure which that one was. With a pair of intel cards here. Burn notice on fire. I'll pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Roll 2 for Nathaka. This is Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. Very easy to learn, easy game to live stream and have fun with. I was talking before about how you're playing at least 40 games in a given week, if not more. Sometimes with tournaments, 50 plus. I'm constantly afraid of potential burnout with anything, and yet I haven't experienced that at all with this. It's really something. Again, part of that also speaks to the positive interactions I have with members of the Legion, the Warsaken community. Great people. Okay, let's see if I can click the button correctly. There we go. Burn notice. So that's an intel match. You have 3 different options. You can mill 6 from your opponent's discard pile, their arsenal, or excuse me, mill 6 cards to their discard pile from their arsenal. Make them discard 3 from their hand, but my favorite, let's bounce.
Select target.
And it's frustrating to have a lot out there than suddenly your opponent drops an intel match. So when you have this intel match and you opt to bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone, you can pick them out. It's typically, if I'm not sure, I'll go with the newest first. We'll bounce the Selfless Hero. Bounce the Gemini GX.
Select target.
We'll bounce the Selfless Hero. Or Nameless Soldier, excuse me. Wrong card, sir. They all function the same way in Blitz because it's the categories that matter in Warsaken Blitz. Again, there's tremendous detail in here that gets glossed over because for Blitz, it's not relevant to the game. It makes it so easy for new players to come in and learn it. So we'll go with a pair of force cards here. The C-27 Tiger. That's it for my turn. Taking on Nathaka. Roll to 3. There's a pullback. One of those force cards that had made a pair that I bounced. That made room for a pair of weather cards there, the Tsunami. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. I can play a building trio here if I'm so inclined. I'd be going back for intel if I did that. I could do that. And really, that's given the limited options here for me. I'm not crazy about doing it this way, but sometimes you have to make the best of the situation. Building cards. Now, if your arsenal is getting milled by an opponent with a lot of intel, this can be helpful for replenishing cards in your arsenal to keep it from hitting 0 and protect your leader. As far as, remember, your arsenal at 0, at that point you got to compromise leader. But instead, what I usually do at least, more often than not, play with the trio coming back to my hand, pick 3 cards. I only have 3, so you know it's going to be the burn notice. Now, I'm not just going to throw one out there to end the turn, because that would make it an obvious potential target, even 3 wide and 2 deep. There's also the risk of getting in the way of something if I roll a 3 and really want to play it that next turn. So, it's a very long way of saying pass it up in the turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Roll a 4 for Nathaka. Meowsy, hello. Hi. We'll be giving away another 100,000 loot in the next hour. Many thanks to Warsaken. Warsaken gave me 500,000 loot to give away. Had 2 of those on Wednesday. And we've had 2 today. 1 more still to come. The weather match is going on up there for Nathaka. It's got 19 cards and 5 actions. Could take some serious damage here. That WMD match qualifies as serious damage. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer, looking for more live player versus player competition. So a force match there for Nathaka. That has me down to 1 territory. 1 action to go for the turn, extra turn. 3. There's a force match. That's going to give me a compromised leader. Nathaka still has all 4 of her territories intact.
Compromised.
That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. All right, well, at least, 2 options here. I could play Intel and bounce those cards in Nathaka's war zone, but look, I already got a compromised leader. It's just going to take 1 more force match to beat me. For me to have any chance at this, I can't worry about those cards being what beats me, because I need at least 1 more turn. So the more prudent play is to go Kinetic Space Strike, WMD match, eliminate 2 of those 4 territories up there. It's in all likelihood, Nathaka is going to get the win over me here in this next turn, but you never know in this game. As long as you have cards in your arsenal, you still may have a chance to win. So roll 4. Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Won 5 matches in a row here to begin this broadcast. I'm due for a loss. Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Azar Cyrus, there's 2. Is there a 3rd? No, there's not. Wow. Okay. My turn? 5. Well, now. The weather not being there for me, I think, is going to be... Although, maybe now's the time to go Intel. No, whatever the case, I'll go with the Agent Zera first. Have a force match. Bounce a 3rd territory. So Nathaka will have only 1 remaining. And I could play building cards, but that's not going to be it. Better play Burn Notice. Intel. Let's bounce. 3 sets of 2 force. One action to go for the turn. My voice trying to hang in there. Yeah, the Kinetic Space Strike is pretty impressive WMD. Meowsy, I agree. Okay, so 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to need 2 more force matches to possibly, if I possibly can come back and maybe get 1 more roll. We'll see. Again, Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to beat me. I'll play a DX8. Force. And that'll do it for my turn. I've got a compromised leader. Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Roll 2. There's 2. 1 more will be the match. And then a second Azar Cyrus. Thank goodness I used that intel when I did, huh? Because that would have been curtains for me. Can you believe this? Another roll for me. 3. How do you like this? Z27 Tiger. We'll give Nathaka a compromised leader. Thank goodness I played that DX8, huh? My goodness, DX8 with a roaring comeback win. All right, good game, Nathaka. My goodness, what a battle. All right, here we go. Taking on Flaw. Love that avatar. Dog just staring down a cutting knife. All right. So I have my notes caught up. I'm going to take a mulligan here since nothing makes even a pair. Reshuffle my arsenal. My deck of 60. Get a weather match. Not a weather match, a pair of weathers. You don't want to be too picky, as I tend to try to emphasize. I mean, sometimes it works out, but sometimes you can end up with something far worse, trying to chase something better, especially on a second mulligan cape. Flaw gets to go first. Flaw with the goat. Subtitle there, or the game title. Roll 3 for Flaw. I always like when Flaw is that St. Purcell Harbor. And only 4 of those that exist at blood foil. There's Bella Ivanova. This is the Urban Warzone game mat that I'm using with this particular deck today. UXWU says, good luck for the playmat, Flaw. Wouldn't that be something? There is a playmat up on the prize wheel today. 3. All right. The flex just a little bit. The fire in the fields. I was mixing some stuff up with the decks earlier. Really didn't change that much, but I did put this in there just to... I love to show off the cool and unique stuff, although typically I try and have cards that look more similar as opposed to... But in this case... But regardless of the rarity, you notice in Blitz, it doesn't matter. It's just a trio of matching weather cards. That weather match means an extra turn. 1. Okay. Oh, with a wide open war zone, just in one action, we'll play the X3 Black Dog Savage Escalation Force. So that's it for my turn. Taking on Flaw. Warsaken Blitz. Flaw with a roll of 4. There's a weather match for Flaw. One action to go for the turn. Extra turn while playing a Private Sarah Vet Force card. 5. Pair of weather cards. 3 actions to go for the turn for Flaw. There's a pullback, making some space in the war zone. Pair of weather cards out there. My turn. 6. Okay. I'll be able to make a force match here with the G16 mech. And look at this card right here. Savage Escalation Force. It's the very rare, this 1,000 of these, so a little more plentiful, but yeah, look at it. I like this card in particular, the very rare version here. So we'll play it. So this force match will eliminate one of my opponents. 4 territories. So I've got 3 actions to go for the turn. A lot out there in the war zone opposite me. I can play a second X3 Black Dog. So I have 2 of those out there in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's play a pair of intel cards. Satellite Recon. And that's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv as we pass 4 p.m. Eastern. Later in this hour, giving away another 100,000 loot. Presented by Warsaken. For me to give away to you here live on stream. Roll a 3 for Flaw. Does she have a match with anything out there in the war zone? A weather match could mean an extra turn. There's a force match with Bella Ivanova. Learn more about Warsaken, go to the Warsaken Discord page. Highly recommended. There are some wonderful people there. Tremendous generosity. A pair of WMDs out there from Flaw. Keeping the pressure on that opposite side war zone, but it's my turn. I got the gimmick die here. I think I just rolled a 1. I only had 1 card that popped in. Well, I'll pass up that 1 action and end the turn. The Flaw with a roll of 5. There's a WMD match that's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. We're down to 1. I've got 6 wins and 0 losses today. But if Flaw keeps this up, might finally take one of the L column. There's a weather match, so an extra turn for Flaw. Who just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Along with 13 cards, so we'll see what she has. Another weather match is what she has. My goodness. I might not get another roll. Yeah, I've won all the battles until now, Flaw. I've been exceptionally lucky. I mean, I was on the brink of losing against Nathaka and just had some remarkable luck at the end to stick around for 2 extra turns, not extra turns, but 2 more rolls of the die that I hadn't expected to have. And that happened, that happens sometimes in this game. There's the extra turn with a roll of 5. Law just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. A 3rd tsunami would mean another extra turn in all likelihood. Building cards. Law's going back. You'd figure she's going back for force. Bella Ivanova would be my guess, because that's the only force trio in there. If she goes for weather, it could be cloud cover or freezing rainstorm, or the tranquil sunlight. It's one of the new Savage Escalations that I don't have 4 of yet to have in game, so I don't have that one off the top of my head. It's like sunrise, sunset, sunlight, sun bright. 2 actions to go for the turn. Extra turn. I'm down to 1 territory left. Law's on a roll here. And again, you see the power of how weather, you get those chained together, that cascade effect. Law with roll 3. Although if there had to be a day where I'd have a bunch of wins in a row, let it be a day where I end up giving away what will be by the end of the broadcast, 300,000 loot. Got another 100,000 loot we're giving away later in the hour. Another extra turn for Flaw. that cloud cover weather match. If she takes the 3 actions there, that means trouble for me. That probably means she has something lined up to beat me. But I'm guessing extra turn. Well, has already played her WMD, so she couldn't play. I mean, it wouldn't be as effective. But nevertheless, it's just something she can't use in this situation, which might not be obvious to somebody just now tuning in. Another extra turn. 1. But is there a third tsunami up there for Blackbird, aka Flaw? Azar Cyrus ends the turn. My turn. 1. Alright, well, I'm going to pass up the action in the turn. I might not have another role in this match. Blonde just needs 2 more force matches to beat me, and you can see all that force out there opposite. Roll a 5. Also the potential for a weather match with those pair of tsunami cards out there. There's a second Private Sarah vet. 4 actions to go for the turn. Flaw needs 2 more force matches to beat me. Azar Cyrus. But it's 2 only, at least at the moment. 3 actions to go for the turn. That's it for the turn? Okay. My turn. 5. Okay, so I'll have a WMD match I can play here. This will eliminate 2 of Flaw's 3 remaining territory.
Select target.
Bye-bye, St. Purcell Harbor and Bloodfoil. We'll meet again someday. Possibly Monday, the next NashvilleLou Liv broadcast for Warsaken Blitz. I hadn't intended that to be a plug. The plans change. A WMD eliminates 2 of those 3 remaining territories. Flaws down to only 1 left. Just like me. Although, a lot more firepower for Flaw. In that opposite side war zone, I could put a pair of force cards out there, but really, the smarter play is to go geomagnetic disturbance, savage escalation weather. And that's it for the turn. It's going to come down to which of us is going to be the first to have a pair of force matches. One to take out the final territory, the other to take out a then compromised leader. Thanks to Carl Casey of Whitebait Audio, who makes much of the great background music I use here on NashvilleLou Liv. And again, later in this hour, one more 100,000 loot giveaway. That's a roll of 6. 22 cards for Flaw. Surely she'll be able to get 2 force matches here, right? Or at least a weather match, something like that. Flaw only has 12 cards left in her arsenal. 22 cards ready to go up there in her hand. 3 sets of 2 force to go with the 2 tsunami cards out there in the war zone. There's a force match. Azar Cyrus. That gives me a compromised leader. Flaw just needs 1 more force match to beat me.
Compromised.
So does Flaw have one more force match here? Is there another Private Sarah vet? Another Agent Zara? Some other sort of force? There's Agent Zara for the win! All right, good game. Flaw victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on Meowsy. Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. All right, well, I have a pair of weather cards that I can go with. Again, you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. Keep. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using here. Got the ornamentals, the cosmetics as they're called in the game, the card backs, and the die I'm using here. This one, the white with the red. 2. Okay, well, just underway, so wide open war zone for both of us. Play a pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. And that's it for my turn. Roll of 2 for Meowsy. So a pair of intel cards. Interesting. My turn. 6. All right, so I'll have an extra turn here with this third fire in the fields. 5 actions to go, wide open war zone, but also staring down a pair of intel cards there for Meowsy. We'll go with 2 blinding sandstorms, 2 geomagnetic disturbances. Now we'll be a little aggressive here and go 1 clever hijack, knowing I'm about to have an extra turn. 4. Okay. So I'll play a 3rd geomagnetic disturbance. Savage escalation weather. That weather match will give me an extra turn. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Play a 2nd clever hijack. Pair of weather cards, pair of intel cards. 2 actions to go for the turn, extra turn pending. And while I'll be tempted to put the Foxbusters out there, I think the smarter play is to wait, pass up the actions for this turn, get the additional extra turn here. 1. Well, it worked out. So I can play a clever hijack. Now I could bounce the 2 intel cards that Meowsy has in the war zone, but that's not peak value. You're not bouncing 3. So instead, with Meowsy with only 8 cards, if you're going to do this particular technique, the earlier in a match, the better. An intel match that forces your opponent to discard 3 cards. So it's not a roll of 1, it just sets the die down on 1 while your opponent deliberates. So if those 8 cards in hand, Meowsy has to discard 3, and we get to see what they are. It's part of the fun of Warsaken Blitz. You can look in your opponent's discard pile, and vice versa. And things that haven't happened in card games traditionally because they'd be unwieldy. And that's where some of the real power is with card games in digital form. So weather, the sunlight force. Okay, so that tells me at least it's not like one of those almost entirely intel and weather decks. So weather, force, roll of 2. Now it's possible that Meowsy could have a 3rd intel to play there and force me to discard. All's fair in turnaround, right? Instead, there's a WMD. But only 1. That's it for the turn. 2. As you may have noticed, there are a number of different ways and approaches people can take to Warsaken Blitz. I'm not really thinking putting 2 WMDs out there, staring down those 2 planted devices is going to be a good idea. So instead, now I'll go ahead with the G1 Foxbusters. And that's it for my turn. So a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards in my war zone. Taking on Meowsy in Warsaken Blitz. Roll of 6 for Meowsy. Remember, was working from a point of disadvantage after being forced to discard 3 thanks to that early intel play I made. Pair of force cards for Meowsy. A pullback on that WMD. 3 actions to go for the turn. Building card. Building cards, 2 of them. Potentially going to go back for what got sent from that 8 cards in hand to the discard pile thanks to the intel play I made. My turn. 4. All right. Play the weather first. That 3rd blinding sandstorm. I'll take the extra turn in just a moment. 3 actions to go for this turn. WMD, captured leader. I don't know what his astrological sign is. Captured nonetheless. A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 4 territories. The Abandoned Wasteland is similar to Vast Hinterland as far as the way it handles morale. So if you're going to take it out, even when it doesn't matter necessarily as far as morale goes in a given match, I still tend to save those -1 morales for the end, out of principle. If I were to have morale, that would work to my advantage, I guess, if I didn't go after those other 2. But anyway, hypotheticals that aren't in play here for this particular game. Roll a 4. Well, the Foxbuster showed up quite nicely. This will be a force. Well, let's hang on. Okay, yeah, it will be a match. Confused there for a second. Okay, now we'll go ahead and eliminate the Abandoned Wasteland. Like that. It's 12 morale, drops to 11. And that's where there is value in having it, especially if you have like a 21 morale leader, like as noted here. It can work to your advantage to have that. Okay, 3 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone. Let's go with a pair of rummages here. Intel cards. Again, look for that emblem, that insignia on the bottom left of a card to know which of the 6 categories it falls into as far as the cards in your arsenal of 60. Pass up the last action in the turn. Roll a 5 for Meowsy. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. We'll also have the results of that bounty block. There's a weather match. Extra turn for Meowsy. Pair of weather cards, extra turn. Interesting, the building cards haven't been played yet. So roll 3. Meowsy is down to 1 territory. I have all 4 of mine intact, but Meowsy with a lot of options up there. There's an intel match. It could bounce the 2 intel cards from my war zone. Instead, it's going to mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. If your arsenal hits 0, at that point, you have a compromised leader. It's going to be concerned about building cards that end up down here. So, okay. And then, speaking of building cards, a couple of building cards played by Meowsy to end the turn. My turn. 6. Unfortunately, nothing makes a match. My goodness. Except for the WMDs that I can't use. Okay, well, play a pair of weather cards. Ideal conditions. Pair of intel, pair of weather. 4 actions to go here. I have to be careful because once your opponent starts going after your arsenal, you want to make sure you got the goods as far as the force cards you might need to win a match. You don't want to be in a spot where you're drawing dead when your arsenal hits 0. It's not pleasant. I'll probably be okay with that. I mean, the concern is that there's a lot that can change here in a hurry for Meowsy with potentially that building, a couple of building matches there. So I'm aware of all that. 4 actions to go for the turn. Okay, I'm going to go ahead after all and play the Hammerheads. Force cards, end the turn. Well, I'll pass it the last 2 actions and end the turn. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, at least for now. And I have 17 cards in my arsenal. If that hits 0, at that point, I'll have a compromised leader. Let's roll a 4. Building cards with 3 actions to go on top of it. So it could be weather, could be intel. Or it could be that... No, it was intel. So I bet you that Meowsy is going to go after my war zone. Bounce 1 of each. That would be my guess. Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. So there's an intel match. Now, it could go after my arsenal. This could mill my arsenal from 17 down to 11. Also a possibility. I'm guessing it's the war zone, but it could be either one of them, potentially. I'd love to discard 3, but no. The haircut, 1 off the top of each. My 3 sets of 2 turned to 3 standalones out there. My turn. 1. Yeah. Well. All right. Let's do a pullback on the rummage, that intel. That's it for my turn. Meowsy with a roll of 2. Hardic, hello. Greetings and welcome. We'll be going back to the randomizer a little bit later on in the broadcast. There's a building card match. Went back for intel. I'm guessing. I think that's what happened there. That intel disappeared again. There, and see, it shows back up again. It's planted devices all over the place. 3. Well, I can play my own building cards here. So I can go back for the Hammerhead. I already know I'm doing that. I could go back for 2 of them if I had to. Just as insurance. Let's see. Between Jax Nash, Bell Ivanova, the T-15. No, there's rummages, but I don't really care about that. Jax Nash. What do I say about that? Jax Nash, Jax Nash. Go back for Jax. Go back for a Hammerhead. Let's see. Is there another Geomagnetic in here? Looking for weather. Yeah, Geomagnetic's going to be a waste of my time. Don't want to worry about that. I'll probably just go for another Force instead. Not a Foxbuster. I go for both. Yeah, I'll go for both Hammerheads and a Jax Nash. That's going to be the play. We'll see if this works. Now, in this case, my arsenal's been getting milled. I could return 6 cards from my discard pile to my arsenal, but I'm going to be taking this approach here. Return 3 to hand. Taking both of the Hammerheads back and the 1 Jax Nash. But that's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, be giving away another 100,000 loot provided by Warsaken. Roll 3. 18 cards for Meowsy. So there's an intel match that could mill my arsenal from 16 or from 13 down to 7. I mean, it could go after my war zone as well. It will. But again, that's why I went ahead and brought back both of those hammerheads to match the one I had in my hand already. But it does make it where I won't win if it's a 5, necessarily. Whereas that would have been the case otherwise. My turn. It's an intel card played there. 4. Okay. It's a wide open war zone. There aren't any weather matches for me, which is fine. Okay, so between Bella and the T-15, there's not a Bella in here, and there's not a T-15 in here. Okay. Well, Jack's Nash will play that. Be a force match. So give my opponent a compromised leader. One action to go for the turn. We'll put a T-15 out there. And that'll be it for my turn. Now that could get bounced. If it does, then I'll need to roll a 3 or higher to win the match on my next turn. If it gets to my next turn. You never know. 2 more intel matches. For Meowsy, could give me a compromised leader if it mills my arsenal down to 0. 20 cards. There's a weather match, so it'll be an extra turn for Meowsy. 4 actions still to go for the turn. WMD. Interesting. This will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. One action to go for the turn, for this turn. Second intel, extra turn. 5. Meowsy with 20 cards and 5 actions. A pair of force cards and a pair of intels out there in the war zone. There's an intel match. I'm guessing that's going to go after my arsenal. Probably going to mill it down to 3. It could bounce that one T-15 out there. So there's that. So if I get another roll, it would need to be at least a 3. Otherwise, a 2 would have done it for me. On the flip side, I have 9 cards in my arsenal and not 3, but that could change. But this is an extra turn, weather. Meowsy has a compromised leader. I'm down to 2 territories. I only have 9 cards left in my arsenal. That's what we're looking at right here, right now. Force card. Extra turn. 3. $18 cards for my opponent. Weather. There's a weather match, so another extra turn for Meowsy. One. All right, so I'll get at least one more roll, I think, unless there's another extra turn I missed. So I could roll. If I roll a 3 or higher, if I get another roll, then I'll win the match. If not, then, well, we'll see. There's a force match. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. My turn. 3 or higher would win it. 4, all right. A9 Hammerhead for the win. All right, good game, Meowsy. And now back live on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Liv. We've got 24 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to get in and you're not in yet, last chance for this game with !play in chat. Doing a lot of work with mockdraftnfl.com, a new NFL draft website. Draft is 1 week from tonight, so busy times with that. Been working on that and then streaming and doing other work as well. Also, the men's lacrosse broadcast coming up this Saturday. A lot going on. Right now, it's time for Twitchy Tides. We've got 24 players in. I'll take the overlay down. Did I not get in? Did my fish get killed and hasn't respawned yet? Well, let's see. It's possible I just didn't get in before. Okay, well, no, I was in there with the Inferno Nessie. Well, now I've switched over to Glory Glow, so that's what I'm going to use here. All right, here we go. I really don't like the fish getting killed in the lobby. I'll reiterate that, but so it goes. All right, 24 play, because they don't really get killed. It just causes the stream flow to come to a screeching halt while I figure out if I'm actually in there. But, you know, that's on me for not remembering from before, I guess. All right, so 24 players are in. For this next game, the winner gets an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. I went to the trouble of changing to Glory Glow. Let's use the Neon Glow command. Show that off real fast. Right away, a depth charge took out Funk and Crypto and Liquid Shell. Down to 22. OP Influencer and Billy XBT are out. Down to 20. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. But right now, it's Twitchy Tides, and it's Debo the Shark taking out Jungle Banano. We're down to 19. The Hook, Big Worm. Zach Bonifer's out. So is Nadu 6, and we're down to 17. We had a cannonball warning, but if there was one, I didn't see it. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Liv. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. The enemies got scared off these commands. Anti-enemy commands of the fish. Now finally, it's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Fawny T and Jamie Penguins. And we're down to 15 players remaining. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. Depth charge. There goes Funko Lover. We're down to 14. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. We got Warbot giving 20 times normal loot. Warsaken. Big Worm of the Hook takes out DeBoer JS and Azile. Half the field is out now. We're down to a dozen. And here comes Debo. Debo the Shark. Chomps away, takes out RX, DX, PX, and Kiyoshinobu. We're down to 10, so remaining players. This top 10 finish, you've earned leaderboard points out of this. That monthly competition. The Hook from Big Worm takes out Jeff 0079. Down to 9. Cannonball. That Cannonball took out Jeff 0079. Or maybe Jeff was already out. Veerman got taken out. I got taken out. We're down to 7. And now it's Big Worm of the Hook striking center of the screen, taking out Parrot and Pennybags Jr. We're down to 5. Depth charge. Takes out Master A's, and that chain reaction also takes out RCP-ADG. Down to the final three, Cesaro NLV, Autumn's Toys, and Drumar. A Swimsley, a Lambo, and a King Claw, and Pink Felicia going right to left down the middle. Drumar came dangerously close, but somehow Felicia missed everybody. The battle continues. Final three. And again, Pink Felicia going right to left. This time Felicia stings Drumar, and it's down to the final two. Cesaro with the Lambo. Autumn's Toys with King Claw. The last two. A couple of legendaries battling. And again, Pink Felicia. Autumn's Toys get stung, and that's the game. So congratulations, Cesaro NLV. Thus far, 7 games today, 7 different winners. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points. So for Jeff 0079 on up, a top 10 finish. All the way up to number 1, and your winner, Cesaro NLV, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. This time I'll do my best to remember I've got the Inferno Nessie in there. There's Nessie. All right, so Inferno Nessie is in there. You can hang out with Inferno Nessie in the lobby with your fish as well. You can get in, secure your spot with exclamation mark play in chat. We'll have that next Twitchy Tides game coming up in our next hour. For now, we're going to get back into it with Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv. All right, here we go. Taking on Kron. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. I was talking a little bit earlier about the game mat that's on my prize wheel today. Let me get this figured out here first before I start talking about the cosmetics. I have a pair of weather cards. We'll keep it. That gate entrance game mat. All right, well, I have a trio of Resident of Eads air defense. It'll be a force match.
Select target.
A base entrance. I'm saying gate. The base entrance game mat. That's what I'm using with this deck today. A force match eliminates one of my opponent's 4 territories. 2 actions to go for the turn. Put some weather out there. Freezing rainstorm. Pair of weather cards. And that ends the turn. So yes, the base entrance game mat. Roll of 6. For my opponent, Kron. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match, looking for more live player versus player competition. People I haven't played yet today. In Blitz, there's a weather match for Kron. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards. An intel card, extra turn, roll 3. No play. My turn. 1. More weather. Terrifying storm. That's it for my turn. Kron with a roll of 2. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. Alright, so nothing is a match, but I can play a second Terrifying Storm. 2 sets of 2 weather for me in my war zone. 2 spots open in the war zone with 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with Intel. Pair of stolen blueprints in green. Night vision green. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'll pass up those last 2 actions and end the turn. It's a roll of 6 for Kron. 19 cards and 6 actions here for my opponent. There's a weather match. So an extra turn for Kron with 3 actions still to go for this turn. There's a force match with Roman's prototype. That's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. We'll both be down to 3. Extra turn, roll of 6. 19 cards and 6 actions here for Kron. Building cards. Going back for weather or force. And it's weather. So I'm guessing we'll see 3 weather cards here to make a weather match and an extra turn. Indeed. Extra turn. 1. It's a force card. My turn. 2. Alright, nothing makes a match. And I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open again for this turn. So I'll pass up those 2 actions and end the turn. Kron with a roll of 5. So we've hit 5 p.m. Eastern. The weekend has arrived for the East Coast of the U.S. Quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Liv. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing the fun new card strategy game Warsaken, and in particular Warsaken Blitz, the simplified version of Warsaken. So much fun to live stream this game. Uh-oh. That was a weather trio with a +3 actions. This could be enough to beat me here. Or am I wrong about that? Maybe not. Well, this will be a WMD match. That doesn't surprise me. When you see the +3 actions, unless it's a mistake from your opponent, it's usually not good news for you. So I'm down to 1 territory of that WMD match, eliminating 2 of my 3 remaining territories. So there's a force match. It'll give me a compromised leader. So Kron only needs 1 more force match to beat me. It won't happen this turn. Well, there's the Kraken out there. 2 more of the Kraken would be a force match and would give Kron the victory. My turn. 6. Alright, so the stolen blueprints will at least allow me an opportunity to bounce those 3 cards from my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
2 force cards and an intel. Bounced. 5 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I've got a compromised leader. Time is running short. Takes 1 more force match for my opponent to beat me. So I'll go... No. Go weather. Blinding sandstorm. 2 of those. I mean, I'm 3 wide, 2 deep with the weather. If I'm lucky enough to get another roll, I'll at least be in position where maybe I can somehow put something together. We'll see. We'll see if it comes to that. Pass up those last 3 actions in the turn. Even at that point in the match, I think it was better to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. A roll of 1. My goodness. a force card. My turn. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'll be looking for another opponent that I haven't faced today in Warsaken Blitz. Well, there I rolled a 1. And unfortunately for me, it's not going to make a match with any of the weathers out there. Pass up the action in the turn. It's a 2. Does Kron have 2 more F-92 Phoenix Reapers? If so, that would be the match. There's 2. Is there a third? No. An intel card instead. My turn. 2. Not much I can do with that. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. Look, I've had all sorts of breaks go my way today. Not a complaint, just awareness that sometimes you don't get the breaks in Warsaken Blitz. Pair of 00 black blades, and yet it's not over yet necessarily. You figure, surely. Kron, there's a 6. Okay. Fun games are over now. Just one more force match would beat me. Also the possibility of a weather match. Absent a force match to beat me. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Kron victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Vano. Okay, well, a pair of forces that works for me. I'll keep it. And you don't be too picky when it comes to your starting 8 in Warsaken Blitz. Using the recently aforementioned Blood Fungus game mat here again with this deck today. Taking on Vano. Who gets to go first? So a roll of 1 to start things off for Vano. It's a force card. My turn. 4. All right. Well, let's go with a pair of A9 hammerheads. Three spots open. My war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We'll go with Intel. Clever hijack. That's it for my turn. For Warsaken Blitz, you've got your leader, your 4 territories, and your arsenal, your deck of 60. You're trying to compromise the opposing side's leader. Roll a 5 there for Vano. You can compromise the leader by eliminating all 4 territories, by having your opponent's arsenal hit 0 cards, or by having their morale hit 0. Once that happens and your opponent has a compromised leader, all you have to do is have a force match to eliminate the compromised leader and win the match. Here's a force match for Vano that's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. My turn. 3. Well, I can match your fire with the fields. I fire in the fields. Pair of those. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll pass up the last action in the turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Vando, roll 3. There's a WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Down to just 1 territory to go. Remember, you can make at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. And when you do it, can pack a mighty wallop. My turn. 1. Yeah. Okay. Pass up the action in the turn. Vando with a roll 5. So I'm down to only 1 territory remaining. Vando only needs 2 more force matches to get the win. Pair of force cards, pair of weather cards in my opponent's war zone. With 4 actions still to go for the turn. Intel. A pair of intel cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. My goodness. I mean, I can bring the cards up and drop them over and over, but then it won't be a third magically appear to match up with any of them. My goodness. Pass up all 5 actions in the turn. Although after the RNG I had in some of those earlier matches when I had that winning streak going, like I was saying, law of averages would suggest that perhaps I'm due for a beatdown or 2. Vando certainly willing to accommodate if the cards allow it. 3 actions here. Pair of force cards. 1 action to go for the turn. There's a 3rd force. That's going to give me a compromised leader. Eliminate my last territory remaining. Vando bringing it. So a compromised leader. My turn. 6. Play a clever hijack. This will be a intel match. And intel match. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Where I've got a compromised leader. 1 more force match would beat me. But here I'll bounce 1 of each.
Select target.
The force, the weather,
Select target.
and the intel. 5 actions to go for the turn. G1 Foxbuster. This will be a force match.
Select target.
This force match will allow me to eliminate 1 of my opponent's 4 territories. City Engine Fortress. 2 actions to go for the turn. Again, I still have this compromised leader. That part hasn't changed. Well, I have to do something here. It's not a real play with the weather since I don't have any weather pairs. Let's go with Jax Nash the Courier. That will end my turn. All that Vando needs is a force match to beat me. Roll of 1. So I'll have at least one more turn. So I have a compromised leader. Vano still has 3 territories intact. But I have at least one more crack at it. So we'll pull back to end the turn. My turn. 5. I was really hoping I was going to catch a WMD. Didn't happen that way. But let's play this third Jack's Nash.
Select target.
So I'll eliminate a second territory, leaving my opponent with only 2 remaining. So I have 4 actions here. I really want to wait this. If by some unlikely event that I get another roll, I'd want to keep the chance for a hammerhead here in play. I could go rummage and bounce what's out there. I don't know if that's worth it. I could try forcing a discard of 3, but once your opponent's played a WMD, that's really not a smart move in my opinion. So instead we'll do a little differently. Let's go weather. Blinding Sandstorm. And I'll end my turn here. Yeah, so this compromised leader. All that Vano needs is a force match to beat me. Five. Will this do it? There's also the possibility of a weather match. There's a second force. Will I regret not using the rummage to bounce that? Let's see. Does Vano not have a force match? What about a weather? Well, pair of weather cards. Okay, a third, extra turn. Second intel, extra turn. 6. This has to do it here. 18 cards. Vano just needs one more force match to get the win. Weather. Violent Tornado. So another extra turn. And still 3 actions for this turn, so we'll see. Pair of force cards. It's 2 sets of 2 force and a pair of intels out there. In Vano's War Zone, weather card played extra turn. The weather card fire in the fields. Vano just needs one force match to beat me. 1. Will this do it? A second weather card. My goodness. Okay. 1. Man. What can you do? Enter. Roll of 2. Surely this'll do it, right? Just one more force match to get the win for Vano. There's a third weather with fire in the field, so an extra turn. Oh, there's the +3 actions, so that's... I guess there'll be 3 force cards played in that open spot in the war zone. That freed, I think that freed up a spot. Yep, Agent Zera for the win right here. Yep, that's gonna be it. All right, good game. Vano victorious. Here we go, taking on Kron, my first opponent of the broadcast. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Okay, I'll go with this. You can make 2 pairs out of your opening 8. That's better than average. Keep. This is the Urban Warzone game map that I'm using today with this particular deck. 1. Well, that's the good news. Got 3 of those. But I'll hold on to it for the moment since I only have the 1 action. So an intel out there, satellite recon. That'll end my turn. For people that are new to Warsaken Blitz is the simplified version of the game. It's very easy to learn. It's fun to play. It is so much fun to live stream this game. You start with a leader, 4 territories, and your arsenal, your deck of 60. You try to compromise the opponent's leader and then eliminate that leader once compromised. So with the roll of 1, just a weather card play there for Kron, my opponent here. Roll of 5. You compromise your opponent by either taking or eliminating all 4 of their territories, by having their arsenal, their get down to 0. As far as 0 cards left in their arsenal, their deck, or the morale hit 0. That's the 3 ways. Well, I know I can play these 3 double ELs, Savage Escalation Force cards. That creates a force match. That force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Kron has some great cards. That includes Bancare Island in gold, but you know how it usually goes here. I admire something and then eliminate. Alright, so I have 2 actions to go, 3 spots open in my war zone. Go ahead and play. Actually, no, I'll hold off on the recon. I prefer playing weather when I can. I have a pair like I do here with the geomagnetic disturbance. This is a Savage Escalation weather card here. And that ends my turn. Taking on Kron, first match of the broadcast. It's a roll of 6. A pair of weather cards and now a pair of force cards. 3 actions to go for the turn. Another pair of weather cards, 3 wide and 2 deep in my opponent's war zone. My turn. 3. All right, well, this worked out pretty well. 3 EMP discharges. That will be a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories.
Select a target.
But that's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for Kron. No play. My turn. 2. Okay, I'll play that second satellite recon. So I'll have a pair of intel cards out there, a pair of weather cards. With only 1 action to go for the turn, I'm going to keep that 3rd spot in my war zone open. So pass up that last action in the turn. So it's a roll of 5 here for Kron. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. That's a force match. That's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'll be down to 3. There's a weather match. That'll be an extra turn for my opponent. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Pair of force cards. A weather card is played. Extra turn. Roll of 6. 16 cards and 6 actions here for Kron. There's another weather match. There'll be an additional extra turn for my opponent. You see the power of chaining weathers together like that. You can get it to work. You can really change the complexion of a given game in a hurry. Intel. Pair of Intel cards. Intel cards could bounce 3 cards from my war zone. It could force me to discard 3, or it could mill 6 cards from my discard pile, or from my arsenal to my discard pile. So I'll pull back. 2 actions to go for the turn with an extra turn pending. Pair of force cards, extra turn, roll of 1. No play, my turn. 1. Play an assassination attempt. Intel. Let's roll 2 for Kron. Vando, hello. My turn. So 2 sets of 2 out in my opponent's war zone. Some shifting there. 5. All right, so there's a weather match. A 3rd geomagnetic disturbance will give me an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Play these other 2 assassination attempts. This will be an intel match. Bounce. Bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone to the discard pile. The mech. Let's bounce both of these intels. Two actions to go for the turn. Put some weather out there. Tropical cyclone. Savage escalation weather. Savage escalation is the new set 2. Extra turn. I need 2 force matches to get the win. Can I get it here? No. No, I cannot. I can force a discard. I don't know if that's really the move. I think I'll just have to put some force. Well, I mean, I can do a pullback on the intel and go 2 sets of 2 force. That does leave me vulnerable, though, if I get hit with an intel attack. Okay. Well, you know what? Normally I wouldn't do it this way, but I'm going to here. I'm going to force my opponent to discard 3 cards. Once your opponent's played a WMD, it's really not a good idea to do this. But at this point in the match, I'm thinking that's the better play in the circumstance. Or in the moment here in this... We'll see. We'll force the discard. That'll be after this turn is over. Let's get 2 sets of 2 force out there. G16 mech. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. Pass up the last action in the turn. Now my opponent has to discard 3 cards. Like to peek in here and see what's sent to the discard pile. I could have bounced the one force card that Kron had out there in the war zone, but that would have been really bad as far as the using 3 intel cards like that to bounce one. It's not a really good idea. There's a Roman's prototype. A couple of intel cards. 4. 18 cards now and 4 actions for Kron. My first opponent here of the broadcast on NashvilleLou Liv. There's the WMD trio. That's going to be a WMD match. Eliminate 2 of my remaining 3 territories. We'll both be down to 1. And then a force card played to end the turn. My turn. 1. Well, that's rather unsatisfactory now, isn't it? Nothing I can really do with that. Pass up that 1 action, end the turn. It's a roll of 2 for Kron. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent to play in like player versus player competition. There's a force match. So all that Kron needs is 1 more force match to beat me. I need to get 2 force matches to get the win. Let's see if I can do it here. Roll a 6. And I believe I'm going to get the win right here. We're going to go G16 mech.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory.
Compromised.
X3 Black Dog for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Kron.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on the Warsaken. Here on NashvilleLou Liv. Episode 56. All right. And you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. Look at those bloodfoil territories and leader up there. My goodness. Keep. And fittingly, I chose the deck that has I have the Blood Fungus game mat on. That's wild to see all that red. All red everything. And then right out of the gate, roll of 1 and playing a WMD. Interesting. 4. Okay, well, I love playing weather early, so I'll play a pair of Fire in the Fields. Oh, someone stole the last code? Oh. Well, that's going to become a problem more and more of this. That's... I've given that considerable thought, and we'll get there with that, but that's... yeah. And then pair force here, Bella Ivanova. So the Warsaken with a roll of 5. There's a WMD match that will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. It's an interesting play. If you have a WMD match early, I don't know that the Warsaken did necessarily, but if so, if you only roll a 1, putting that 1 out there, I don't know how often an opponent, even if you had an intel match, would be inclined to use that on just the 1 card out there. That situation is relatively rare, but I haven't given it that much thought, I guess. Maybe I should, because that seemed to work. Anyway, I'm down to 2 territories is what situation is now. Furthermore, so I rolled a 2. 2 sets of 2 intel opposite me. Intel can bounce cards from my war zones. I'm really not happy to see that. But unfortunately, that's the situation. So I got Savage Escalation Weather here, the Geomagnetic Disturbance. Go with those as a pair. But that ends my turn. Carlos CGTV, hello. It's a roll of 3. I'm taking on the Warsaken. You're just in time. Like red cards, you're in the right place. Pair of weather cards. They even have the red card backs here with the white Warsaken logo. 2 sets of 2 intel and a pair of weather cards out there for my opponent. My turn, roll a 1. Man, I think I'm letting down the team here, but I'm just not getting the matchups I need. All right, got to pass up the action in the turn. I could have played a card in that 4th spot in my war zone, but I generally don't do that unless I have a really good reason to, or it's late in the match and I'm desperate. I'm not quite to that point yet, but it could get bad for me here. That roll of 4 for the Warsaken. No play. My turn. 5. That's tough. Nothing makes a match. Nothing. I mean, I could put like the Fox Busters or the Clever Hijack in my 4th war zone spot. That typically does not go well. If you're not sitting on a 3rd. Even if you are, look at that intel opposite. Do you really want to chance that? So as much as it pains me to pass up all 5 actions, that's the best move here. Pass up the actions in the turn. I mean, maybe I could have done a pullback on Bella Ivanova and played the Clever Hijack, but at that point, you're still not getting exactly great value for it. Roll 3. Pair of force cards. Look at that, 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone for the Warsaken. My turn. 6. All right. Well, at least I can do a little bit of bouncing here with a Clever Hijack. Again, that's why I think if I would have put those Fox Busters out there, then I would have to use 2 actions to pull them back, and then 3 more actions to play these. At least with this, now, okay. Let's bounce. I'll go 1 each on these intel cards.
Select target. Select target.
I'll leave the weather. I'll do, I'll choose this Roman's prototype. So we'll bounce one of the forces. 3 actions to go for the turn, but unfortunately, I'm still in a bit. Oh, you know what? Here we go. I can go back with the building cards. Bring back the hijack. But that's it for my turn. Yeah, I mean, V-Tailer, I think I only bounced one of those force cards. Maybe I should have gone with both, but so I was trying to split it up as much as possible, and I'll have some options here the next time around. Roll of 1 here for the Warsaken. A pullback. Open up a spot in that war zone. That ends the turn. My turn. 4. Well. More intel. Let's do some more bouncing, 1 of each. So there'll be 1 weather card left. Everything else bounced. That blood foil Roman's prototype. Those blood foils are so hard to come by. All right. Pass it the last action in the turn. So roll a 5. Yeah, that's true, V-Tailer. Saying if somebody has an intel deck, they probably only have 1 or 2 force sets. But sometimes it's hard to know. That's where there's value in looking at your opponent's discard pile even at times. Especially if you're milling your opponent's arsenal. Or if you force them to discard, you can get an idea of what they're working with card-wise sometimes. 3. Well, we got building cards. Man, I'm just... Nothing else matches except for like the endless wall of intel cards. Well, we'll keep at it. Rummage. I need to go through some of these decks to make sure I have these things properly distributed as far as my card layout goes. Makes it unpredictable, I guess. We'll bounce some more. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 6 for the Warsaken, who now has 23 cards. There's a force match that will eliminate one of my 2 remaining territories. I'll be down to 1. Building cards. Going back for weather, going back for force, going back for intel. Back for the force. My turn. 1. All right. Play 1 blinding sandstorm. Desperation times for me here. Down to 1 territory. It's a roll of 2 for the Warsaken. So a pair of weather cards, 1 action to go for the turn. Another weather card. My turn. 5. All right. Okay. So I've got enough to give my opponent a compromised leader. If I can somehow make this turn into 9 actions. If I fire in the fields, could go extra turn, could go +3. Let's see what I have out there right now. I've got. Let's see. Yeah, play the weather first. I'm just trying to determine, should I go +3 actions or extra turn? I'm going to go with first one. I'll go +3 actions because I know I've got stuff here I can use. 6 + 1. So now I'll play the WMD, captured leader. That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. All these blood foils. See that number 4? That means there's only 4 of these that exist. Which I hate to zip through them. There will be a... I'll show them off a little bit here. Order resources. Eliminate. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go blinding... Well, you know what? Yeah, let's go blinding sandstorm. Get the extra turn ready. 2 actions to go for this turn. With a T-15 Jameson Hauler. Extra turn. 6. Whoa. Okay, so I need 3 force matches to get the win. I've got 6 actions here. I already have a Jameson Hauler out there. So if I play the weather, that would take me down to 5 actions. I take the plus. Let's think about this. So I need 3 force matches here. If I take the weather and go +3 actions, then we lined up to get the win. All right, so I've got 8 actions here. 2 of them here, the Jameson Hauler. Or, hang on. Yeah, I only need 1 of these, actually, but it'll be a force match. So this will take my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. Synthetic flux stations. I hate to zip through the cards here, but so it goes. See, I have 7 actions left, which works out well. G1 Foxbuster. So give my opponent a compromised leader, meaning I need 1 more force match to get the win. Maybe I didn't really need to do that with a +3 actions. Bella Ivanova out there for the win. All right, good game. Warsaken.
Warsaken.
We're trying again here, taking on Vano. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. Okay, pair of weather cards. Way too many building cards in here. We're gonna use a mulligan. Reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60. Maybe I should have stuck with what I had. So I'm going to take a second mulligan, a double mulligan. So my opponent gets an extra card. I'm stuck with whatever they give me. Yuck. Well, at least I got that. Vano with a roll of 6. There's a WMD match for Vano right out of the gate. It's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. As we had 3 p.m. Eastern time. A quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Liv. The fantastic new game Warsaken, and specifically Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Vano, who just played a WMD match, now has a pair of force cards out there in the war zone opposite me. Had to remake our match because there was some sort of an issue with the game, apparently. So I'm in a bad spot to start with. I rolled a 1. But I greatly appreciate the 5 murdered out codes that were dropped in chat by the Warsaken. Many thanks for that. Also, many thanks to the Warsaken for the 2 gift subscriptions given away early in this broadcast. So it's a roll of 2 for Vano. Later in this hour, be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Pair of force cards played by Vano. My turn, too. Well, this is not exactly a stellar start for me at all. What are you going to do? Pass it the last action in the turn. I mean, look at that. There's a roll of 6 for Vano. This kind of matches or game is why I typically heap so much praise on Blue Mint for making sure those tournaments are at least best 2 out of 3, even in the opening round. Because you can have a game like this where your opponent just gets a ton of high rolls. You're rolling 1s and 2s all day, and they're just smashing you. There's an intel match. Probably forced me to discard 3. That'd be my guess, instead of bumping the pair of Foxbusters out there. So, I mean, lucky me. Now I've got these cards to get to... I mean, this is just awful. I hate to get rid of a WMD, but I mean, what am I going to do here? My turn. 6. Well, at least got the Foxbuster. That'll make a 3rd. With a pair out there, be a force match. So we'll eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Yeah, they did a great job as usual. They've been so generous. They provided that $500,000 loot that we gave away last week. That was so much fun. And then give away those codes here in chat. All right, 5 actions here. And it may not look like a match initially, but there's Abdul Hafiz, the supplier. This is a set 1, Genesis of Conflict, and a set 2, Savage Escalation. There are only a few cards that are like this in the game, but this is one of them, and you can play them together. See, I'll go with both of them. Boom, boom. Different sets, but the same person. They can match up within the confines of Warsaken Blitz. 3 actions to go for the turn. I really don't like the idea of putting building cards out there. And there's really not another option that makes sense. I'm not going to put WMD out there, so I mean, I could throw a weather card out there, but I really don't like just throwing single cards out there. I don't think that's usually the best play. So I won't do it. So I'll pass up the 3 actions in the turn. Taking on Vando here at Warsaken Blitz. Hey, Lucida Burrito. Yeah, there's a Warsaken app for Windows. That's what I use. I could probably give you some sort of halfway convoluted answer as to how exactly it works for the app, but I don't know all the details offhand. In some ways, I think it's like a wrapper for like Chrome, but I could be wrong about that, so I don't... Anyway, the Warsaken Discord could answer that question probably better than me, or maybe somebody in chat can provide an answer. Roll 2. No answers for this hand. I mean, this has just been a terrible game for me here. And yet, sometimes games will feel like that, and it feels like, ugh, just a slog, and then suddenly you get a bunch of things that match, and things change. But I'm not putting building cards out there. I'm not putting WMDs out there. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not throwing one-offs out there. I'm not going to put stuff out there to get targeted. So, pass up the 2 actions and then the turn. And that's something I've learned playing Blitz. Don't feel obligated to use all of those actions, even though it may feel wasteful in the moment. It's more a matter of having some discretion. So anything you put out there in your war zone, if you're not making a match with it that turn, it could potentially be targeted by an opponent with an intel match. The 2 actions here for Vano. 2 sets of 2 force out there in the war zone. Building cards. My turn. 6. All right, what is this? All right, well. This will be a WMD match. White Phosphorus Bomb. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories.
Select target.
Okay, so I have 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing makes a match, so we'll go with weather cards. Cloud cover. 1 action to go for the turn, and I will actually play a blinding sandstorm here. That will end my turn. So Vanna with a lot out there in the war zone. Two force pairs. Roll 4 here for Vanna. Building card pair, and then fire in the fields, weather out there. 17 cards, 4 actions here for Vanna. There's a force match. Going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. Vanna with 3 actions to go for the turn. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, a Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. There's a force match that's going to give me a compromise later.
Compromised.
So it's my turn. If I can get 2 force matches here, I can get the win. But if not, I might not get another roll. 1. Nope. Play that second blinding sandstorm, but that's all I can do here. So Vano just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Just need 1 more GR ultimate. There's a roll of 5. Surely this will do it. And if not a force match, then probably a weather match, something to get an extra turn. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. . 'Cause 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 ' All right, good game. Vano victorious. And now live on headset with you once again. It's NashvilleLou Liv. Hello, friends. Lou Pickney with you here. We've got 18 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you're not in yet, last chance for this game with exclamation point play in chat. We've had 7 games, 7 different winners thus far. We'll see if this holds in game number 8. For the winner of the prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. What's a Warsaken foil prime card? We've got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live on stream. The ways of Warbot are mysterious, with the Warsaken Warbot giving out loot. It's been giving out 20x the normal amount. So 19 players are in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If I win, that first place prize goes to the second place finisher. And this 8th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv. Right away, Big Worm the hook. Liquid Chill and Fawny T get taken out. And we're down to 17. Now it's Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. That takes out Funko Lover and Dejeesney. Down to 15. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up, but right now, in the midst of a live Twitchy Tides game, let's see if I can pull off an Inferno spin. That worked out well timing-wise. Big Inferno spin there for Pink Felicia, but Felicia managed to take out Master Ace before that happened. We're down to 14. Make that 13. A depth charge takes out Space NFT Steve. And now it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Going right to left. Taking out Aegis 2017. Taking out Veerman. We're down to 11. There's a cannonball warning, but no cannonball ever materialized. Stayed off screen. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Liv. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up after this Tides game. But right now, 11 players still in the mix. Look out on that left side for Big Worm and the hook. Jamie Penguins gets taken out. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you've earned a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points. That monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. Cannonball. And that cannonball missed everybody. The gutter ball. Now it's Debo up top, going left to right. Debo takes out Tree Frog Nada. Debo also took out my Inferno Nessie. We're down to 8. The hook, Big Worm, Azyle is out, so is Chucky. And we're down to 6 players remaining. Depth charge. It takes out RXDXPX, and we're down to 5. Got a men's lacrosse broadcast this Saturday. SwannyTigers.com. Here comes Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. Krabby Mike takes out Jungle Banano and Nadu 6, and we're down now to the final 3. Naznora, Gavix, and Funkin' Crypto, the final 3. We're going to have another first time for today winner with one of these 3 players. It'll be 8 games, 8 different winners. Pink Felicia, Stings Gabix, and Funkin' Crypto, and that's the game. So congratulations, Naznora. Victorious here in this 8th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. So for Tree Frog Nada on up, a top 10 finish, and thus leaderboard points all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Naznora, victorious. And just like that, we're back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. It's !play. Type that in chat to get in. !play to get in for the next Twitchy Tides game coming up a little later. I'll get in right now. I'll get in with the Rainbow Soul, the Catfish. The official hang out in the lobby area for a bit. Remember, once you're in, you've got your spot secured for that next game of Twitchy Tides. We've got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live. Warbot, a 20x loot. And for now, let's get back into it with Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
Taking on Delvis, who's using the game title of Lowest of Low. I've got Premier. I believe it's the number 1 mint. Okay, well, nothing is a match for me here, so an easy choice to take the mulligan. I have that arsenal, that deck of 60 of mine, reshuffled, and then they will, once again, deal me 8 cards. Alright. If I have a force match, my rule is that I keep it. Let's keep it. And I get to go first. If you use a second mulligan, it's a huge risk. Your opponent gets an extra card. You saw what happened in that last match. Sometimes that one card can make a difference. But in general, you don't be giving your opponents extra opportunities in this game, especially against talent like we typically have here live on stream. And Delvis certainly fits the bill with that. We've had some classic matchups. Look back at a lot of these video on demands, and I keep them all here in the archive on Twitch. A pair of cloud covers here, weather. 3 spots open in my Warzone, 2 actions to go. Point is, if you ever run across a match where I'm taking on Delvis, where you see that over on Lou Remix, where I'm running past broadcast matches on a loop, and people watch, it's great. That's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for Delvis. Weather card. My turn. 2. Now, interesting spot here. I'm really not keen on putting anything in that 3rd spot in my Warzone when it's like a second pair of force cards. If it were weather, it'd be a no-brainer for me. But the fact, like, let's see, next round rolls around, I roll another 2. And then I have a pair of fire in the fields or freezing rainstorms, hypothetically. Then I would have regretted having the A7 axe out there. Plus, anything you put out there could be hit with intel. Always fun for the opposing player to go play an intel match and then bounce 1 each of 3 sets of 2 from your Warzone. I've been wrecked in games before because of that. I've been able to do my fair share of wrecking as well with that approach. I'll end the turn, pass up the actions. And yet, who knows, it could turn out that I'll have regretted later not putting the axes out there. Like if they were out there and my opponent, if Delvis didn't mess with them, and I got a 3rd one on that next turn, then suddenly I have a force match. These are all things that I try to think about. And so when I have a moment or two to explain it, that's because more than anything, my hope is with these broadcasts and with these games, not only is it fun, it's awesome spending time with y'all. I have such a, my regulars are great. Newcomers, you're welcome as well, obviously, but it's so much fun. I look forward to it. But on top of that, it's a fun game to play. And while I'm perpetually afraid with any game of burnout, that hasn't happened at all with this. It's really something. I mean, I'm playing, especially if it's a week where I have tournaments, I can have 50 games in a given week. Like with a normal week, the way the format is now, I'm talking 40 games just with these live player versus player matches. And yet, I still love it and enjoy it every time. There's a weather match, so an extra turn for Delvis, 1 action to go for the turn. WMD. Extra turn. If it's a 2 or higher, oh, it's a 6. That's usually a sign your opponent's about to drop 2 more of those down. When an extra turn is pending, and then that last card of the prior turn's a WMD, and sure enough, I was right. So a WMD match. You can play at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. It's mighty powerful, though. It will eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories, like Delvis just did there with mine. Pair of weather cards, pair of intel cards for Delvis. My turn. 4. Okay, so I've got that cloud cover. That'll make a weather match for me. That'll give me an extra turn. I have 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for this turn with that extra turn pending. Play a pair of fire in the fields, weather cards. Pair of weather, pair of force. 1 action to go for the turn with that extra turn pending, so I'll be a little more aggressive. Play a burn notice intel. Extra turn. 1. Okay, well, I'll play the second burn notice. I can do that. Put that into my turn. Roll of 2 for Delvis. There's a weather match. So that'll be an extra turn for Delvis coming up. I'm down to 2 territories. Delvis with a roll of 3. There's an intel match. I'd probably bounce 1 each of those 3 sets of 2 I have out there in my war zone. That would be my guess. And sure enough, that's what the play is. Like I said, I only think about when I put things in that 3rd spot in my war zone, but I risked it there, and that risk did not pay off for me. Meanwhile, more intel, pair of intel cards from Delvis. My turn. 6. All right, so I can use building cards to go back for what got bounced. And then I can play 2 drop ships, and I'll have a force match. So we'll do that. Interrogation facility. On fire. You're in the hot seat. Now, if your arsenal is getting attacked, sometimes there are intel-based decks that will try and mill your arsenal down to 0 to give you a compromised leader that way. Usually, though, for me, I'm bringing 3 cards back to my hand. I could do the split. I could just go for weather, but the better play is to go for the stuff that got bounced. Now all's back in hand. 3 actions to go for the turn. And I mentioned before that Bill Hafiz, how you have the Genesis of Conflict and the Savage Escalation. It's similar here with the drop ships. Here's the Savage Escalation version. It's a force match anyway. I slice it, and that will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. One action to go for the turn. Put that fire in the fields back out there. That's it for my turn. Let's roll a 4 for Delvis. A 3rd stolen blueprints would be an intel match. You could bounce this stuff again. So that is a possibility. There are force cards. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. That was a slow road to get there, but I'll be able to play this 3rd fire in the fields. Take that extra turn in just a moment. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play a 2nd burn notice. Intel. Extra turn. 2. Okay. So the move here is to play a pair of force cards. It doesn't really matter because they all function the same way. It's the category that matters within Warsaken Blitz, but I want to be sure if there's anything I'm forgetting about in here. Like, I don't want to play 2 of them if I only have a chance to draw one more because the fourth's hiding down here and I forgot about it. But that's not the case. So, for the DX8, robot dogs with laser beams on fire. That's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis, who just rolled a 3. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, give me away another Warsaken wheel spin. Building cards, talk about things getting bounced. In this case, this is just bringing back something already played. You wouldn't bring back the WMD. I'm guessing a weather. It could be Intel, but I'm guessing weather. Weather it is. So I know my opponent has a weather match in hand. If matter if Delvis can get enough actions to play it for the next turn. Roll a 6. All right. I have building cards I can use if necessary, and I may. Let's go with a trio of Z27 Tigers. That force match allows me to eliminate a second territory, leaving only 2 remaining for my opponent. Two sets of 2 in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I think I'll go back for weather. I think that's the play. So take this trio of fire in the fields and bring it back. Fire in the fields on fire. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 4 for Delvis. That's a dark-looking die. It's a dark gray die background with that black number. That's a little tougher to read, but making out there. There's a weather match. We knew that was a possibility since those weather cards were brought back in the prior turn with a building match. There's a tsunami, another weather card. Extra turn, roll a 2. 2 more tsunamis can mean an additional extra turn. Additional extra turn. 5. We're both down to 2 territories remaining. Delvis has a pair of intel cards and a pair of force cards in the war zone, sitting on 19 cards in hand. This is the Dusk Magma game map that I'm using with this deck today. There's a force match. I'm down to 1 territory remaining. 4 actions to go for the turn. Intel. That could bounce cards from my war zone. It could force me to discard. It could try and mill cards from my arsenal. I'm guessing the war zone, probably 2 and 1, will be the split. What I tell you. Delvis is a sharp player. It's kind of easy to predict when it's like, well, do the most logical thing. Predict that, and that's what Delvis will probably do. There's a force match. It's going to give me a compromise leader. What a turn for Delvis. And yet it's my turn. Delvis just needs 1 more force match to beat me. If I can get a WMD match and a force match, I can get the win, but tougher road. 3. I can play weather, so I get an extra turn with that. Got 2 sets of 2 WMDs. If I get a force match and a WMD match and roll at least a 4 or higher with this extra turn, then I'd be able to get the win. So that's a bit of an ask, but we'll see. All right, it's not letting me click. And as I explained before, when that happens, just hit F5, if you're on a PC at least. This is with the app. See? Within 2 seconds, it brings you back to where you were. I've learned a layout for the voiceover talent there. I will give you an update. It's a game reset. But don't lose track of what you're doing. In this case, I want that extra turn. Let's see. 4. Okay, I got the WMD I needed, but not the force match I needed. 2 sets of 2 WMDs, or 2 potential matches. Ultimately, I needed 1. This WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponents. The final 2 territories remaining. Give my opponent a compromise leader. Okay, so I could choose one of these force duos to put out there. I could put Intel out there, but really the play here is to go with a freezing rainstorm. But I might not get another roll. If Delvis rolls a 3 or higher here, has a force match, that would be the match. That would be the game. There's a roll of 4. So if Delvis, it could be a weather match as well, potentially. Get an extra turn. The next one of us to play a force match gets the win. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Delvis victorious. Whoa.
Warsaken.
So here we go, taking a Lucido Burrito. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. All right, well. Pair of weather cards. These are a pair as well, but I wouldn't want to play these right away, certainly. But I can work with this. You don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. If you have something you can work with, keep it. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using today with this deck. Lucido Burrito with a roll of 3 to start us off. Weather cards. That's a match. And an extra turn. 3. More information about Warsaken Blitz, visit the Warsaken Discord. There's a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my 4 territories. So Lucido Burrito. Strong start. My turn. 1. Well, I mean, that's nice. We'll try something here. Let's see if I play one of them, what happens. EMP discharge. That's it for my turn. So roll 5. Taking on Lucido Burrito. Pair of weather cards. Violent Tornado. Intel. Pair of Intel cards. 1 action to go for the turn. And then another Intel. My turn. 5. All right. I'll play the other 2 EMP discharges. That WMD match will allow me to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. I have a wide open war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with a pair of Terrifying Storm weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone, 1 action to go for the turn. We'll pass up that last action. End the turn. It's a roll of 6 for Lucido Burrito. There's an Intel match. That's going to mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. I'm most concerned when this happens about how many building cards end up there. Go against an opponent that plays a lot of Intel. Be acutely aware of certain things. Building cards in your discard pile being one of them. So 2 sets of 2 weather, along with the standalone Intel that got pulled back. 2 actions to go for the turn. Building cards. My turn. 1. Well, pass up that action. End the turn. Lucido Burrito with a roll of 1. No play. My turn. 5. All right, so I have a 3rd Terrifying Storm. This will give me an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Nothing makes a match. But I can put some... I could put force cards out there, but... There's risk to doing that. Max Harper. Play 2 Max Harper cards here. Pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Extra turn. 5. All right, well, that worked out with Max Harper, huh? Play the 3rd Max Harper dealer. That'll be a force match. I'll eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. All right, 4 actions to go for the turn. Peeking in there, trying to remember what I have versus what I need versus what I might expect. Without any sort of real, or any sort of pair as far as weather cards go. We'll go ahead with the Resident of Ede. Play 2 of those. Pass up those last 2 actions and end the turn. Taking on Lucido Burrito. So it's a roll of 3. Lucido Burrito. There's a weather match. That'll mean an extra turn for my opponent. Lucido Burrito is down to 1 territory remaining, but 2 actions to go for this turn with an extra turn to come. WMD. Pair of WMDs. Extra turn, roll of 1. But if there's a 3rd of those WMDs, then that's going to be just enough to get the job done. With a CX5 viral outbreak, there's the 3rd. That's a WMD match, eliminating 2 of my 3 remaining territories. We're both down to 1. My turn. 1. I'll play a geomagnetic disturbance. But that's it for my turn. So Lucido Burrito with a roll of 5. There's a force match. Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one, snuck past my defenses. Give me a compromise later. Lucido Burrito just needs 1 more force match to beat me. That's how it works in Warsaken Blitz. Once you have a compromised leader, all your opponent needs is 1 force match to get the win. A WMD won't work, though. They don't make it too powerful. There's a certain balance to this game. Pair of intel cards for Lucido Burrito to end the turn. My turn. 6. All right, we get the win right here. Resident of Ede, air defense. That force match will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory. B6 Rabid Beast for the win. All right, good game, Lucido Burrito. All right, here we go, taking on Nathaka. With the game title of Elite. Unusual distribution, but I can work with that. Even just a pair of intel cards. I'll work with that. Keep it. You don't want to be too picky when it comes to your starting 8. Luckily for me, I rolled a 6, so that's going to open up a few things potentially. Nothing makes a match. But play a pair of weather cards. Tropical Cyclone. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of intel cards here with the assassination attempt. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. 2 actions to go for the turn, but I'm not going to put a WMD pair out there right now. That's not my usual MO. So I'll pass up those last 2 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 1 for Nathaka. It's a force card played. Again, early on, you can find out potentially at least clues for what type of deck your opponent might have. You never know for sure. And the more as people continually come on board to play Warsaken Blitz, trying to get that gut feeling for what your opponent has might be a bit elusive. Okay, I really don't want to put that out there as a 2/3 play at this point of the match. So instead, we'll go with force here. Rayanne the Insider. Night Vision. Film at 11. The scoops on your late local newscast. That's it for my turn. Nathaka with a roll of 2. There's a force match that's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Down to 3. It's my turn. 6. Oh, didn't need the extra nuke, but okay. That's interesting as well. Intel possibilities, but first things first, tactical nuke. This will be a WMD match. It's going to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Scrapyard. S3-1035. Very specific. And Mount Optania. Alright, so Nathaka is down to 2 territories. I have 3 actions to go for the turn. With only 8 cards, this can be a particular nuisance. This assassination attempt, this will force Nathaka to discard 3. I could mill 6 from Nathaka's arsenal, send it to her discard pile. This is the better play here. If you're going to force your opponent to discard in this game, the earlier the better. I'll put out a pair of RCG Charleston's force cards. A little more aggressive than I might normally there. Nathaka having to discard 3 of those 8. You definitely want to do this before your opponent plays the WMD. Otherwise, their extras, their leftovers they can't use, end up there. So weather, force, and another force. 6. Another disadvantage when that happens, you're like, Nathaka had 5 cards there. So even with that 6, it's only 11 cards in hand. But 3 of those does make a force match. That eliminates the 2nd territory. There goes my Treasury Department with that high yield. We're both down to 2 territories. Pair of force cards. And an intel. My turn. 1. That's beneficial to have, but doesn't help me in the moment. As it is, it's only that 1 spot left open in my war zone. We'll leave it open, pass it the action in the turn. So roll 2 for Nathaka. So as we pass 4 p.m. Eastern, do the reset. This is NashvilleLou Liv, playing Warsaken Blitz, live on Twitch. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Pair of intel cards now for Nathaka, who played a standalone force card in the turn. My turn. 2. All right, so Rayanne the Insider. World exclusive. That's a force match. Allows me to eliminate a third territory for my opponent, leaving only one remaining. One action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put just one silo out there. I do have 2 spots open, so I have options if I want to use them here. A pair of intel cards out there is a pretty strong deterrent, though. I think I'll stick with what I got. Pass up the action in the turn. So we're both down. I'm down to 2 territories. Nathaka is down to 1, but some options out there in the war zone opposite me. Roll 6. There's Nathaka there is down to 5 cards, now to 11, but again, that intel, hitting that early with the forced discard. That put Nathaka at a disadvantage as far as that total number of cards went. A pair of weather cards, a pullback. Reactions to go for the turn. If Nathaka has a WMD, it would give me a compromised leader here. That's a concern. You see a pullback, uh-oh. But instead, it was just opening up a spot in that war zone. Again, I value that, so I notice I'm not the only person that plays that way. There's a lot of latitude you give yourself when you do that. Roll 4, okay. So I can play the silos here. I'm not going back for a WMD. It'd either be Intel or more likely Rand's going to get some more continuing story, breaking news. But since I only have 3, I can't do that and play it this turn, but I can at least get them in hand. And again, with the resource silo, that's a set 1, Genesis of Conflict, and set 2, Savage Escalation trio there, where I have some from both sets. There aren't that many that overlap, but that's one of them. I try to point it out when I see it. Or when I'm playing it, as the case may be. So we'll bring back Rand the Insider. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put any of those out there right now. My opponent just saw me bring them back. And since I have 2 spots open in my war zone, I've got room for something else. We'll go Weather, Geomagnetic Disturbance. And that ends the turn. So roll of 1 for Nathaka. My next broadcast will be tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. With more Warsaken Blitz, live player versus player competition here on Twitch. No play there for Nathaka. My turn. 2. All right, so I can play this. Let me bring my hand down for a moment. I have the 2 tropical cyclones out there already. There's a 3rd. I'll take the extra turn. Some risk of doing it that way, but that's what I'm going to do. Play one of those Rand the Insiders, extra turn. 3, okay. And I believe we'll get the win right here. We'll go with a pair of Rand the Insiders.
Select target.
Give her the Pulitzer. Award-winning journalism.
Compromised.
Only 1 action to go for the turn, but only need 1 more. RCG Charleston for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Nathaka.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Arcbolt. 25. Okay, well, I do have a pair of building cards here. I'm going to take a mulligan. Really don't want to play building cards by themselves early. That just doesn't work out very well usually. So I'll use the mulligan. And I'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal to 8 again. Okay, so unfortunately nothing here. I can, again, same deal with the building cards. So luck of the draw, not so much on my side here, at least with this early. Just use that 2nd mulligan. I'm stuck with whatever they give me, and my opponent gets an extra card to start the match. See the 9 cards up there. So Arcbolt with the extra card, but I get to go first. 3. And I end up with really nothing after all that. Again, the second mulligan is not necessarily going to be the answer to your problems. At least from what I found. Well, this is unusual, so let's play a little bit differently than I might normally. Let's go with just a pair of standalone weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm, Violent Tornado. Mix it up a bit. Pass up the last action in the turn. This is the Code Incoming Game Mat. Many thanks to Biscuit, who gave that to me. Roll of 3 for my opponent. Taking on Arc Volt 25. So there's a trio of Blinding Sandstorms. It's the Force match. Extra turn. It's a roll of 4. So it's a pair of building cards. I'll do some maneuvering to my ceiling fan turned back on over here. It's cooled down quite a bit, but warmed up today here in the Nashville area. My turn. 4. All right, that works for me. White Phosphorus Bomb. WMD match. And open the bottle of water far enough away from the microphone. I'm not sure how that filter works on that. I'm not here trying to show off my blood foil. Just hit that button.
Select target.
So that's a WMD match, which will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Spoils of War. Hey, fortune favors the brave. One action to go for the turn. I could play an Azar Cyrus here, but I won't. Pass the action in the turn. It's a roll of 5. Taking on Arc Volt 25. Arc Volt with the Savage Beast game title for this deck, for this match. 14 cards and 5 actions here for my opponent. There are 2 building cards out there. A third would mean bringing back the weather. Said there's a pullback. 4 actions to go for the turn. Pair of Force cards. Agent Zera. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Oh. We'll go with the Azar Cyrus Fabricator Force match. Mistress of Steel Arts. So this will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. That's it for the turn. So Arc Volt with a roll of 3. A pair of building cards, a pair of force cards, and a weather card. Remember to look for the insignia, that emblem on the bottom left of the card. That's going to match up with one of these 6 categories. If you see a G, it's a G-force, but anything else should match. And this is important because it's the categories that are key for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz. Your territory cards and your leader card are a little separate as far as that goes. The morale matters with that, but with the rest of it, the detail isn't what's important. What's important is that whichever category it falls into. 4. It's the simplified version of Blitz. Makes it so much easier for people to learn how to play this wonderful game. All right, so let's go with the Abdul Hafiz Supplier. Savage Escalation and the Set 1 version as well, the Genesis of Conflict. So, again, one of those few that do match up. You can make a match out of with multiple sets of the same card. A little bit different photo or image there for Set 1. See? But the same guy, and thus a force match. And specifically the same title. Compromised later for my opponent. I just need one more force match to get the win. However, I don't have one here at the moment. So we'll play a second Violent Tornado. That's going to end my turn. Roll of 5. Taking on Arcvolt, who has 21 cards. It might look like I'm in a really strong position here. But if Arcvolt's able to start stringing some stuff together, and this will certainly lead the way. A WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Remember, each side can play at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards. My turn. 2. All right, well, I need a force match to get the win, but I'm not going to have that here. So we'll go with a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation Weather, to be precise. Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for my turn. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken Wheel Spin. Your chance to win's coming up. My next broadcast tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. Roll 3 for Arcvolt. There's a force match for Arcvolt. That will eliminate a 3rd territory. I'll be down to just 1 remaining. 2 actions to go for the turn. Arcvolt's on the comeback trail. There's another force match. We're both going to have compromised leaders. Look at this. As long as you have cards in your arsenal, you still have a legitimate chance to fight your way back into a given match. In a given game of Warsaken Blitz. If I can get a force match here, I'll get the win. My turn. 1. Oh, I got a weather card. Oh my. Well, it's not going to happen on this turn for me, certainly. That's it for the turn. Arcvolt just needs to get 1 more force match to bait me. That's a 5 or a 6, and Arcvolt has enough building cards to make a match. That would be the game, and Arcvolt would likely win. Roll a 4. So that we could get, like, if you brought back the Agent Xeris, if you just had 1 more of these building cards over here, that'd be different. Instead, more direct route. There's a force match for the win. Arcvolt did it. What a rally. Good game. Arcvolt 25 gets the win.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Moonbaz Marty in Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. All right, so I have my notes caught up now. Well, I have a pair of building cards. Well, I've got the forces over here. Yeah, I was talking before about how you have the Genesis of Conflict Set 1 Abdul Hafiz and the Savage Escalation. Different images, certainly, but same name, and that's what matters. So we'll keep it. Moonbaz Marty gets to go first. The game randomly picks one of the 2 players to go first. You start with a leader card, 4 territory cards, and your arsenal of 60. So roll 3. You're trying to get your opponent's leader compromised. You do that by either eliminating all of your opponent's territories, having your opponent's arsenal hit 0 cards, or have their morale hit 0. Pair of force cards. Usually, it'll be the route of trying to eliminate territories in Blitz, but not always. My turn. 1. We'll use the Genesis of Conflict version of Abdul Hafiz. And that's it for the turn. And again, thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat, this code incoming game mat. It's great in Warsaken. You can customize the cosmetics, as they're referred to. Like the die that Moonbaz Marty has here, that 24 karat gold. Looks different than what I have, where it's sometimes use the white and purple like I have here. So a pair of force cards, but that's it for the moment for Moonbaz Marty. It's my turn. 5. Play that second Abdul Hafiz. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with Weather, Blinding Sandstorm. 2 spots open. 2 actions to go for the turn. I could put another force pair out there, but I don't know. I'm going to pass up the actions in the turn. Sometimes you'll wish in a subsequent turn that you hadn't filled up that 3rd spot in your war zone. Roll of 6 here from Moonbaz Marty. But then again, if I would have played the ZS Wolf, and then if a 3rd one were to pop in my hand, then it'd be a different matter. 2 sets of 2 weather for Moonbaz Marty, next to that pair of force cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Perfect example right here. So I didn't have those force cards in the way. Now I can play a couple options and play a pair of weather cards. Much rather have weather out there. Pass up the last action in the turn. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Taking on Moonbaz Marty here in Warsaken Blitz. NashvilleLou Liv. Roll of 1. So Kron saying get the flat orange card sleeve. You're welcome. Thank you for letting me know. I always appreciate. Obviously, with those wheel spins, you're free to do what you want with them, but when you use them like that, I like to hear what people get. Always interesting to me. Roll a D20. That'd be a different kind of roll. Roll a 1, which is not going to do me any favors here. Oh, pass up the action in the turn. Moonbaz Marty with the white card back and the creator signature on it. Roll a 5. There's a WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. There's a force match. Mean down to 1 territory remaining. Moonbaz Marty, bringing it. And then a force card to end the turn. My turn. 6. Wow. Okay, well, I do have Abdul Hafiz hiding out back here. Like, don't forget about me, pal. All right, so this will be a force match for me. You know, I've got a lot of cards when you have a match that's hiding off the side of the screen, but this will eliminate one of Moonbaz Marty's 4 territories. 5 actions to go. At least I can use the building cards now and go back. Not exactly a surprise what I'm going back for, but at least I can utilize those actions. I'm not going to last very long by just not doing anything turn after turn. I can put 2 of those out there now. That risks it possibly getting targeted because I just brought it back. I think actually the better move instead of doing that. Even though Moonbaz Marty usually doesn't have morale, Morale is true. It doesn't usually show up there. Not much as far as intel goes, but you never know. Either way, I'm going to play a pair of weather cards here, cloud cover. And that's it for my turn. Roll 3 for Moonbaz Marty. It's funny how you can kind of learn the traits and the usual approaches for various players. There's a force match. Doesn't matter how much I've scouted Moonbaz Marty. Bringing the heat here. Got a compromised leader. Moonbaz Marty just needs one more force match to get the win. So there's a standalone force card to end the turn. My turn. 1. I was hoping a weather was going to drop in. And not like another one of those. Wow. Oh, come on. We'll send Abdul Hafiz back out there. That'll end the turn. So Moonbaz Marty just needs one more force match. Roll of 2. Got 2 more of these beam tanks up there. That'd be it. Also the possibility of a weather. There's the weather match. So Moonbaz Marty have an extra turn. There's a second beam tank. Extra turn, roll a 5. Surely this will do it. Moonbaz Marty just needs one more force match to get the win. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Private Sarah Vet for the win. All right, good game. Moonbaz Marty victorious. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Liv. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up in a few minutes. Right now, we've got 18 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to get in and you're not in yet, last chance for this game. You can get in right now with !play in chat. That's !play to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Warbot giving out 20x loot, 20 times the normal amount. I invite you to join me Tuesday of next week, Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. It's my #1 show here on Twitch. Be a fun 3 hours. That starts Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC. Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Liv. All right, let's take this overlay down. 19 players, and we've had, this will be the 9th game of the broadcast. 8 games thus far, 8 different winners. We'll see if that holds here if we get a repeat winner. The 19 players are in for this next Twitchy Tides game. For the winner, the prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this 9th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 19 players in. A cannonball right away going down the middle. Takes out Anti-Killa, Benarba High, and RXDXPX down to 16. Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. Loire's out. 4JS out as well. Break out the 9 lives command, show that off. My Rainbow Soul the catfish that I've got in there. Such a wide variety of fish and other aquatic life. Pink Felicia stings Pennybags Jr. and Maddie 27. We're down to a dozen. Depth Charge. Azile is out. So is Space NFT Steve. We're down to 10. So remaining players, you've earned a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points for that monthly competition. In Twitchy Tides, Cannonball. That low cannonball takes out Jungle Banano, Funkin' Crypto, and JR since 82. And we're down to 7. A riser for Cannonball Shot. Takes out Funko Lover, Gabix, and me. So we're down to the final four. Cesaro NLV, Master Rays, Fonny T, and DeGeesney. Cannonball. Cesaro's out. DeGeesney is out. And it's down to the final two. Fonny T and Master Rays. Cannonball takes out Fonny T, and that's the game. So congratulations, Master A's, the winner here in this 9th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. 9 games and 9 different winners thus far. In addition, top 10 finishers, of course, you earned leaderboard points out of this. So for Jungle Banana on up, a top 10 finish, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Master A's, victorious. All right, back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. You can be like me and go ahead and get back in right now with ! play in chat. Send in Lulu. So it's !play in chat. It'll get you in for that next Twitchy Tides game coming up in our next hour. For now, we got more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv with ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash. Subscribers get 10 times as much, but everyone gets Nash Cash for watching when I'm live here on Twitch with their linked Wax wallet. And of course, Warbot giving out 20x loot from Warsaken. Nice setup. So with that in mind, let's get back into it with more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Bob Prime. Someone who says he's new to the game. Auto-built deck. And yet it's not like it's some sort of impossible thing. I mean, any given match, you never know. It's part of what makes this so much fun. Certain level of unpredictability to it. Okay, well, I'll take a mulligan here. The only pair I have are building cards, and that just doesn't work for me. That's more like it. Well, Foxbusters, you only want to use that second mulligan if you absolutely need to. So I won't. And I get to go first. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using with this deck. And I've got the accessories, what they call in this game, the cosmetics. In this case, the white die with the red numbers on it. 5. Alright, so nothing is a match, but I can play a pair of weather cards, the Geomagnetic Disturbance. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. We'll put the Foxbusters out there. Great cards. So a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. I'm taking on Bob Prime. Rolls the 3. Pair of force cards. 1 action to go for the turn. Interesting. So a pair of force cards and a morale card. Said morale is part of this. Those shields with the numbers on them. A morale match can knock 6 points off of your opponent's morale. If that hits 0, your opponent has a compromised leader. So I rolled a 3. I have 2 spots open in my war zone. Kind of a weird spot as far as, maybe I'll put the Bella Ivanovas out there, or maybe I'll wait a turn. I'd much rather have an additional weather pair out there. Otherwise, I've got 2 sets of 2 force, and that sometimes really brings out intel against you. And yeah, I'm not sure how much intel, if any, that my opponent has. Simply don't know. But in this case, I'll pass up those 3 actions in the turn. Roll of 1. So a second morale card played there. Pair of force cards, pair of morale cards for my opponent. My turn. 5. Okay, 2 spots open by Warzone. And play Intel. Rubbish. I mean, it may look like a force card at a glance, but the insignia is what matters. Intel. So a pair of weathers, pair of forces, pair of intels. 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing else, or nothing makes a match there. And I very much want to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. So pass it the last of those 3 actions and end the turn. Taking on Bob Prime here on NashvilleLou Liv. The game is Warsaken Blitz. Roll a 5 for Bob. Pair of intel cards. And that's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Okay, well, I finally have a force match. Took a while to get here, but better late than never. T15, Jameson Haller.
Select target.
And there you see the value of keeping that 4th spot in my war zone open. Bernant Supply Factories. -6 morale. Now, it probably won't be a factor because I don't have morale cards in my deck here, but in some cases it might, depending on the opponent. As far as that morale goes, if that hits 0, it's just like if your territories are all eliminated, or if your arsenal hits 0. At that point, you got to compromise later. Roll of 1. No play. My turn. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer. Looking for another opponent I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz, and this is not creating matches for me here. Oh, pass of that single action right there, and end the turn. So Bob Prime with a roll of 5. There's a morale match. That drops my morale from 19 down to 13. Now, luckily for me, I've got a couple of cards in here. They're only -1 morale they get taken out as far as territories go. The Vast Hinterland from set 1. There's another morale match. That will drop me from 13 down to 7. Yeah. So luckily for me, this is -3 morale, the Port of Carmasani. This is -3 morale, Bancare Island. So if they get taken out, I would, like if like a WMD match, to take those out, I would be able to still have 1 morale left. Sometimes that 1 morale makes the difference in a match. So that's why I tend to, when it comes up and it's irrelevant, it's helpful to know how it works. 6. And how that works. All right. Play 3 Jacks Nash, the Courier. Again, it's not the particular card per se that matters, it's the category. That's a force match. This will eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. Three actions to go for the turn. Play a 3rd rummage card here. Intel. I could force my opponent to discard 3. I can mill 6 cards to my opponent's arsenal, although at 37, that's really not the play. Let's bounce. You choose to bounce. That allows you to bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone to their discard pile. Let's go one of it. Well, I'm not even concerned about the morale necessarily. Let's go 1 of the force and both of the planet devices. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with weather cards. I already have 1 weather pair out there. Really don't want to put a second force set out there. Intel. I think it'd be better served instead going weather. So blinding sandstorm. 2 of them. That's it for my turn. Taking on Bob Prime, rolls a 3. There's a morale match. Now, maybe I'll end up regretting not taking that out earlier, because I'm down to 1 morale. So any sort of force match, a morale match, a WMD, any of those would give me a compromised leader, because my morale would hit 0. My turn. 4. Well, I can play building cards. I can play intel, but not a really good position as far as intel goes for value. Let's see. Everything in here is going to be a trio. Man. Really wish there was weather in there to go back for. There's not. So, let's see. I'll do. Let's go ahead and go back for the force. Play the G-Titan missile silo. This will be a building match. Turn 3 cards to my hand. We'll bring back Jack's Nash. I think I have 4 of those, right? I should have looked before I pulled it up, but I think that's correct. So I can potentially, if it's a situation where I can like put 1 out there, even if it's taken out, I would still have 3 remaining. But kind of a tight spot here, given that there's only 1 spot left open in my war zone. I'm hoping I'm going to have some sort of WMD drop in, but that's going to need to happen very soon if it's going to happen. I have 1 morale, so my opponent could give me a compromised leader relatively easily. So I have to be aware of that. Pass up the action, though, in the turn. Taking on Bob Prime. Roll of 1. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer. Been looking for another opponent I haven't played today in Warsaken Blitz. There's a second weather card. My turn. 5. All right, I didn't get a WMD, so that's noteworthy. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, I only have 2 force matches at the moment. I'm trying to think. Because at some point, when you've got an opponent with 2 territories remaining and you're waiting on a WMD that you're hoping will show up, but you don't know if it will. Let's see. Okay, the weather. Go with the extra turn. Let's think before I just rush back into this. Okay, so I have the 2 forces I would need to compromise my opponent's leader if I don't get the WMD. But how long do you wait on that? Building cards. This would give me all the pieces I need potentially if I have to go force only, but that's a lot of actions to use, specifically in this turn. So, again, acutely aware that I only have 1 morale left. Let's bring back the geomagnetic disturbance. Play 1 of those. Extra turn. It's not going to let me click. So at F5, it'll reload the app. It's the one bug to the game. Time to time, and just won't let you click. See, I mean, look how quickly everything's back. Here we go, extra turn. 3. All right, so I got the WMD match. Let's think about this. I play 2 weathers and go extra turn. But then if I roll a 1 or a 2, I can't play the WMD. I want to just do that now. Because even if I went like +3 actions, that would only be to 4, and I would need 6 to get the win. So instead, let's knock out the WMD. Let's do it. WMD match will eliminate my opponent's final 2 territories. I'll give my opponent a compromised leader. But that's it for my turn. So I need 1 more force match to get the win. It's a roll of 6. This could do it. My opponent can get some sort of a match to get my morale down to 0 and then play a force match to take out a compromised leader. I can have all my territories and still lose the match. One each on the force cards. There's a force match. It doesn't matter which one gets eliminated as far as the territories. It's going to take my morale to 0. I'm going to have a compromised leader. Another force match. There's either of those standalone forces out there. If 2 more up in my opponent's hand, then I'm going to lose the match here. Even if for some reason you go after Vast Hinterland, it doesn't matter which one you go after. My morale's going to hit 0. See, compromised leader by morale. 2 actions to go for the turn. Does my opponent have 2 more D78 detection disruptors? There's 2. 1 more would be the match. But instead it's a second. Hey, Kane. Wow. The next one of us to get a force match will get the win. Let's see. What do we have? 1. I'm going to get the win right here with a G1 Foxbuster. What a battle. Oh, it's not letting me click. I just hit F5. All right, come on. There we go. That's it for the match. What a battle. Went down to the very end. My goodness. We both have the same tag there. Game tag. Okay, so we have, let's see. You have the half second of false hope sometimes with these night vision cards. They don't actually have any that make a pair. So I'll reshuffle my arsenal of 60 with a mulligan, and the mulligan will allow me to be dealt 8 cards again. So slide it into place. Okay, well, I can work with that. At least there's intel I can work with. Some sort of pair that I can use out of the gate. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. Okay, this is the base entrance game mat that I listed on my prize wheel. So if you're wanting some context on that, this is how it looks in game. Roll a 4. All right, so I'll have an intel match here. I'll force my opponent to discard 3 of that starting 8. One action is left over to go for the turn, but just pass that up in the turn, so we'll see which cards get discarded and in what order here from my opponent. Taking on UXWLU. Last battle of the night. Yeah, ZL, this is going to be the last one. My voice, it's tough. I mean, we're past 5 p.m. Eastern. That's usually to 10 opponents. So, yes, I think it will be. All right, pair of weather cards for UXWLU. So that intel played, guessing all's fair and turnaround. Oh, those are the discards. I got distracted. Never mind. I was thinking that I somehow missed an intel being played. So it was a weather, a force, and an intel that ended up in my opponent's discard pile there. For a moment, I thought I'd overlooked something. Having to handle several tasks at once with a live stream sometimes makes me slightly paranoid I've overlooked something. Not the case, but stuff out there in my opponent's war zone to be aware of nonetheless. What is this card? Look at that. 262-7 Inferno. Man. Savage Escalation. That's the new set. Cool looking card. 3 actions for the turn, wide open war zone. Let's go with a pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic Disturbance. 1 action to go for the turn. Intel, Stolen Blueprints. Grandman Can, hello. Lurking. Certainly welcome to lurk and listen. Hello, a lot of people do. It's certainly welcomed. 3 actions here for my opponent. A pair of weather cards, pair of intel, a force, and then another pair of weather cards. My turn. 1. Hello, Cranman Can. Hi. Well, I can play a second Stolen Blueprints, pair of intel cards, but that's it for my turn. Roll of 2 for UXWU. So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. So a pullback on the Force, and that's it for the turn. 5. All right, so I'll have a weather match here. The geomagnetic disturbance, savage escalation weather. Take the extra turn in a moment. 4 actions still to go for this turn. I have a Force match here with Max Harper, dealer. That Force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. What is this? Oh, that's the port of Karmasani. Like you've never seen it before. Scrapyard. That's the Black Earth Mine. So all -3 or lower. That's a good direction to go if you're putting a deck together for Blitz. Low morale territories are good like that. So anyway, we'll take out the Scrapyard. Different savage escalation territory. 1 action to go for the turn. Play a Resin of Ede. And I think I won't, though. In that pair of intel cards out there. Bit of a deterrent. Pass the last action in the turn. Extra turn. 6. All right, so I can play a 3rd Stolen Blueprints. Intel. Let's bounce. Bounce a weather. Bounce an intel. Bounce the other weather. Storm Surge. A black camo, no less. But it's eliminated. 5 actions to go for this. Bounced. It's the turn. It's in my opponent's discard pile. 5 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone. Let's go with weather. A pair of terrifying storms. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I will put some force out there. Can show. I'll pass it that last action in the turn. Taking on UXWU. And Warsaken Blitz. Roll 4. Pair of intel cards. Then a pullback on that weather card to open up a spot. 1 action to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. I'll pass up that action in the turn. Let's roll 2. Two actions to go for the turn. All right, my turn. Building card pair out there. 5. Tough spot for me here. It's the Ghost Training Facility with camo. Alright, so I have 5 actions, but unfortunately nothing's creating a match for me here. So we'll go with a pair of weather cards, Blinding Sandstorm. Pass up those last 3 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 6 for UXOOU. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. So a lot of options here, potentially for my opponent. Building card. Match. Intel Force and Weather, I think it was. Oh, there's Force. That's a Force match, which will eliminate one of my 4 territories. We'll both be down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. Morale cards. You never know for sure what you're going to find in a given match. My turn. Rolled a 1. Well, nothing makes a match, so I'll pass up the 1 action there and end the turn. Roll of 1. It's tough to read that die. Dark charcoal and black. Not a fan of it where it's tougher to read like that, but it is a cool look nonetheless. Well, there's a morale match. That's going to take me from 16 morale down to 10. If my morale hits 0, at that point I'll have a compromised leader. My turn. Currently it's a 10. Roll of 2. Well, I can play this third Terrifying Storm. That'll give me an extra turn. Play a Freezing Rainstorms. Hope I roll a 2 or higher here. 6. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, so I can play the other 2 of the 3 Freezing Rainstorms, like an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. 4 and 4 here, so there's no advantage over choosing one or the other as far as which 3 to use here. B6, Rabid Beast. Black Earth Mine. Savage Escalation. Eliminated. So my opponent's down to 2 territories. 1 action for this turn for me. Okay, I'll play 1 Resident Evil. Extra turn. 6. Okay, so I'm not going to get the WMD match, but let's think about this. Without fear. A Resident Evil. So I can play 2 of those. I could play another 3. I would still be 2 turns shy of getting the win doing it that way. Okay, it's weird to me that's doing the dancing thing. I'm going to F5s. I don't trust the cards. I think there's a third one there. It's not showing up. See? Luckily, F5 is very much a thing that's beneficial for curing problems with this game, if you might happen to run across them from time to time. All right, let's play the third. Blinding Sandstorm. Can't wait around forever for a WMD. Can show. So leave my opponent with 1 territory remaining. Resin Navid. 2 of those. I'll give my opponent a compromised leader. Pair of 00 black blades. My opponent a compromised leader. Doesn't really matter what I roll right here. It's a 1, but all I needed was 1. 00 black blade for the win. I think Zeal figured it out before I did. All right, good game. UXOOU.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Zeal. My first opponent of the broadcast here. Sometimes you get a nice break with those opening 8. A match, a force match right away, keep. This is the Urban Warzone game method I'm using. The way it works in Warsaken Blitz, you have a leader card, 4 territory cards, and then your arsenal of 60, your deck. You see that list of categories there. Within that deck, each of those cards fits in one of those 6, and in most cases, morale won't be a part of it. Sometimes it will, but usually you'll see the other 5 more. 6. And it's pretty simple. You roll the die, and you get that many cards and that many actions for the turn. So a really nice start for me here. I can't complain about this. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. Send in the Soldier Heavy right away. That's a force match. A force match allows you to eliminate one of your opponent's 4 territories. Warehouse Precinct. Savage Escalation territory. So wide open war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go weather. Here, fire in the fields. 3 spots open in my war zone, 1 action to go for the turn. Put an intel card out there, satellite recon. That'll do it for my turn. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Roll of 6 for Zeal. There's a weather match, so that'll likely mean an extra turn for Zeal, who still has 3 actions to go for this turn. Intel cards. A pair of intels, a third. Well, they allow for a few options. I could be forced to discard. I could bounce the 3 cards to my war zone, but instead, going after my arsenal, milling 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. Concerns me greatly when my building cards show up here. The extra turn roll of 1. Got to be careful with your building cards against an intel heavy deck. My turn. 2. And yeah, I don't know for sure just how intel heavy it really is. Try something sneaky. Pair of WMDs that I know I'm not going to use in all likelihood. Put them out there, let's see what happens. I almost never play this way, so I'm trying something a little different here. So I've seen people before use WMDs kind of like as red herrings or something for opponents to target that you don't actually need. Now the flip side is it does take up room in my war zone. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. Later in the hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. It's your chance to win coming up. Roll a 5 for Zeal. Pair of weather cards make it 3. That's a weather match. So an extra turn for Zeal, who still has 3 actions to go for this turn. Intel. Pair of control the message intel cards. Now that could allow for bouncing cards to my war zone. It could allow for milling down my arsenal, my deck. Roll a 6 on the extra turn, my goodness. If your arsenal hits 0, it's just like if all of your territories are eliminated, or if your morale hits 0. Any of those 3, you've got a compromised leader. You got a bunch of intel out there. So always look for the insignia, that emblem on the bottom left of the card. That'll help tell you what category it falls into. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of intel to be staring down, I gotta tell you. And then pulling back to make a little bit of space. Resets a 2 intel and then a standalone. We'll find a better intel in here to play. Wow. My turn? 4. All right, if I play this, the cleverness with the WMDs out there kind of fades a bit, but I thought it was worth a try. I could wait, but I think that would be kind of foolish since I don't have anything better to play here in the interim. A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories. In this case, 2 of the 3 remaining. So my opponent's down to 1 territory remaining. But now, capers up here on the tactical nukes I put out there. So I'll bring 1 back just because I wasn't going to use that last action anyway. It's now just kind of debris that's in the way. But if one of those, I mean, you saw how many pairs of intel were played. If one of those had been a match, perhaps they would have been targeted sitting out there like that. Zeal with a roll of 1. There's a second planted device. 4 wide, 2 deep, and it's all intel. My turn. I need 2 more force matches to get the win. You have to be careful, though, because if your opponent plays a bunch of intel and mills your arsenal down and you don't have enough force matches to get the win, it's a rather unpleasant way to lose in this game. Kind of a slow motion feel to it. Well, what I'll do here is I'll pull back the tactical nuke because now it's just in the way. Maybe that idea wasn't so clever after all, but I had to try it. Satellite recon, I'll put that second intel out there. And that'll be it for my turn. I know full well that I could get targeted by an intel play by my opponent. I think it's unlikely I'd be forced to discard because my opponent already knows I have 2 WMD cards that I can't even use now. Roll of 2 here for Zeal. When you find yourself against an intel heavy deck opponent, here's an intel match. I'm guessing that's going to mill my arsenal. It goes from 32 down to 26. And the goal here with an intel heavy deck is to get your opponent's arsenal down to 0. At that point, your opponent's got a compromise leader, and then you just need 1 force match to get the win. And that's whatever the case is for the compromise leader. A WMD won't do it. You have to have a force match to get the win. And so, makes for some interesting situations in late gameplay. Roll a 6. Okay, I'll be able to give my opponent a compromise leader here with the X3 Black Dog. Let's see, do I have any fire in the fields here? Yes, I do. So I could go back for that. So we're going for fire in the fields now, before playing the Black Dog. I would only need to play 1 more to make it a... That's the play. So let's see. I would need 1 more double EL or 2 G16s or Rayans. Go back for 2 Rayans. Fire in the fields. Fire in the fields. I'll use to get an extra turn here in a moment. And 2 Rayans, so I'll have another force match in hand. 3 actions to go for the turn. I can play fire in the fields here. We'll go extra turn. I can play 2 of these X3 Black Dogs. I'll have an extra turn. If I roll a 4 or higher, I'll win the match. What do we have? It's a 1. Okay. So only a 1, but I can go ahead and play that 3rd X3 Black Dog. That'll be a force match. That will eliminate my opponent's final territory. Give my opponent a compromise later. Nathaka, hello. Hola. That's it for my turn. I just need 1 more force match to get the win, but it's a roll of 4. I have 19 cards in my arsenal. If that hits 0, at that point I'd have a compromise leader. And with all those pairs of intel cards out there in my opponent's war zone, we might get close to it. We'll see. Interesting to see a force card put out there, but I guess you have to get that force in position potentially if you're going to mill your opponent's arsenal down to 0. Then a pullback. Non-conventional. 2 actions to go for the turn. Weather, that's it for the turn. All right, so if I roll a 3 or higher here, I'll win the match. It's a 2. Oof. I can afford to put the 2 Rayans out there. If this gets eliminated, or these cards get bounced by intel, which could happen, I have another force match in hand. I'm down to 17 cards in my arsenal now, and each one of those intel matches can mean milling 6 down from that number. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Roll a 3 for Zeal. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'll be looking for another opponent in my player versus player competition. The way it works here, I play people one at a time. And if they beat me, they win a prize from my prize wheel. There's an intel match that could bounce cards from my war zone. It could mill my arsenal down from 17 down to 11. That's interesting. Again, there's a reason I didn't put that out there without having some thought behind it as far as the force cards in my war zone, but that's an intel not used against my arsenal. So you see the distinction there. 2 actions to go for the turn here for Zeal, my first opponent of the day here on NashvilleLou Liv. Tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to have for 2 p.m. Eastern. Hope to have something, time permitting. But there's a Blue Mint tournament coming up. So we'll have that. Thursday's a bit of a question mark as well. I want to know for as close to for sure as you can be with something like scheduling is for Friday. Back with more Warsaken Blitz in this normal time slot. Trying to incorporate those Blue Mint tournaments as much as possible. Some great cross promotion. Sometimes it allows me to play at times of the day where I normally wouldn't. 2 actions to go here for Zeal. Pair of intel cards. If I could roll a 3 or higher here, I'll win the match. It's a 6. Double EL for the win. Force match will eliminate my opponent's compromised leader. All right, good game, Zeal. All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Thanks to everybody for taking the time to watch, to play, and enjoy this game here today. All right, pair of weather cards. You don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. You can use a mulligan, but sometimes that can lead you down a bad path. End up with progressively worse things happening. Keep it. This is the code incoming game mat that I'm using. This was given to me by Biscuit. So many thanks to Biscuit for that. Taking on Tech. All right, so Tech rolls a 1. A morale card. Tech has some morale deck victories over me. It's nice to have that kind of variety displayed on stream. Nice to have this kind of variety here. Play a pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic disturbance. That ends the turn. It's a roll of 6 for Tech. Now my morale's at 20, and that's because my leader has a 20 morale. Morale is going to take 6 points from that, so it goes from 20 down to 14. Again, another morale match, my goodness. So I went from 20 to 14 to 8. If that hits 0, I have a compromised leader. My turn. 6. All right. Well, first things first, I mean, I should note, because if a WMD were to take out 2 of my territories, luckily, these are all -3 morale territories. Normally, the fine print on the card doesn't matter in Blitz, but it does with the territories. But you know, these are all -3. Some of these, like the Savage Escalation, even this is -3. So if, let's say Tech played a WMD to eliminate 2 of them, that would take my morale from 8 down to 2. So I would not have a compromised leader yet. And that might sound like it's not a big thing, but it is. Or at least it can be. Weather match. Extra turn. That could be big. We'll see. 5 actions to go for the turn. Now it's go back for the buildings and go back for weather. So I'm kind of limited option-wise besides that. I can at least play 2 more weather cards here. And I might as well play these because I'm going to have them in hand and my opponent will have just seen them. Knowing I have this extra turn about to come, or even if I roll a 1, I'd still be able to make another weather match. It's not letting me click, and when that happens in this game, you say F5, at least if you're on a PC. If you're not, then I don't know what to tell you. But on a PC at F5, you see everything pop back into place within 2 seconds, and then 2 or 3 more seconds, the cosmetics as well. Extra turn number 2, 4. I guess this will be extra turn number 2 coming up. The geomagnetic disturbance, they feel like it. So an extra turn, 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing is a match here, but more weather. Pair of violent tornadoes. And it will be a little more aggressive than I might otherwise, given that I have an extra turn to go. So I'll play a 4 Seer with the Roman's Prototype. That additional extra turn. 2. Okay, I'll play the second Roman's Prototype. So I'll have a pair of weather cards and a pair of force cards in my war zone. I'll pass it the last action in the turn. Taking on Tech here in Warsaken Blitz. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. A roll of 2. My morale is down to 8. There's a pair of morale cards. 1 more would drop me from 8 morale down to 2. My turn. 3. All right, so I have that violent tornado weather card I can play. Let's see, I'm kind of dancing there. There's 2 in the war zone. Play the 3rd. And there are some times where you will want that +3 actions, but most of the time, that +1 turn is the way to go. That extra turn, because you're getting new cards in that way, along with additional actions. So I've got a pair of force cards in my war zone, and that's it at the moment. I could put more force out there, but I'll do it. Send the scout, specialist Chloe Moore. So the extra turn. 6. Hey, we'll end up working out with Roman's Prototype. 2 of those out there in my war zone to play a 3rd. This will be a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Five actions to go for the turn. I've got 3 spots open in my war zone. I'm not big on putting building cards out there in partial form. Don't be too aggressive here with the 4, so we'll play a pair of Azar Cyrus Fabricators. I have weather cards, but nothing that makes a pair. Building cards, same with WMDs. I don't want to put those out there. Sometimes discretion is the better play in this game, even though it feels wasteful to pass up actions. But sometimes, remember, what's out there in your war zone could get targeted by an intel match. So there's that consideration as well. Pass up those 3 actions in the turn. Taking on Tech here in Warsaken Blitz. Be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin later in the hour. Got some great prizes up on the prize wheel for anybody that beats me. Tech playing with morale cards or morale heavy deck, which is great because I love to demonstrate that live on stream. Let's roll a 4. There's a morale match. So my morale drops from 8 to 2. A force match, a WMD match, or another morale match. Any of those will give me a compromised leader. Instead, a pair of force cards, pair of weather cards. My turn. 5. Alright, so I have the WMD that I can play. Going back for weather won't help me. I can't get extra turns that way. So let's go ahead and play the WMD here. Capture leader. So with those 3 cards, it's a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. But again, the reality, I've got it down to 2 morale. So all that tech needs is 1 more, either a force match, WMD, or morale. Any of those matches would give me a compromised leader by way of morale, and then it would just take a force match to get the win. I could put building cards out there, some risk to doing that. I think instead I'll put with weather. There are blinding sandstorms. And that'll end my turn. So it's a roll of 2 for tech. A weather match could mean an extra turn. A force match could mean a compromised leader by way of morale. There's weather. Freezing rainstorm. And then a force card. Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one. Trying to sneak around that 4th spot. My turn. 3. Okay, so I could go back. Go back for weather, go back for force. I'll go back for force. I mean, I can't play whatever it is I bring back. I won't be able to play this turn anyway. Let's go back for weather. Let's go for the geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for my turn. I'm down to 2 morale. Well, I should have gone for the tornado instead because I had a 4th in my hand. Yep, I didn't make the right play there. Once you play that building card, you're not allowed to peek back at your own hand, so you have to plan it out. I didn't do a very good job of that. It might not matter. I might not get another roll. It's a roll of 4 here for tech. I'm down to 2 morale. That's my shields blinking. That pulsating red is a warning. There's a weather match, so an extra turn for tech. 3 actions to go for this turn. That opened up a spot in the war zone. So any sort of a match here. There's morale. At the extended hours. Extended assembly hours, yes. Roll of 4 on the extra turn. There's a force match. That's going to give me a compromised leader. All 4 of my territories have that -3 morale to them, so let's go from 2 to 0. See, compromised leader. Is there a force match? Agent Nika Devon, there's a second. If there's a third, that's going to win it for tech. Instead, weather. Wow. My turn. 2. Well, at least I can give my opponent a compromised leader. There's that. It's going to be really tough to get another roll, but I can't play anything else here that'll work. So, noting that, let's go ahead and play this third Azar Cyrus the Fabricator. It's a force match. That will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory. Give my opponent a compromised leader. But I'm down to 1 action for the turn. I'll put a weather card out there, but... Oh, it's not going to let me click, is it? Oh. Roll 2. Made F5 real fast. Don't miss the finish. Agent Nika Devon snuck her way in. You know, that's actually fitting for the way Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one. She waited for that 2-second outage and boom, that's the match. Good game, Tech. That was entertaining. And now back live on headset with you here. It's NashvilleLou Liv. More than 9 hours in with this, having a blast as usual. Here live on stream. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up in a few minutes. Right now, we got 16 people ready for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want in and you're not in yet, last chance. !play in chat. We'll have more Twitchy Tides games coming up later on in the broadcast as well, along with more Warsaken Blitz Classic. We put a lot of time in today working on NFL draft related stuff. MockDraftNFL.com. NFL draft website, and a lot of things connected to it. Posted a lot of things on Blue Sky tonight. A little less restrictive than X tends to be, with particularly when it comes to posting links. X doesn't really like escorting people onto other places when it comes to that, at least compared to Blue Sky from what I've seen. But X has the massive user base. Whatever the case, let's take the overlay down. We got 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Now, thus far, we've had 9 games and 9 different winners. So we'll see if that holds here in this 10th game of the broadcast. For the winner, the prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, prize goes to second place. Remember, players, you're looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points for that monthly Twitchy Tides competition. So 16 players are in, and this 10th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Up top, Pink Felicia stings Funkin' Crypto and Cabinarna. And early on, we're down to 14. Welcome to NashvilleLou Liv with Warsaken Blitz Classic, and right now with Twitchy Tides. Down to 12 as Debo the Shark chomps away, takes out Funko Lover, and ages 2017. Most of the enemies I have capped at a maximum of 2 kills per on-screen appearance. It's 3 for the cannonball. That's something you can customize as a streamer. You can really make it your own with Twitchy Tides, which is part of the appeal. Debo the Shark takes out Waxtails and Jungle Banano. So we're down to 10. That means remaining players, you've earned a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points out of this game. Big Worm of the Hook. It's going to take out DeBoer.js and catch Finest HM on the way out. Half the field is out now. We're down to 8. Depth charge. Lulu Fish barely made it past. It's going to take out Zach. We're down to 7. Remember, Tuesday of next week, Tuesday 10 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC, back with Tides Tuesday. A #1 show here on Twitch. Fawny T and Cesaro NLV get taken out by Big Worm. We're down to 5. And now it's Debo the Shark. Debo going right to left. Debo takes out Mischief Shade and me. We're down to the final 3. DeJeesney, Pennybags Jr., and Cartman Bra. Depth charge. Pennybags Jr. hitting the off-screen ATM to make it rain underwater. Well-timed freeze by Pennybags Jr. That would have been very close as far as a possible collision before that depth charge disappeared. The battle continues. Now Cartman Bra uses the Lambo command. A cannonball shot is going to win it for Cartman Bra as it takes out Pennybags Jr. and to Jeesney. So that's 10 games and 10 different winners thus far in this broadcast. Congratulations, Carbon Bra. The winner here in game number 10. Picked a good time to hit the ATM, huh? Sometimes a half second one way or the other can make all the difference. So for DeBoard JS on up, you got a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points out of this. All the way up to number 1, your winner, Carbon Bra, victorious. Good game. We're back open now for that next Twitchy Tides game coming up in the next hour. Exclamation mark play in chat. Cartman's in, I'll get in as well. I'll use the Gloria Glowfish. She kind of has a way of standing out in there. So if you want to get in for that next Twitchy Tides game, reserve your spot now. Go ahead and type exclamation mark play in chat. We'll have more Twitchy Tides coming up, but right now, more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Morbid Angel in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. We'll have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway coming up in our next hour. Now, this is quite the draw right out of the chute. Got a WMD match in hand. Keep that. And I get to go first. Lucky me. 6. Oh, they really wanted me to play that WMD, huh? Connect Space Strike. Should be a WMD match.
Select target.
A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories. And as we saw in that last match I had against Tech, the morale can come into play. You have a morale heavy deck or otherwise just a lot of morale in your deck, and period. Not as much for me here with this deck, but it's worth noting nevertheless. You see the morale down to 9, but with a different deck that would be a different story. Now, you wouldn't want to play building cards here, even though they're dancing around, because all I have in my discard pile are those WMDs, and you can have at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz per side. So I'll pass up all 3 actions and end the turn. Roll of 1. Morbid Angel, my opponent. Weather card, my turn. 1. Well, I mean, it's kind of strange to not play anything here, but that's what I'm going to do. Pass the action in the turn. And maybe there's a case to be made for throwing a one-off weather card out there, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So Morbid Angel with a roll of 5. There's a force match. We'll eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of forest guards. Agent Nika Devon. You gotta watch her, the sneaky one. My turn. 6. Building cards aplenty, but that's not really gonna help me at the moment. An awkward spot here because, oh my, yeah, because all I have in there is the trio of WMDs that I already made a match with. Well, at least I can play a pair of Z27 Tigers. Very unusual for a match to start like this for me. But it happens sometimes. It's part of the unpredictability. I mean, it's super tempting to put some of the building cards out there. I just don't think that's the move. I just don't think that's the right move. And sometimes I have to go against my own instincts because it's not a matter of being afraid. It's a matter of being smart about a situation. Keeping those spots open in your war zone might potentially make the difference. Also, intel can ruin your day. So as weird as this seems, I'm passing up those last 4 actions. I think the turn. So a roll of 6 here from Morbid Angel. There's a force match. That's going to drop me from 3 territories down to 2. We're both down to 2. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards, tsunamis. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 1. I'm going to pass up the action in the turn. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using with this particular deck today. With those Warsaken wheel spins, there's that chance that that wheel spin can yield you a game mat. That's a lot of times with these with a lot of these I outright used those wheel spins and got them myself, and some I got on the secondary market. And one was a gift. All right, that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, at least I put a pair of weather cards out there. That's it for the turn. Morbid Angel has a WMD match here and a 3rd Agent Nika and rolls like a 4 or higher. That could be boom, boom, and that would be the match. Also, the chance of that extra turn with weather. Roll of 6. So let's see what happens here. 16 cards for Morbid Angel. Cloud cover. That's going to be a weather match and an extra turn. That's a force match. At some point, there's that decision everybody who plays this game has to make. When you have your opponent down to 2 territories, you've got a force match, you're trying to hold out for a WMD match. In this case, now I'm down to 1 territory. Extra turn, roll of 3. Taking on Morbid Angel. There's another force match. So I'll give me a compromised leader, but you can see why I was concerned about the potential for a WMD. Meanwhile, the only thing I played is a WMD trio that I had early in the match. Otherwise, this hasn't been there for me. And yet, maybe I'll pull it out here. Let's see. 4. Well, I can give my opponent a compromised leader. There's no weather match. Okay. Z27 Tiger. So we'll eliminate a 3rd territory. Black Earth Mine. Three actions to go for the turn. More force. DX8.
Select the target.
That force match will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory, giving my opponent a compromised leader. Now we both have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
The next one of us to make a force match will win the game. It's a roll of 2. There's one more Agent Nika Devon up there. Also the possibility of a weather. Who needs the weather, though? Agent Nika Devon, 2 games in a row, comes through for my opponent. All right, good game. Morbid Angel, victorious.
Warsaken.
Taking on Rexinator. Rexy with the Warmonger game title. For this deck, I have High Justice. Pair of weather cards, pair of forces, cape. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using today with this deck. Even got the accessories, or cosmetics as they're called in this game. The game die, the card back. Kind of go with that red theme. 4. Alright, so 4 actions here. Wide open war zone since we've just started the game. Go ahead and play a pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. That leaves me with 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. And let's go with a pair of force cards. Bella Ivanova. That's it for my turn. I could have gone with the Foxbusters there, because both do the same thing. It's the category that matters, so they're both force cards. But in that case, I just happen to go with Bella Ivanova. Because Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken, if you had to know all that intricate detail about every card right away, it's a little bit tougher of a learn, especially for people that I'll be brand new to this. So with Blitz, it really makes it easier as far as the learning and understanding the basics of the game factor. Plus, Blitz is so much fun to live stream. I'm living proof. Let's go with a pair of weather cards here, ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. Taking on Rexinator and Warsaken Blitz. Rexy with roll 3. Two sets of 2 force cards for Rexy. 1 action to go for the turn. Intel. Intel card played in the turn. My turn. 4. Alright, so not very good as far as nothing making a match. I'm not going to fill up that 4th spot in my war zone, so a little bit different. I mean, I would be just passing up all 4 actions here anyway, so I'll pull back the pair of Bella Ivanovas. I'll replace that with weather. Blinding sandstorms. So I'm 3 wide, 2 deep with weather. And that ends my turn. Taking on Rexinator. 4. There's a force match. That will eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'll be down to 3. Three actions still to go for the turn. There's a second intel card played. A third would be a match. Could go after my war zone. Could force me to discard. Could go after my arsenal. My deck of 60. All possibilities, but a weather card played to end the turn. My turn. 2. Well, nothing at all to help me there, unfortunately. So pass up the 2 actions in the turn. Rexy with a roll of 2. We're both looking at 3 wide, 2 deep. The difference is I've got all weather, whereas it's force, weather, intel out there for Rexinator. My turn. 3. Wow. Nothing to make a match. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. Pass up all 3 actions and end the turn. My goodness. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Roll 4 for Rexy. No play. My turn. 4. All right, well. Who knew that rummage would be the one to match up on that side? We'll take care of this first. Play a third ideal conditions. This will be a weather match. Let's take the extra turn in a moment. 3 actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I could play building cards, but for the moment, we're going to play a trio of rummage cards. Intel. As you see, there are 3 different options for you there when you have an intel match in Warsaken Blitz. Here I'm going to bounce. Your opponent's got 3 wide, 2 deep. You can go through and bounce 1 of each. A well-timed intel attack can really disrupt your opponent. So those cards get bounced to my opponent's discard pile. Now the extra turn. 5. All right, I've got a WMD match. And I've got weather. We'll play this third fire in the fields. We'll go for the extra turn in a moment. 4 actions to go for this turn. White phosphorus bomb. WMD. That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Do Savage Escalation, Brotherland Fields. And Ben Kier Island. Eliminated. Okay, I'll play one garrison structure building card. Extra turn. 3. Alright. So I can get a force match here. We got this on standby. Actually, no, let's do it. Well, I've already shown Bella Ivanova. That's the play. We're going to put that out there early and then do the recall.
Select target.
Now it's a force match. So that will eliminate a third territory for my opponent, leaving only one remaining. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Rexinator and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. Rexy with a roll of 3. No play. My turn. 4. All right, so I'll have a force match here with the T-15 Jameson Haulers.
Select target.
This will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory, give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
One action to go for the turn. I could play a second building card. I don't know though. I just need one more force match to get the win. Got 2 spots open. I could put a weather out there. I think that may actually be the better play. Geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for my turn. Rexinator with a roll of 4. So 21 cards here for Rexy. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. We're looking for another opponent, somebody I haven't faced yet today in live player versus player competition in Warsaken Blitz. Building cards. That Silo trio is probably going to bring back the one of each that I bounced. That'd be my guess. Problem for Rexy is that there's only one action to go with the turn. So even if Rexy has a third blinding sandstorm up there in hand, that would still only be 2 for the turn. You see, that was the pullback, which makes sense. Always nice when you can counter. Oh, that's interesting. A WMD played there. Huh. My turn. I just need one force match to get the win. It's a 2. So I can go blinding sandstorm to get an extra turn. I wouldn't have enough. Let's go, we'll go extra turn here with the blinding sandstorm. Then I'll play the second geomagnetic disturbance, or I'll play a building card. Gotta think about this. I think I'm gonna go weather. Play that second geomagnetic disturbance. Extra turn. I just need one force match to get the win. It's a 3. I'm gonna get it right here with the A9 Hammerheads. Coming through in the clutch.
Select target.
A9 Hammerhead for the win.
Leader eliminated.
All right, good game, Rexinator.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Nathaka and Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away to the Warsaken wheel spin. And you get that sometimes half second of false hope with this night vision heavy decks. Especially I like the letters and numbers at the beginning. But sometimes things don't match up, so luckily for me, I can take a mulligan, it'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and once again deal me 8 cards. See if I like this better. I can work with that. It's a lot of weather, but I can work with it. Keep. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. So Nathaka gets to go first. The computer randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first. And she rolls a 6. Pair of force cards. Pair of intel cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Probably play some weather here in a moment. Which is this? That's the cheetah. I don't think I've seen the cheetah in the night vision. Okay, so 3 actions here. I can go pair of terrifying storms, weather cards. 1 action to go for the turn. I will go ahead and play a geomagnetic disturbance, savage escalation, weather, but only one of them. Because I only have that 1 action. That's it for my turn. Taking on Nathaka. Roll a 1. My turn. It's a roll of 1. Realized I didn't update my list, so I have to do this. Okay. Well, I can play the second geomagnetic disturbance, just the 1 action here. That'll do it for my turn. So I've got 2 sets of 2 weather out there in my war zone. My opponent has a pair of force cards and a pair of intel cards. Taking on Nathaka. It's a roll of 5. There's a force match. It's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. There's an intel match. It's going to mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. I'll wait and see what Nathaka does with his last action here. Weather card. All right, my turn. Rolled a 6. I'll be able to play a 3rd terrifying storm. I want to see what got milled from my arsenal. You know, I have to be aware of building cards that end up in your discard pile. And also how you might be drawing dead with certain things that get milled there. Or that you could go back for later, potentially, with building cards. All things to be aware of. 3rd terrifying storm. There's some awareness. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of force cards here with Kensho, the Prime Regent. Pair of force cards, pair of weather cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. I'm going to pass up these 3 actions for this turn. Extra turn. 6. Well, sometimes things don't work out the way you want them to. Alas. But I'll go up here with a pair of weather cards, Freezing Rainstorm. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, pass up the last 4 actions in the turn. Taking on Nathaka in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 1 for Nathaka. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using with this deck today. So if somebody ends up winning that game mat that's up there on my prize wheel, this is from that same group. 2. Well, gotta press it here. The pair of B6 Rabid Beasts. That's the 4th spot in my war zone, but we'll be a little more aggressive on that play. Nathaka. There are force cards and a weather card opposite me. It's roll 5. There's a force match that will eliminate a 2nd territory, leaving only 2 remaining. If Nathaka has a WMD match, that would give me a compromise later. 4 actions to go for the turn. Force. Pair of Azar Cyrus cards. Another pair of force cards. 2 sets of 2 force. And a weather out there in Nathaka's war zone. My turn. 6. Play the Geomagnetic Disturbance. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. Play the B6 Rabid Beast. This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. The Scrapyard S3-1035. Eliminated. Yeah, Many 6 for me. That's the truth. Sometimes you get lucky with that. You know how it goes. Okay, so 4 actions to go for the turn with an extra turn pending. More pressing thing is to get this intel played, assassination attempt. Bounce 3. One of each. Czar Cyrus. Tsunami. And the Nameless Soldier. Bounce. Alright, 1 action to go for this turn. Resident Evil. Extra turn. 1. Well, you'll have that sometimes in this game. Play a second Resident Evil. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1 for Nathaka. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, got this lined up quite nicely for future use. Near future, but for the moment, Resident Evil. I'll be a force match, eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. So we're both down to 2 territories. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Obviously, there'd be considerable peril for putting any sort of WMD element out there right now. I've got 2 spots open, so I can play just a standalone weather card here, Blinding Sandstorm. We'll do that and end the turn with that. Keep in mind, Nathaka has not played a WMD yet. So if she has a WMD match and then 2 more Azar Cyruses, or 2 more the Nameless Soldier. I can't remember if it was that or the Selfless Hero with that. In this case, though, a weather match, so an extra turn pending. 3 actions to go for this turn. There's a second Azar Cyrus. Pair of force cards. Extra turn, it's a 6. 18 cards and 6 actions. Uh-oh. What was I saying about that WMD? There it is, a WMD match will eliminate my final 2 territories. And it give me a compromised leader. Nathaka just needs a force match to beat me. There it is. Nathaka with a win. All right, good game, Nathaka. Victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on Kron. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Okay, the only pair I have are building cards, so that's not going to be a good fit. We'll take a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60. And for a second time, deal me 8 cards. That I can at least work with. And maybe that too, depending on what else drops in. You only want to take that second mulligan if you absolutely need to. And since that's not the case for me, I'll keep it. Get to go first. This is the Urban Warzone game method I'm using with this deck today. Rolled a 6. Nothing makes a match. Play a pair of force cards. Rayanne the Insider. I get some scoops. 3 spots open in my Warzone. 4 actions to go for the turn. With Intel, a pair of Assassination Attempt cards. Pair of Force cards, pair of Intel. I'll pass up those last 2 actions. And end the turn. Taking on Kron. Roll a 6. Intel. So an Intel pair, 4 actions to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. I'm going to pass up that action in the turn. And anything you put in your war zone could potentially get targeted by Intel. Kron with a roll of 2. Pair of weather cards. Tsunami. My turn. 5. Alright, so I've got a WMD match with a tactical nuke. This WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select a target.
Kron's got some great cards. They got Ben, Care Island, and Gold. So my opponent will be down to 2 territories. That WMD match. Of course, you can play at most 1 WMD match in a given game per side in Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions to go for the turn. I could put a couple of different force pairs out there, but see, it's grayed out or darkened out here for those WMDs since they would do me no good at this point. Only thing they're good for is deterrent against being forced to discard, essentially. So, gotta hold on to them. Well, I could put something out there in that 3rd spot, my war zone. I'm gonna pass up on that. I don't know what kind of deck layout Kron has, how much intel's in there. And sometimes it's better to keep that 3rd spot in your war zone open anyway if it's not weather you're looking to play. So, anyway, pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Kron with a roll of 6. Pair of force cards. Make that a 3rd, so it's a force match. That will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. There's a weather match for Kron, so that'll mean an extra turn with 2 actions still to go for this turn. More weather. Oh, that's force, excuse me. I look for that insignia. 3 actions to go for the turn. F-92 Phoenix Reaper. And that insignia, that emblem, will let you know. So will that. A force match. That eliminates the 2nd territory. We're both down to 2. The difference is, Kron has not played a WMD yet. And a WMD match would give me a compromised leader. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Okay, I'll play Fire in the Fields. Weather card. That ends my turn. Taking on Kron here in Warsaken Blitz. Roll 2. There are force cards. You see the G. That means that's a G force. I know that doesn't match the emblem up there for force, but that's the exception. Still matches with them. You can play at most. You can have at most 1 G force in the given blitz deck. Although it's really, for these purposes, mostly ornamental. It's still cool to have it. Just dropping a G out there like it's nothing. Not so cool is this not making any matches for me that I can play. mean, that WMD trio does me absolutely no good, except for, again, if for some reason I'm forced to discard, then I'm okay on that. But otherwise, just in the way. But at least I can play the second fire in the field, so I'll have that out there. Pass up those last 4 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 6. Kron with now 20 cards. A WMD match would give me a compromised leader, and a force match could beat me. Well, there's part 1, a WMD match. Gonna give me a compromised leader. Kron has a force match. That's gonna be the game. There's a force match. It's gonna be the win for Kron. All right, good game, Kron. Victorious. Good game.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on G-Daddy. All right, well, the only pair I have are building cards. That's not really a good starting spot. So I'll take a mulligan. I'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. That I can work with. Pair of weather cards. Keep. In that second mulligan, you don't know. You're stuck with whatever they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card. So only do that if you absolutely must. Keep. Taking on G-Daddy. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using with this deck today. Coming up in our next hour, another Warsaken Wheel Spin giveaway. Your chance to win's coming up. My turn. What? So the game randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first. This time it was me, but only a roll of 1. Play weather card. Ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. Roll a 2. Azil's a tough opponent, no doubt, G-Daddy. Pair of force card. That's a nice looking, that's the camo edge, I think that's called. Really nice is what it's called. My turn, 5. Again, these don't give you a tactical advantage, but there are many positives of having some of the nicer cards. They look cool on stream. For some of the rare ones, you get the higher XP. There's all sorts of positives, but it doesn't undermine the actual game itself. You can have commons. I could have a bunch of blood foils and gold 24K and all that, and they would function the same way, which makes Blitz even easier for new players to get into. It's a big positive. So nothing makes a match here. Not so good on that account, but play a second ideal conditions. I have a pair of weather cards, 3 spots open in my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. More weather. Pair of blinding sandstorms. 2 sets of 2 weather. Could put force out there, but I'm going to hold off. Pass up those 2 actions in the turn. So remember, if you put something out there in your war zone, it could potentially get bounced by an opponent with an intel match. Roll 6. Taking on G-Daddy. Pair of force cards there with a G1 Foxbuster. 2 sets of 2 force. 4 actions to go for the turn. Which one was this again, though? Oh, that's the 77X prototype. Look at that camo edge. I mean, that's a cool look right there. So a lot of force cards out there. 2 sets of 2 force and then a standalone force. My turn. 4. All right. So I can make a force match here with the T-15 Jameson Hauler.
Select target.
That force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Wolf Power District. Eliminate. Oh, is that Fire Forged First Wave? Is that what that is? It does have that insignia on there. Good call on that. Okay, 1 action to go for the turn. Well, play some weather. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. Yeah, there you go. You can see the... That's a nice looking car. A roll of 1 for G Daddy. Playing Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. My turn. 2. All right, nothing makes a match. I can play that second fire in the field, so there'll be a weather pair out there for me. But with nothing else, I want to keep that 4th spot, my war zone, open, so I'll pass up that last action and end the turn. Taking on G Daddy. He's got a lot of force out there in the war zone. It's a roll of 6. 18 cards and 6 actions here for my opponent. Intel. This will probably balance 1 each of the weathers in my war zone. It could force me to discard. It could mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. It's the category that matters in this game in Warsaken Blitz, being the simplified version of Warsaken. And indeed, as predicted, those weathers got the haircut treatment, 1 off the top of each. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards, 1 action to go for the turn. And a pullback. Free up some space there in that 4th spot in the war zone. Even if it's not in the 4th spot per se, when you have a spot open, that gives you some latitude. My turn, 6. So I can use the building cards and go back for the weather that got bumped. And I can play 2 ideal conditions and get an extra turn. I think I'm going to do that. I could bring back the Jameson Hauler, but I think the weather's the better move. I can play these 2 ideal conditions. The extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Let's play 1 of the Jack's Nash force cards here. Extra turn. 1. Well, that didn't turn out so well for me. That happens sometimes. Okay, you know what? Let's play it. Second Jack's Nash. Let's do it. End the turn. Roll of 1. Taking on G Daddy. Here in Warsaken Blitz. There's a weather match, so that'll probably mean an extra turn for G Daddy, and indeed it will. Roll of 2. Pair of weather cards, cloud cover, but that ends the turn. My turn. 3. Okay, well, I'll play the 3rd Jack's Nash. This will eliminate a 2nd territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. Mountaineering gas deposits. Alright, 2 actions to go for the turn. Put the weather back out there. Blinding Sandstorm. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. Taking on G Daddy, who just rolled a 6. So 20 cards. 6 actions here for G Daddy. There's a weather match. That'll be an extra turn for G Daddy. 5 actions still to go for this turn. There's a 3rd a G1 Foxbuster force match. That will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. Another force match. Now we're both down to 2 territories. Or we will be. Now we are. Morale. Extra turn, roll of 4. So a morale match. That could either knock 6 points off of my morale shield, and it will. So my morale's down to 9, which is interesting. Your morale hits 0, you get a compromised leader. Now this card's only a -1 morale. There's a 4, so they go after this one that's -3. That would drop me to 6 morale, so... Oh, you picked this one. Oof. Oof. See, that one's only -1, so I'm at 8. Had you gone with Bandcare Island, I would have been down at 6. It probably won't matter, but it might. There's one more morale match up there. That's the difference between me having a compromised leader and not. But it may not matter. There's a force card to end the turn. My turn. I'm down to 1 territory. 5. Alright, so I can play Bella Ivanova. But if I do that, that takes out a 3rd territory. How long do you wait for a WMD match to show up? I'm down to 1 territory, so I don't know. I can put some weather out there. I can put 2 of the Bella Ivanovas out there. So if I somehow got another roll and then had a 4 or higher and a WMD match, well, there's all sorts of possibilities. Oh. Okay, so my opponent has not played a WMD yet, right? Could force a discard. I don't know how much good that would do me here. The morale might not be seen as a very positive thing. Easy to ditch that potentially, so I may hold on to that. Okay. Weather. Passive the 3 actions in the turn. Take my chance on 1 more time around if I get it. If I get a WMD match. Something with those weathers possibly. I can go +3 actions if I have to. Like if I roll a 4, have a weather match. There's a lot of ifs to this though, so I don't know. No use in going through the hypotheticals when also the distinct possibility G-Daddy can get 2 more force matches and beat me here. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Roll 2. The dilemma you run into here with your opponent having 2 territories. If I would have played that Bella Ivanova, it would have taken G-Daddy down just 1 territory remaining. But let's say right here, if I were to get a WMD match, and I would have done that, that WMD would only take out the 1 territory left, that's all that's left. Because I didn't do that, a WMD could take out both of them, and I still have Bella Ivanova. That's the mindset behind it. I'm hoping these weathers might come through for me. It's a low roll. It's a roll of 3. All right, well, I got 2 of them. Let's see. Bella Ivanova, well... Play the weather. That extra turn. Play 2 Bella Ivanovas, get that in position. It's the extra turn. Even if it's a 1, I can still get the extra turn. I need a WMD match in the worst way, but I'm not going to get it here. So that's a different spot now, isn't it? There's the morale, the intel, but I don't think intel's going to really help me here. No, okay, that's... Fire in the fields. Want that extra turn. I'll play 2 Fox... Well, would Fox Busters make sense, or should I play building cards? I can go back for weather if I need to. So we'll play... Hang on. I can play all 3 here, couldn't I? Play 3, go back for weather. Is there a 4th weather I have in my hand that might make a difference? I don't think so. Fresh out of weather. All right. More weather. Ideal conditions. Extra turn. 4. All right, I'm going to do it right here, I think. Yes, I will. Just enough. I don't even have to use the weather. It's got the white phosphorus bomb, WMD. This WMD match will give my opponent a compromised leader. This is why I waited. Only 1 action left.
Compromised.
Bella Ivanova for the win. All right, good game, G-Daddy. And now back on headset with you here live, NashvilleLou Liv. We've got 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to get in, you can go ahead and do so right now by typing !play in chat. We've got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash. You can use that every 15 minutes to dig. 10 Nash Cash to dig from the ScurvyBot dig pool with a 100% success rate. No dig pass required. Everybody gets to participate. Just like with Twitchy Tides, everybody gets to participate, even if you don't have a Wax wallet. You type !play, the game will assign you a fish and you can play for fun. Everybody that wants to play gets to with Twitchy Tides. It's great. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and get to it. We've got 17 players in now for this next Twitchy Tides game. So this will be game number 11 of the broadcast. We've had 10 games and 10 different winners to this point. We'll see if we get a repeat winner for the broadcast or if we hold within 11 out of 11 different winners. We'll find out here in just a moment. So for this next Twitchy Tides game, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to second place. 17 players are in. And this next Twitchy Tides game begins now. Good luck. It's NashvilleLou Liv. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. Right now it's Twitchy Tides. And it's Pink Felicia stinging Kabinarna and Kiyoshi Nobu. We're down to 15. I'm not sure how long into the night U.S. time I'll go with it, but we'll have fun for as long as I do. At least one more hour, probably more. Pennybags Jr.'s out. I'm out. Getting the sting from Pink Felicia. We're down to 13. Depth Charge takes out Mischief Shade. I have a tough time saying that name. And Fonny T down to 11. Mischief Shade. And Fonny T. Cannonball takes out DeBoer JS, Dave Ira, and Too High. We're down to 8. More than half the field is out. Remaining players, this means you've got, of course, a top 10 finish, top 8 for that matter, and thus leaderboard points out of this game. For that monthly competition, Depth Charge takes out OP Influencer and Dajesny. We're down to 6. Depth Charge, and there goes Jamie Penguins. We're down to 5. And here comes Debo going right to left down the middle. Debo the Shark. Debo somehow missed everybody. 5 players still in the mix in this Twitchy Tides game. Billy XBT gets the sting from Pink Felicia, as does Cesaro NLV. We're down to the final 3. Tree Frog Nada, Tatitro 17, and Cartman Bra, the final 3. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Liv with more Warsaken Blitz Classic just ahead. Waiting for that next enemy strike. The tension increases. You know there's a strike coming soon. Cannonball misses everybody. And this Cannonball's been off target. Free Frog Nada, Cartman Braun, Tatitro, the last 3. And now it's Debo taking out Cartman. Debo takes out Tatitro. And that's the game. So congratulations, Tree Frog Nada. That means 11 different winners in 11 different games today. The Teachero won earlier, Cartman Bra won earlier, and now a victory for Tree Frog Nada. Congratulations. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, you get leaderboard points for that monthly competition. So for Dave Ira on up, a top 10 finish, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Tree Frog Nada, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in by typing !play in chat. We've got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live on Twitch. Subscribers get 10 times as much, but everybody gets some. You can dig every 15 minutes, 10 Nash Cash to dig. It's not legal tender, but you can use it with ScurvyBot as long as I still have that going. I just re-upped it for another month. Been very happy with ScurvyBot. But you can use that to dig every 15 minutes. In addition, Warsaken's Warbot, we're giving out 20x loot. In other words, 20 times the normal amount of loot given out for watching official Warsaken streamers like me. Let me go ahead and get my fish into the tank for this next game. I was sitting there empty. Lulu can hold down the fort. So you can go ahead now and get in for the next Twitchy Tides game with !play in chat. Secure your spot for that next game coming up in our next hour. For now, we get back into it with more Warsaken Blitz Classic here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Flaws with the GOAT. I think that GOAT title for our game title. I've got Elite. Two sets of 2/4s. Keep. This is the Urban Warzone game mat that I'm using today with this deck. You get a look at some of the card back varieties that some of my opponents use. There's Flaw's avatar finally popped into place there. The dog stared down a knife. And I get to go first. Roll the 1. That Bloodfoil land up there, that St. Purcell Harbor. Nice. All right, just the 1 action for me here. Let's play a force card. G16 mech. That's it for my turn. So, part of the new Savage Escalation set too. Great artwork, as usual in this game. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv taking on Flaw. We just rolled a 5. Thanks to Carl Casey at Whitebad Audio, who makes most of the outstanding background music that I use in my various NashvilleLou Liv broadcasts. Full song attribution information, NashvilleLou.com/music. 5 actions here for Flaw and a wide open war zone. Private Sarah Vet. That's a match. That's a force match where they'll eliminate one of my 4 territories. So 2 actions to go for the turn for Flaw. Remember, later in this hour, your next chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin. That's coming up. Also, we'll have more live player versus player competition. There's a Max Harper force card for Flaw. 1 action to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, so it's a force match. Breaking news. Rayanne the Insider. World exclusive. Clementine Myers, one of the new Savage Escalation territory cards. It'll be a popular choice for a lot of people with Blitz decks because it's only -3 morale when it gets eliminated. So Flaw's down to 3 territories, 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a second G16 mech. Pair of force cards, 3 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Put some intel out there. Satellite recon. And that's it for my turn. So we're both at 3 territories remaining. Taking on Flaw, who rolled a 3. Greetings and welcome. Thanks to everybody coming in. Thanks to Quadrell for the raid. Quadrell's art. Thank you very much for the raid. Greetings and welcome, everybody. This is NashvilleLou Liv. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing against Flaw. Shout out Quadrell's art. If you like Warsaken, you absolutely should be following Quadrell's art if you're not already. It's amazing. Quadrell plays 4 people at once and makes it look easy. He makes it look effortless. He's over there joking around with people like boom, 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 winning these matches. What a different with my approach here. I'm lucky to pull off 1 at a time while also playing technical director and guest services and everything else. And yet I love it. It's so much fun. My turn. 1. Well, I have a pair of weather cards here so I can play one of them. With the fire in the fields. That's it for the turn. But thank you very much, Quadrell, for the raid. Greetings and welcome, everybody. And I want to stick around because later in the hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. My opponent is Flaw. We both have 3 territories remaining. A lot of 1 each out there in the war zone for Flaw with the one-off forces and the WMD out there. It is greatly appreciated, Quadrell. Thank you. So as noted, we'll have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway later in the hour. Also ahead, be going back to the randomizer, where I'll be looking for more players that I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz, more live player versus player competition. So Flaw with a roll of 2. Hey, Flaw's a good player. Two actions here for Flaw. There's a savage escalation territory, the Treasury Department, at high yield. Just fun to say for Blitz. It actually has meaning within the full Warsaken game. That's part of the great thing with Blitz. You learn the basics, and you're good as far as Blitz goes, and you kind of pick up bits and pieces along the way, and boy, you know you got a pretty good understanding of how the full game works. But just for Blitz, it's pretty straightforward. So an interesting spot here. Nothing makes a match except for this, but I can only play 2 actions here on this turn. So Instead of putting that out there to potentially be targeted, I'm just going to play one card here, a second fire in the fields. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Yeah. Well, you're right. She is dangerous in Blitz. You're right about that, B-Daddy. Law's a good player. So Flaw, it's interesting having the one WMD and then that fourth spot with 2 in there. Roll a 6. So Flaw now with 16 cards and 6 actions. A WMD match would take me down to 1 territory remaining. Max Harper, that's a force match. Here goes my high yield, the Treasury Department. Eliminate, I'm down to 2 territories. 4 actions to go for the turn. If Flaw can make a match with her WMD, that would give me a compromised leader. Kind of a cool card to have in there, gotta say, but once it's compromised, cool or not, it just takes a force match to beat it. So a weather card out there and then a pullback to make room there in the war zone by Flaws playing a Tsunami, another weather card. 1 action to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right. A bit non-conventional, but we'll get there with it. Geomagnetic disturbance. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. We'll go with a double EL. Savage Escalation Navy sub. Be a force match. Bye-bye, St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminated. So we're both down to 2 territories. Extra turn, roll a 4. Question, how long do you wait for a WMD to show up? It's hard to know sometimes. Play a second G16 mech, but just the second one here. Oh no, I messed up. Okay, well, there's a botch. I guess we're doing this one the hard way. Force match. That's poor execution. Yeah, maybe it'll work itself out. We'll see. That was not what I was thinking I was going to do. For some reason, I thought I only had 1 out there. Well, play a pair of Sergeant Sigwalt Kleins. Guess we'll go with that approach. Pass at the last action before I do more damage. End the turn. Taking on Flaw. Flaw saying the WMD doesn't want to show up. For now, haha. I can certainly empathize with that. Flaw with a roll of 2. I can't believe I played that one and it made a match. I thought for sure I just had 1 out there. I should have. I didn't do the due diligence. Pay the price. And yet it might work out because sometimes that happens. Like if I roll a 4 or higher and I somehow end up like a match with Sigwalt Klein and another force match and I get the win right here. So let's see what happens. My turn. 2. Okay, that didn't happen. A bit tricky because I only have the 1 spot left open in my war zone. I'd love to put weather out there, but I mean, not to the point of filling up that 4th spot because then everything else is bogged down, particularly any hopes I might have for WMDs, although that doesn't really matter as much now. Okay, you know what? I normally wouldn't play it this way, but I will here. Tropical Cyclone, pair of weather cards. That's it for my turn. Another nice surprise in one of those Savage Escalation loot packs. Roll a 6 here for Flaw. 6 actions. 22 cards. If Flaw can get a WMD match, I'm guessing she might have a force match that would follow. We'll see. Also the possibility of weather matches. A lot that could happen here. Tsunami. That's a weather match. So that'll likely be an extra turn. She could take the +3 actions. It's possible. But I'm guessing extra turn. If it shows up as +3 actions, it probably means I'm about to lose. That would be my guess. Sometimes that's a sign of a misplay, but at this point of the match, when it's possible knockout, it looks like Flaw took the extra turn. So 4 actions to go for this turn for Flaw. She only has 1 territory remaining, but I'm down to 2, and she hasn't played a WMD match yet. Weather. Here are weather cards. 2 actions for this turn with an extra turn pending. Taking on Flaw here in Warsaken Blitz. Later in this hour, for the Warsaken Wheel Spin giveaway. Your chance to win's coming up. 2 actions to go for the turn. WMD. Pair of WMDs. Now the extra turn. Will this do it? 4. A WMD match would give me a compromised leader. 20 cards for Flaw. There's a WMD match. Gives me a compromised leader, or it will here in just a moment. After this, all Flaw's going to need is a force match to get the win. Reactions to go to the turn. Does Flaw have a force match? See the red ring of death there around my leader. Azar Cyrus, that's a force. There's 2. 1 more be the match. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Flaw victorious. Here we go, taking on Delvis. Delvis and I tend to have really good matches against each other. Our games tend to be really back and forth. At least in my opinion, watching them back, and I watch everything back that I do. Okay, nothing to really watch back here other than 8 cards that don't match up. Take a mulligan, reshuffle an arsenal, my deck of 60. I'll deal me 8 more. I can at least work with that. Keep it. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely must. This is the Dusk Magma game method I'm using here. Dusk Magma with this deck today. Delvis gets to go first. It's roll of 1. My turn. If you're new to Warsaken, if you're trying to figure this game out and watching for the first time, if you want to learn more about it, check out the Warsaken Discord. Highly recommend it. Some great people there. All right, well, roll of 2. Play a pair of Planet Devices. Intel. That's it for my turn. So Delvis with a roll of 3. And you can personalize the cosmetics, they're called in this game. It's like the dye that Delvis uses will look different than the one I will. Sometimes they look the same if you pick the same one. See how mine with the purple and the white to match my branding? Gives you a lot of variety, a lot of latitude with that in this game, which is great. Not so great as having that pair of WMDs out there opposite me, along with a standalone force and a weather. My turn. 6. All right, I'll play that third Planet Device. Let's bounce.
Select target.
So it's interesting here, like, would I necessarily want to go after both of those WMDs? I mean, I think it really makes sense when you can to bounce one of each, especially early in a match. So we're going to do that instead. Now, building cards always bring it back.
Select target.
And this could be some sort of red herring with the WMD, but red herrings can turn to actual plays if you get a third, so. But who knows?
Select target.
I'll only bounce one of them, though. Said I'll bounce the Tsunami. So, 5 actions to go for the turn for me with a wide open war zone. Here's an example of a set 1 and set 2 working together. This is a H5 dropship from the set 1, Genesis of Conflict. I played that one. This is the Savage Escalation H5 dropship. But for the purposes of Blitz, you can pair them up on the board. So 2 of those out there in my war zone, 3 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. But I don't think putting WMDs or buildings out there make any sense. Weathers are all one-offs, so I'm not going to do that. So pass up the last 3 actions and the turn. Taking on Delvis and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Liv. Delvis with a roll of 4. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent, somebody I haven't faced yet today, in live player versus player competition. Pair of force cards. Another pair of force cards. That ends the turn for Delvis. My turn. 2. All right, 3 spots open in my war zone. So I'll go with a pair of freezing rainstorms. Weather cards. That's it for my turn. Delvis with a roll of 2. So a pullback on that WMD. And then a force card played. A lot of force out there for Delvis. My turn. 3. So I have 2 spots open in my war zone. But the things that I have in pairs, I don't want to play. Because they'll get potentially targeted. I mean, I like the weathers and all, but as a one-off to fill that 3rd spot. Again, sometimes this does feel counterintuitive, even though often this really is the best play. Pass at the actions and the turn. Delvis with a roll of 6. 16 cards and 6 actions here for Delvis. With the Q code, it's the randomizer. I don't have a Q per se. Long story on that. There's a force match that eliminates one of my territories. We're going back to the randomizer after this match, so there'll be an opportunity there. Get it on that. 3 wide, 2 deep with force for Delvis. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards. That ends the turn. Now, the randomizer stays closed until it's time for it. That has that whole problem of people disappearing and not being there when I need them. That's gone away. So that queue's not coming back. 4. So I'm going to have building cards I can play here, which is an option. But it would be going back for intel. That's the only choice I have if I were to play the building cards here. I'd go pair of weather just to have them out there. And those final 2 actions would go unused, but nothing else matches. I could go back for intel. I mean, I could do that, but I don't know. Kind of a weird spot with that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to play the weather. Pass at the last 2 actions. We'll see if this is a smart move or not. We'll find out. Pass at the last 2 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 2 for Delvis. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone. 3 sets of 2 force and a weather pair. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate a 2nd territory for me. I'll be down to 2. 1 action to go for the turn for Delvis. Hey, that's cool, brother up. So you 3 wins against 4 losses. You won a match against Quadrille. Congratulations. Roll 2. I just don't think putting those building cards out there, even forget that they're building cards. The fact is I've got 2 territories left. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough right here. Okay, I'll play 2 interrogation facilities. Let's see what happens. That's it for my turn. I knew that would happen. Taking on Delvis. I'm down to 2 territories remaining. Delvis, a lot of firepower there in the opposing side war zone. 2 wins out of 3 against Quadrille's Art. Congrats. It impresses me to see Quadrille do that. It really does. Like, there's 4 games going on at once, but my goodness. And he makes it look easy. That's the most impressive part. It's not like he's even sweating it. Reactions here for my opponent. Delvis with a second, WMD a third. Would be a WMD match and would give me a compromised leader, as that would eliminate my final 2 territories. But that's the end of the turn. Okay, my turn. 4. Okay. Here's how this one's going to have to work. I'm going to go interrogation facility. Bringing 3 cards back. You know the 3. Not like there's any sort of choice to it. Playing a device. 3 actions to go for the turn. Got to go strong with the defense here. Playing a device. Let's bounce. 1 each of the forces. And 1 of those WMDs. Out. That's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis. Roll a 4 for Delvis. 16 cards and 4 actions here. It's impressive. It's a strategy or otherwise. Here's a strategy, playing building cards. Guessing you're going to bring back what I bounced. Particularly that infected water supply. WMD. Maybe not. Could be going for some sort of weather. Nope, going back for what I bounced. Yeah. Oh, no, I take that back. Look at that. Well, we'll worry about that in a minute. Okay, now the ion particle cannons from a different WMD set. Meanwhile, I rolled a 2. I'm worried about my own game right now. I'm not doing so well. There's a whole bunch of buildings, but... Look how many cards I have. At least I got the dropship. They're for me in my time of need. So that dropship will be a 4s match. Eliminate 1 of the 4 territories for my opponent. So this will be the Dryden oil fields. Eliminated. 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Since I have 4 of these anyway, I'll play 1 of the underwater mines on fire. They found a way. But that's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis. Just rolled a 5. There's that WMD match I was concerned about. It's going to eliminate my final 2 territories. Give me a compromise later.
Compromised.
3 actions for the turn. 20 cards. Does Delvis have a force match? Indeed. That's the game. All right. Congratulations, Delvis. Victorious. Here we go, taking on Carlos CGTV. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. Unfortunately for me, nothing makes even a pair here. So we'll take a mulligan, reshuffle my arsenal at deck of 60, and then once again deal me 8 cards. That's more like it. That I can work with. And you don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. Keep. So it's a roll of 3 for Carlos CGTV. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using here. That's also the same game mat that's up on the wheel as far as the time. I mean, it's a different one that's up on the wheel. This one I have in my possession. The other one's in my fulfillments wallet. Just waiting for somebody to win it. So a pair of WMDs and a weather card. Interesting. My turn. 1. Okay, well, wide open war zone. Play a weather card. Blinding sandstorm. That's it for the turn. To John J, hello. Hi. My opponent is Carlos CGTV, who has a pair of WMDs and a weather card out in the opposing side war zone. Post a link in chat there for the Blue Mints tournament for Warsaken Blitz. Taking place tomorrow. Just a general link there to Blue Mints. I didn't have the specific URL in front of me, but wanted to at least get that mentioned there in chat, since that's what I'm going to be having going on in a tournament. Maybe somebody watching right now has aspirations to beat me in a tournament. You may have your chance tomorrow. Roll a 5. All right, so I'll have a WMD match that I'll be able to play. EMP discharge. This WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's territories. Remember, you can play at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. So I get to pick which 2 territories I wish to eliminate. The morale comes into play if you have morale cards in your deck. In this case, I don't, but it's worth noting. The higher that negative, the better, as far as you're trying to get your opponent's morale down to 0. And St. Purcell Harbor. So they'll drop it from 20 down to, what, 14? 10. Even more. But I don't have any morale cards in my deck here, so. But it could have come into play if I did, so it's worth noting because I don't talk about morale as much, but it is an important part of the game, particularly the full Warsaken game, Blitz being the simplified version. Here are weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm. 1 action to go for the turn. Could play a Black Blade, but I think we'll leave it at that. End the turn. Remember, if it's out there in your war zone, your opponent could potentially attack it. Try to balance it with intel. Roll a 5. WMD match. We're both going to be down to 2 territories. Four actions to go for the turn. There's a weather match, so that'll be an extra turn for Carlos CGTV. A Blinding Sandstorm weather card played by my opponent. 1 action to go for the turn. Extra turn. So 3 one-off weathers out there. Roll a 6. 14 cards and 6 actions for Carlos CGTV. past 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Remind everybody you're watching NashvilleLou Liv. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. And that is a force match. It's going to eliminate my third territory, be down to just one left. Playing the fantastic new card strategy game Warsaken Blitz. Tomorrow I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, with the Warsaken Blue Mint tournament. It's coming up, a single elimination tournament. There's no AEW Dynamite tomorrow night. They had to preempt that, bump it up to tonight. So Wednesday night's open for me like it normally isn't. So anyway, we'll see if that actually works out for me in the tournament. It could be 2 games and out. That happens sometimes. Or I could make a 4-hour plus run to the final. You never know. Those tournaments can be unpredictable. My turn to roll to 1. Oh, I'll play a Terrifying Storm, and that'll end my turn. Roll of 1. Carlos CGTV. So a second weather card played there. Cloud cover. My turn. 5. All right, the Terrifying Storm is going to be a weather match for me, and I'll take an extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Let me save this on the odd chance. Well, let's see. Let me think about this. Nah, play it now. Set up that second extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of 00 black blades. I need 3 force matches to get the win, so we'll see if I can find a way. Extra turn number 1. 6. I mean, I can play building cards. Go back for weather, go back for... I mean, I'm not going back for a WMD, so that is an option. Go back for weather. And I may do that. Advanced Weather Station. Building match. Bringing 3 cards back to my hand. Bring back the Sandstorm. Another Blinding Sandstorm. So I believe this is extra turn number 2 of 3. Don't want to lose track of these things. 3. All right, I can play that 00 black blade. This will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent. We'll both be down to 1. Flossing. Crush him. He deserves it. It's been a hard battle. Wide open war zone. Okay. B6 Rabid Beast. Extra turn. 1. Well, play a Freezing Rainstorm weather card. And that's it for my turn. So my opponent is Carlos CGTV. Roll of 1. But is there a 3rd cloud cover? Or is there a 3rd force to match the AK and Ren? It's a weather match. Extra turn. It's a roll of 5. Carlos CGTV needs 2 force matches to beat me. We're both down to 1 territory. So a second Blinding Sandstorm, pair of weather cards to match a pair of force cards out there in the war zone. 2 sets of 2 force. And then the weather pair, 2 actions to go for the turn. And then another pair of force. A lot of force out there. And weather. My turn. 6. All right, I can give my opponent a compromised leader. Play a 3rd B6 Rabid Beast. So that will eliminate the final territory remaining for my opponent. So a compromised leader for my opponent. If I had a force match in hand, I'd have the win. But I don't. So, and again, I've got one territory left, and look at all that out there. I might not get another roll, but we'll at least set things up where if I do, I'll have some potential outs with weathers. So that's a second freezing rainstorm. 4 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone, pair of weather cards, geomagnetic disturbance. 2 actions to go. I could put Max Harper out there. That could, could go Intel. We go Intel, stolen blueprints. And that's it for my turn. So all that Carlos CGTV needs is a pair of force matches to beat me. Roll a 6. We may see it right here. 1 force match would eliminate my final territory. A second would eliminate my compromised leader. Carlos CGTV has a compromised leader. So I just need 1 more force match to get the win. But I might not get another roll the die. A pullback on the pair of weather cards. Building cards. Okay. Either force or weather. Dropships, cloud cover, or terrifying storm. The WMDs have no value at this point. I'm back for the dropship. There's 1 dropship played to end the turn. My turn. I need a force match to get the win. It's a 1. Luckily, those stolen blueprints are out there. Well, normally I'd be splitting up those pairs, but I know those H5 dropships, there's 2 more at least up there, so we'll get rid of this one. Undo that. Just kind of pick your poison on which one you leave with 2. You can't take them all. That's it for my turn, though. So Carlos CGTV needs 2 force matches to beat me. I just need 1 more force match to get the win myself, but it may come down to what this roll is right here. Carlos CGTV has a compromised leader. I don't at the moment, but it would just take 1 more force match to eliminate my final territory and give me as well a compromised leader. Making some space there. There's a force match. It's going to give me a compromised leader, eliminating my last territory. So the next one of us to make a force match is going to get the win. Let's come down to here. In an absolute battle against Carlos CGTV, there's a second for those force cards. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 5, Can I get a force match? I sure can. Max Harper dealer for the win. What a battle. Good game. All right, good game, Carlos CGTV.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Zeal. Should get my notes started here for today's broadcast. All right, so I'm taking on Zeal. Got a pair of weather cards. That's good enough for me with this. You don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. Keep. This is the Urban Warzone game mat that I'm using. With Warsaken Blitz, you start with a leader, 4 territory cards, and an arsenal of 60. Essentially your deck. So Zeal gets to go first. The game randomly picks one of the 2 players to go first. You're dealt 8 cards. You can choose to keep the cards or take a mulligan. Take a mulligan, it reshuffles your arsenal, deals you 8 cards again. You can take a second mulligan, but your opponent gets an extra card as a penalty to you, and you're stuck with whatever they give you for that second mulligan. Roll 3 here for Zeal as a pair of force cards. Then another force card there with Agent Sarah. That ends the turn. My turn. 1. All right. Oh, wide open war zone for me. Let's go with weather. Geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for the turn. Zeal with a roll of 5. Two sets of 2 force. Warsaken Blitz, you're trying to compromise your opponent's leader. That happens either by eliminating all of their territories, getting their arsenal down to 0 cards, or getting their morale, the number on the shield, getting that to a 0. Usually you'll see territories be the way it gets there as far as opponents with a compromised leader, but not always. My turn. 5. All right, nothing makes a match. Would have been nice to have an intel match right about now, but that's not what I have. Play a second geomagnetic disturbance. 3 spots open by Warzone, 4 actions for the turn. Pair of intel cards, satellite recon. 2 spots open by Warzone, 2 actions to go for the turn. I mean, I have some options, but I've learned to keep that 3rd spot in my Warzone open early on. That tends to work out better. So we'll see if it works out here for me. I'll pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Taking on Zeal in Warsaken Blitz. So Zeal with a roll of 6. 16 cards and 6 actions. There's a force match. A force match will eliminate one of my 4 territories. There goes the Treasury Department. So I'm down to 3 territories, 5 actions to go for the turn. More force. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. That wasn't at all helpful. So it goes. Pass up the action in the turn. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. First match of the broadcast here on NashvilleLou Liv. Roll of 1 for Zeal. It's a tricky thing with this headset. I really like this particular headset in some ways. In other ways, it drives me crazy. But I've got to find a way with a headset where it can boost the volume loud enough for me, because that tends to be an issue. My turn. 2. Because if you have to boost it too much after the line, it connects to the computer, that static noise starts to come in. You can use certain amounts of noise gates and the like, but you do it too much and your voice sounds robotic. Rolled to 2, which, I mean, earlier I was a little bit hesitant about putting anything out there in my third spot, my Warzone, like a force patch here, but at this point I think I have to almost. Let's go with Rayanne. It's something out there. That ends the turn. Now perhaps I'll regret that. My opponent plays an Intel and bumps off 1 each of my 3 sets of 2 in the Warzone. That's the risk I have to take. My opponent is Zeal. This is the first match of the broadcast. Zeal with a roll of 6. 20 cards and 6 actions, and all that force and that pair of WMDs out there in the Warzone. A WMD match would eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. There's a force match. I'll be down to 2 territories after this. 3 actions to go for the turn. It's a WMD match that's going to give me a compromised leader. Zeal, bringing it.
Leader compromised.
All right, my turn. So I'm still in it, but it's a bit of a long shot at this point. 6. Well, all right, so at least I have a force match. So we'll go ahead and play the EE-L.
Select target.
So that force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. Only have 1 spot open in my Warzone. Nothing makes a match. So, we're going to leave it at that. Pass up those last 3 actions and end the turn. All that Zeal needs now is 1 more force match to bait me. Zeal with a roll of 1. Is there a third Bella Ivanova or Agent Zera? Either of those would be the game. So that's a pullback of that WMD, since that's just a nuisance in the way at this point. That's the smart move. Because remember, you can have at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. My turn, roll to 1. Oh. Okay, I'll go ahead and play Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. But some really long odds for me at this point. All that Zeal needs is 1 more force match to beat me. Sitting on 16 cards. Roll of 2. A pullback on that WMD, which is a good sign for me. Says there's not a third Bella Ivanova or Agent Zera up there. So a weather card. Cloud cover. Was not expecting to get another roll, and yet here we are. My turn. 6. All right. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein, force.
Select target.
This will eliminate a 2nd territory for my opponent. I can use the building trio to go back for a force match. I think that's mean, it's ridiculous. Not ridiculous, just I was not expecting to even have this turn, so to think I'm going to be able to make a whole lot out of this might be a bit of a reach. Let's see. I have a fourth Sigwald, right? Yeah. So I'll go back for that. That way I can play at least one of those to have it out there. Oh, actually, I don't know if I'm going to do that, though, because that would block that fourth spot that I might need if I somehow get another roll. Oof. It's been that kind of game for me. So the Glassport radio facility. We'll bring back Sergeant Sigwald Klein. And we'll pass it the last action in the turn. This will probably do it right here. Zeal just needs one more force match to beat me. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Liv. Roll a 6 with 24 cards. Zeal almost for sure is going to have a force match to beat me here. There it is. Bella Ivanova for the win. All right, good game. Zeal victorious. And now back with you live on headset here on NashvilleLou Liv. Hello everybody, Lou Pickney with you here. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up. But right now it's time for Twitchy Tides. We've got 18 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to get in, you want to get a finish in this next game, you can do so, but be snappy about it. Type !play in chat. Make sure you do so right now, because we're going to get this next game started here in just a little bit. We've got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash just for watching me here live on Twitch. It's not legal tender, but you can use Nash Cash to dig. That ScurvyBot dig pool. Do it every 15 minutes. No dig pass required and a 100% success rate. With that in mind, let's take the overlay down to get ready for this next Twitchy Tides game. It's going to be game number 12 of the broadcast. We've had thus far 11 games and 11 different winners. At some point, you'd figure there'd be a repeat winner, but what was it the other day? We had, 15? They were different? 15 for 15 or something to that effect? Whatever the case, we have a lot of different winners here today. We've already had them. We'll see if we'll have more. We'll have more Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up, but right now it's time for Twitchy Tides. We've got 18 players in. For this 12th Twitchy Tides game, the winner gets an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to second place. And this 12th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. And right away, it's Debo. Debo takes out my Lulu fish. Jeff is out as well, down to 16. It's NashvilleLou Liv with Twitchy Tides, and the hook from Big Worm takes out Jimmy Penguins. We're down to 15. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Going down Broadway right to left. Taking out Mischief Shade. It's Cesaro and LV. We're down to 13. Depth charge. There goes Jess, Tony, and Chucky. We're down to 11. More Warsaken Blitz Classic coming up, and right now, Big Worm with a hook. Dave Ira's out. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you've earned a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points in that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides out of this game. The better the finish, the more leaderboard points you get. And it's Pink Felicia stinging Tititro. We're down to 9. Carmen Bra gets stung. Down to 8. And now it's Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. Krabby Mike takes out Fawny T and Funko Lover. And we're down to 6. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Liv. And now it's Pink Felicia, Stinging Blue Skies, and Misty Rios. We're down to the final four. Cabanarna, Pennybags Jr., Viper Czar, and Genteri. And it's Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Genteri. Debo takes out Cabanarna. And we're down now to the final two. Viper Czar and Pennybags Jr. Neither has won today, so we'll have another first time for this broadcast winner here regardless of the outcome. Pennybags Jr. and Viper Czar are the last two. And see Big Worm with that hook, trying to hide by that Twitchy Tides signpost. It takes out Pennybags Jr., and that's the game. So congratulations, Viper Czar, the winner in this 12th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. And remember that prizes will be sent out after the conclusion of the broadcast, and they'll be sent out in the order one. Those prizes will be sent from my fulfillment wallet on wax. In addition to the prizes and all that fun, top 10 finish means leaderboard points that were earned. So for Tatitro on up, a top 10 finish, all the way up to number one, and your winner, Viper Czar, victorious. Back open now for the next Twitchy Tides game coming up in our next hour. You can get in right now. You can secure your spot like I'm about to do with !play in chat. I'll use the one spot where I've got my Rainbow Soul the Catfish. We've got Scurvy Bot giving out Nash Cash. Just for watching me here live on Twitch, you earn Nash Cash. You can use that to dig from the Scurvy Bot dig pool every 15 minutes. I don't require a dig pass. You don't have to have one. You just need 10 Nash Cash, and you'll be able to dig, provided you have a linked Wax wallet. Also, Warbot's giving out 20 times the normal loot from Warsaken. Many thanks to Warsaken for that. All right. So it's just my Rainbow Soul the Catfish hanging out right now in the lobby area, but I'm sure there'll be others in there before too long. You can get in now with !play in chat. For now, let's get back into it with more Warsaken Blitz Classic. Nearly 12 hours in. Still going strong here on NashvilleLou Liv.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Ithaka. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Liv. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Pair of weather cards. Something I can work with out of that opening 8 is usually what I'll look for. Don't be too picky with those first 8. You can take a mulligan if you need to, but if you have something you can work with, generally I say, stick with that. Keep. And I get to go first. The game randomly chooses you or your opponent. Just happens to pick one or the other. And rolled a 4, so with a wide open war zone, pretty easy choice here. Play a trio geomagnetic disturbance cards. New Savage Escalation weather. So that match will give me an extra turn. This is the code incoming game mat that I'm using today. Many thanks to Biscuit, who gave this to me. All right, one action to go for the turn. Play Abdul Hafiz, the supplier. Extra turn. 2. I'll play a second Abdul Hafiz. I'm not going to put a building card out there right now, have that as a potential target. Not keen on putting building cards in the war zone, especially early. So you got a pretty good feeling you're going to be able to make a play with it right away. Anyway, so I'll pass up the last action in the turn. Also helpful, there's a roll of 2 for Ithaka. So if an opponent uses an intel match and wants to bounce is up to 3 cards from your war zone, but if there are only 2 cards out there, they're getting less value for their intel match. So a pair of force cards there for Nathaka. My turn. 3. I can play building cards and go back for weather, which, considering my other options are really minimal, we'll do it. The underwater mines. With a building card match. Now, if your arsenal is getting attacked by intel, if it's getting milled, that's a nice option to have. But usually, at least for me, it's going to be returning 3 cards to my hand. You get to pick out the cards, but in this case, it does the choosing for you when there's only 3 cards in there. So bringing back the weather, but that ends my turn. Nathaka with a roll of 4. Flaw, hello. Flaw in the house. There's a force match for Nathaka. Eliminating one of my 4 territories. Pair of weather cards. Tsunamis. That's a trio. That's a weather match. And an extra turn for Nathaka. Roll of 4. Pair of force cards. And then a pair of weather cards. That ends the turn for Nathaka. My turn. 5. Luckily, I've got plenty of weather options, huh? That 4th one actually doesn't really help me out any, but makes it stand out all the more. I'll need 3 of them. The geomagnetic disturbance. The weather match, usually you'll take the +1 turn. There are some times for end game moments, or if you really need to make sure you get at least 3 of that next one, then you take the +3 actions, but generally because of the extra cards you get, you want that +1 turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Got a couple options here as far as force goes. Let's go. Let's send the scout, Specialist Chloe Moore, with the giant binoculars. She's got to stare you down. Extra turn. 3. All right, so Abdul Hafiz, you might have noticed the other one had a different bit of artwork. This is the new Savage Escalation version. Nicer suit, larger weapon, but it's a match nonetheless. There aren't that many cards in Warsaken that are in both set 1 and set 2, but this one, Abdul Hafiz, an exception, so it's fun to use this end game when I can. The force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Speaking of Savage Escalation, get the Scrapyard S3-1035. Eliminate. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We're both down to 3 territories at this point, both Nathaka and me. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm not... 2 sets of 2 force at this point of the match, I don't know. But I have multiple force options, so it's... Alright. We'll play a pair of Roman's prototypes. That ends my turn. You see that G insignia? That's for G-Force. That's the one exception on that category list. Normally just look at that insignia, that emblem. A G-Force matches with just your regular type of force cards, because you're only allowed to have 1 G-Force in a deck maximum in Warsaken Blitz. So a pair of force cards out there for Nathaka. 2 sets of 2 force. Let's go with a pair of freezing rainstorms. My turn. 4. Okay, nothing makes a match. Play a pair of weather cards. Cloud cover. I'll forego those last 2 actions and end the turn. Roll of 5 for Nathaka. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win coming up in the next 30 minutes and change. No play. Wow. There's only 14 cards. Sometimes that happens. Happens to me sometimes, certainly. My turn. 2. Well, it's nice to have a match, but so much risk to putting that out there. Plus, that's a bit of insurance if something gets bounced. Okay, let's chance it. Advanced weather station. That ends the turn. It's not going to let me click. One little bug in this game. Sometimes it, after you've been playing for a little while, won't let you click. So normally when this happens, I'll wait. My opponent rolls a 3. I'll F5. Look, 2 seconds. 1, 2. Pops back into place. A couple seconds after that, the cosmetic part pops back in. See? All better. At least if you're on a PC. So there's a weather match for Nathaka, which will mean an extra turn. WMD. Uh-oh, a pair of WMDs. Knowing that she had this extra turn right here and would have at least a 1. Probably means a third's about to drop.